I muted myself, gang. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. And today we got a special one for you. Ukrainian Anna will be joining us shortly. She's trying to fix a tech issue. But for those of you who are unaware, Friday, the 11th, I made an appearance on the Culture War, run by Tim Pool, where I debated Lactoid and Tim Pool both on the subject of Ukraine. It was crazy, gang, and we're going to go over it, okay? We're going to go through it. These lovely people are going to give their thoughts. But welcome to the show, and I hope you enjoyed it if you saw it. If you haven't seen it yet, we're going to go over it tonight, so no worries. So yeah, Non-Fawn, nice to see you. Kinetic Pause,
Hey.
Thank you for the sub, the Prime sub, always helpful, always useful.
Tell Non-Fawn he's not
Zebra.
allowed in your chat. He has to come to mine. He's my little guy.
Fair enough. It's Deadly Zebra, nice to see you as well. Brew Crow, welcome. Gang, while we wait for Anna here, let me give you my kind of thoughts a little bit. And I'm curious what Soy Pill's thoughts as well. He's seen it before. He's graciously agreed to join us for a second round of this, right? To go through the second time. So I'll give you the good, the bad, and the ugly, in my opinion, okay? So the good was, overall, I think I did very well. I think that, especially near the end, especially versus Tim Pool, clear W, wasn't hard. Lactoid I struggled with at first, but Tim Pool, easy knockout. I think that I demonstrated he had just an ignorance of the subject at hand. He didn't know the declared military objectives for Russia going in. He was unaware that at the beginning of the war, Ukraine, they had tried to take all of Ukraine. Just demonstrated ignorance on a couple subjects. I think that I was able to deal with his questions fairly easily. There was a couple missteps, but overall, I think I clearly won those exchanges.
Wait, pop quiz, Whick, can you spell Donetsk?
I cannot. That was, okay,
talking
about the ugly.
That displays a profound ignorance on the subject, and I think I've demonstrated that you don't know what you're talking about.
Going to the ugly part, my pronunciations suck, okay? So I will give you 100%. Anyone who wants to criticize my pronunciations of all these fucking names, they're not English. I don't know them, okay? Sevastopol and Severiopol and all those fucking things, I don't know how to pronounce them. So I tried my best not to say them, okay? Because I knew when I tried to pronounce them, it'd look bad because I couldn't pronounce them very well. I struggle with pronunciations even in English. If you notice through the show, there's a couple words I mispronounce that are English words. Stymie. I said it was stimmy at the time. Look, it was a mess, the pronunciation. So
you're under fire. It's okay. Well, did you, and I don't know if it's worth contextualizing, that the person hosting this debate and quote unquote moderating it is at one point, if not still, a paid Russian propagandist. Like, I think that's kind of insane. I know it was hard for you to bring that up during the debate because it's like, okay, do I want to derail this and put all the focus onto Tim Pool? But I think it's kind of insane that, first of all, anyone takes him legitimately at all still. And even then that, like this man who was once taking hundreds of thousands, if not, was it millions? I forgot which one, if it was him or Dave Rubin that got millions for promoting Russian propaganda, essentially, is now trying to pretend to hold this like impartial debate between two sides about Russia's influence in this. It's ridiculous. And like the entire premise was just this like ridiculous thing to me, especially considering, I thought maybe he'd step back and let Lactoid do all the shot firing for
He did it first.
At first, and then an hour in, Lactoid just kind of bows out and lets Tim Pool take over and give all the Russian propaganda points, like several of which are all conflicting with each other. So I like, yeah, we're going to talk about the debate itself, but I just think the premise itself is like infuriating that this man even gets to host this. And
I
even
understand
gets to be some force of.
But he does have here's my reasoning for accepting this. So first of all, there's self-interest in this, and that I would like to be exposed to a larger audience. I wanted to go on his show and kind of show that I can go into the lion's den and come out relatively unscathed. I think that it's important to realize we're not always going to have friendly territory when we have these discussions. There are going to be times when you are the only one in the room who believes these things. You are the only person in the room who actually knows the history of the war, right? And what's going on there. And a lot of people around you are going to be fallen to Russian propaganda and things like that. So you have to be able to be in a situation where there are 2, 3, 4 interlocutors that just seriously disagree with you, just spouting misinformation at you. You have to be able to refocus things and address it. So we're going to talk about that and what my strategy was and how we went there and how successful that was throughout. But I think that it is important to go on these shows and to represent our views and to try to do it as best as we can. So even if you lose, it's a cautionary tale. We know what doesn't work. But I think that, yes, going on these shows is important. Hold on. Anna's DMing me. Let me check what she has to say. Maybe I need to help her out. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But go ahead, Soy Pill.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, if you guys saw my review or anyone in my audience knows, like I thought Whick did very, very well. Considering it was a 2v1, he was up against, the moderator, like trying to fact check him in real time, but also like just the Tim Pool and general arguments, like regardless of what the topic is, these constant like misfirings of things that aren't true, the like constant like trying to obfuscate things into completely other directions to try to put you on the back foot. Like you did a very good job of refocusing every time Tim tried to pull this conversation away into something completely irrelevant or make some disanalogous thing about like, oh, do you think we should go to Libya? Do you think we should go? We'll get into this, but you can watch as he keeps asking questions, and for the most part, you actually knew the answer to a lot of. And as soon as he got to one where you're like, good faith enough, which this is, if I had one criticism of you, it's you're not mean enough to Tim. You're good faith enough to be like, oh, I don't know about that, and then he's like, oh, great, cool, let's talk about it then, because he's a little fucking weaselly shit. So, in between Friday and today, I had the time to do more research, and I'm still completely, not an expert in this. Hopefully Anna will correct me on this stuff, but just what little I was able to read and like knowing what Lactoid and Tim's arguments in this just infuriated me watching them say it again, because I was watching this while in the gym. It motivated me to lift harder, because I'm just like, God, these people, not only are they lying, but they're like specifically using like Russian propaganda to push Russian talking points. Just I don't even know if it's like because they genuinely care or if it's just because they're contrarian, but either way, it's evil. It's disgusting. And I think you did a really good job of saying, like, look, here's my main focus. I'm going to keep bringing it back here. And they never were able to really contend with your ultimate argument, which is this is immoral and none of the stuff that you're about to say justifies what happened. So I think you did great.
Yeah, look, that's the trap that Lactoid set. And it's a clever trap, because it's one that if you try to engage with his point in the details and the minutia, and I've seen this happen. I've seen Lactoid debate other people on Ukraine. I know how that goes. What he'll do is he'll try to focus it all on Crimea the whole time. That's his one trick, his one arrow. And as you'll see in the debate, that's what he did. And you just have to keep focusing and saying that does not matter. What matters is Russians' actions and aggressions. And it does not matter whether or not the Euromaidan was a coup or Crimea, any of this. What happened in 92 or 91 does not matter. What matters is that Russia used the pretext of all of this to go in, because they always wanted to. Putin was always going to. There's a point where...
But even then, Whick, I mean, the things that he brought up in 91 and 95, like, I read up on these, and he's just wrong about them. He's like, oh, they voted for independence in 91, and they got crushed down. They wanted to be separate from Ukraine. But you look at the actual poll, and we'll talk about this again when he brings it up.
This is asymmetry of the platform. I had a notebook. They had Wikipedia, right? Like, I was... And they probably would have allowed me to bring in a laptop or something. I just don't have one. So my bad there.
Really?
But yeah, I just don't have a laptop.
You have like 7 laptops worth of Warhammer merchandise behind you. You should exchange it.
This isn't even near close. But regardless, the asymmetry was, and you'll notice as we go, I get quizzed. Lactoid does not. Lactoid gets one hostile question. One the whole time. The rest of the time, Tim Pool is trying to find a chink, find something I don't know about, right? A chink in my armor is what I mean. Something I don't know about.
Yeah, or is it?
A chink in the armor? Yeah, that's what it is.
Is that the word? Okay.
Yeah, is that not what the word?
I don't know. It's also a slur, so I forgot if that's actually the phrase. But
no, I'm not. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not saying a slur. It's a chink in the armor. It's an actual phrase. It's not the same thing. Come on. Okay, but regardless,
right, I'm switching sides. I'm on Tim Pool's side now.
But regardless, and he continued to try to test my knowledge. At first, I wasn't sure if he was doing it in good faith, but it became clear that he was not. But again, the asymmetry of the situation is they could get everything wrong, and their audience would be okay with that. They would make excuses for that. They'd be like, "Ah, well, nevertheless." I had to be very, very careful, because if I said one thing, just one, that was factually incorrect, they would pounce. Luckily, I don't think I did that. I think that I demurred on the Libya question and other questions I wasn't sure on. I was like, you know what? I actually don't know the answer to this. And instead of trying to pretend I knew the answer, I went the route of like, I just don't think this matters. I think that we should focus back on this. And we'll see how it goes. But enough of that. Anna
Now, where is she?
is doing her update. She says if the update doesn't work, she says she'll hop in without the camera.
Okay.
Acriel says you should have worn a suit, Whick. Show some pride. Look, you're lucky I didn't wear the hoodie.
Should have worn the hoodie and kept the beard. I think it's your look, you know?
So yeah. So overall, I give myself a B. I think that there were, and we'll go over it, there were a couple flubs I made, especially at the beginning. But luckily, we have Anna here, and I don't have to stall any longer.
Oh, that was stalling? I thought you were being verbose and thorough.
I was stalling. Anna, hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
Not great. I wish I could say drones, but it's just me and my inability to turn on the camera. So, give me just a sec.
Sure.
Oh, here, I can stall a little more. I'm sure Anna has her own fundraisers as well, but Andrew Mercado, if you guys know, he's been this very pro-Ukrainian streamer for a while. Go check him out.
He's a friend.
But he put me on this campaign for Cars for Ukraine. The fundraiser link is in my description. Every time you get mad at Tim Pool or Lactoid for obfuscating and lying and promoting Russian bullshit, if you get really, really upset, maybe you can give some money there. They give cars to the front line, armor them up, and it's for the war cause. So if you want to support that, that's in my link in the description. So
thank you. Andrew is a good dude. He's a friend though. So I appeared. Hey.
Huzzah! Well, welcome, and straight up, like, first of all, thank you for agreeing to kind of. I know this is gonna be a rough one, Anna, but we'll get through it together. I asked Anna on to give me just in one moment. I asked Anna on specifically to give me kind of pointers to point out where I could have done better, where I did well, and how I can improve. Because again, hopefully this isn't the last time I have a discussion like this, and hopefully we can all learn, right, for any mistakes I made during the show, and that's how we improve, gang, and that's how we get better. So neither of you, please hold back. Give me your honest opinions. This isn't a glazing session. We can have one of those later off stream. But for now, right? For now, we're just.
Apologize. There will be no glazing.
Good.
No glazing at all. In fact, I have seen just a little. I've seen just a little bit though, to be honest. So I've seen about 20 minutes of it, and I thought that I definitely don't want to watch it 2 times. So I might as well,
I'm on number 3.
Oh no. I mean, you're stronger than me, okay? It's been a rough month and a week and 3 years, 4 years, so to speak. So I really am. I have zero patience by this point for this sort of thing. And nobody wanted to torment themselves from my friends. Like everyone refused to watch it fully. And I understand why, because I honestly didn't expect him, Lactoid in particular, to be such an evil twat. I was thinking maybe he will be like, I actually was, when I was on your panel debating with him and Dylan and Andrew and all of that, I thought he might be just, maybe misguided, maybe a little bit slurping Russian propaganda. I didn't think he was doing it. He's not slurping anything, he's doing it. So he's doing that purposefully, he's doing that maliciously, and that obviously got me in all sorts of upsetty spaghetti moment. But at the end of the day, he has been platformed for some fucking reason as a person who can speak on Ukraine on Tim Pool, and we gotta do it. We gotta handle what we have been given, and from what I've seen, I have some unfortunate things I must say about this debate, but we shall see. Maybe other parts are not as horrible as I thought they were, but not your fault, to be honest. Mostly because it's such an environment in which, well, it's difficult when a person lies every 5 seconds. I'm not like gonna fault you too much, but I'm not gonna be like go Whick,
I understand. Well, that's the asymmetry of the thing. We have to be able to at least and before we begin, and make sure you click on the stream link so we can watch this together. Do you see it in the Discord? Right.
Дивитися стрім.
So if you look, I'm
share
live
screen.
streaming something.
I think I clicked it.
Okay, good. So just so we can
Yes.
all hear it at the same time and there's no delay. But going in, I had a strategy, okay? I wanted to focus on one thing. Because I had seen Lactoid debate before. I knew the points he was going to bring up. My strategy was to keep it focused so that they had to defend Russian aggression, right? They had to be the ones trying to defend what Russia has done. Rather than me playing defense and trying to answer all their misinformation, I wanted to go on the offense. Whether that strategy played out or worked, we'll find out. But that was my goal going in, that to remind everyone, the viewers in his house, that none of this really mattered at the end of the day because Russia unjustifiably and illegally invaded Ukraine to rape, torture, and kill its people and to annex its territory. And I try to keep that focus as we go. But let's, without further ado, get into it. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you need to click shit, or is
No, it should.
clicking?
It should just go.
Good. I'm getting nervous with all this technological stuff.
I understand.
And potential escalation with China and their retaliation as well as this trade war, or largely the trade war. But the issue of Ukraine is not over, and Donald Trump is bringing it up once again because, well, he's trying.
Can everyone hear it, by the way?
Yeah.
Everyone in chat, can you guys hear this? All good? Hold on, I just gotta... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zetsway, for the Twitch subs and stuff. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Let's read. I just want to make sure everyone can hear it.
Trying to resolve it to some degree. But what does that resolution actually look like? And what should we as Americans do? We're going to debate the issue. We've got a couple of gentlemen joining us to have this discussion. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's Whick TV, and I run a podcast on YouTube of the same name. And I'm here to support Ukraine and advocate that we continue to aid Ukraine and even ramp it up a little bit.
Oh, interesting.
Did you wear a dress shirt so that you could have some a decorum? Because I think you shouldn't give that to Tim. He wears a beanie for a living. You shouldn't justify his studio with a dress shirt. You should have worn your hoodie.
If we're gonna
Trump wanted to. Zelensky to wear one, so
I just wanted. Yeah, I just wanted. I actually thought of wearing a tracksuit in there.
You should have done that. Oh, that would have been great.
I was like
Slavic,
right?
It's
But
the Slavic race.
yes, but
raise them up in your Adidas suit.
But let's keep going. And if you guys have comments, just like tell me to stop and we'll go in. But these are the intros.
TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube. I am a libertarian lawyer. My position on this is that it's time for the U.S. to withdraw funding and to keep that money here at home.
All right. Well, it should be fun, my friends. If you're just tuning in, smash the like button, of course. Share the show far and wide. It's Friday morning. The culture war is live, and we're going to be having this debate. So share the show if you really do enjoy it. So who wants to go first? Why we should or should not be supporting this country?
I'll take it away. So here, look, Ukraine has been unjustly invaded by an aggressive force, Russia. You can tell I'm nervous here. Russia has invaded other countries. They did it in Chechnya. They did it in Georgia. They did it before in Ukraine in 2014, and they're doing it again now. The idea that if we suddenly withdraw our funding, if we withdraw our forces, if we decide to just, let Putin have this little bite now, that he will somehow stop is ludicrous. It's naive. Putin will not stop. He must be stopped. We have a situation where we are and should be funding more money into Ukraine because that money doesn't just go to Ukraine. It goes to American jobs in American factories, building American weapons to fight America's enemies and support America's allies. We made
pause. This is the one comment I had that I was like, I was going to criticize you for this. I was like, I think bringing up the military-industrial complex in your opening is bad because obviously Tim Pool's audience is going to get that's not like justification for going to war. But Then I realized that the title of this video is America First or Supporting Ukraine, implying, hey, we're sending all this money. If not what Lactoid said, hey, we shouldn't do this because we're sending money. And then you do bring up, well, it's also bringing a bunch of money back. So while I don't think it's good to bring up the military industrial complex, it directly counters like literally the opposite argument of what they're trying to present as the reason we shouldn't be doing it, which is we're losing all this money.
Well, that was a prompt I was given is should the U.S. continue to support Ukraine? And my argument was threefold, and one of those folds was self-interest, that we, again, need to reindustrialize. But, again, we'll see if that works out as we go. I think, again, I could have made a stronger case here. Again, especially at the beginning, there are a couple times I just fumbled. But we'll get into it. Any thoughts, or can we keep going?
No.
Okay.
24, $316 billion selling foreign weapons, selling our weapons to foreign countries. This dwarfs the numbers that we've given in aid to Ukraine. And this demand spiked in 2024 by 26%, in part because we have shown ourselves, at least to some degree, to be a reliable ally. And so Poland, the Netherlands, other countries want to take and help rearm. They're up in their GDP, but there's more money out there than there is stuff. So we have an opportunity now to rebuild our industrial base and use Ukraine as a way to do that, because there's other conflicts coming. We have a trade war with China coming up, right? Trade wars can often turn into something a little bit hotter, and it behooves us to be prepared for that. And I think Ukraine is a good reason to do so. That's my argument.
Keto chow is a super delicious.
Oh
keto
no!
chow. It doesn't just
Oh
make
my
you
God!
it also
You
makes it
cheapskate!
way-
You don't have
Yeah,
a
I mean,
YouTube
my
premium.
argument's pretty straightforward. I think we've been sold a lie when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We've been sold this tale of a David versus Goliath, this fledgling democracy that's being threatened by this massive authoritarian power, when the reality is the truth is much more complicated. I mean, here we are $200 billion later, and all we managed to buy for ourselves is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point. Another 500,000 wounded, some critically, probably
All right.
more at this point.
This pissed me off. All we've managed to do is all these people died, like as if they didn't stop the fucking invasion that was promised to be over in 2 weeks, and like in Kiev. Like, what the fuck, you dude? Like, what do you mean? All we did was only the bad things that I'm gonna list. Like, what a
Guys,
little shit.
I will say, if we stop him every 5 milliseconds, then I'm going to die during this debate. So please,
Yes.
yeah, I understand. I want that too, by the way. So control me. If I start screeching like every 5 seconds, control me, please. I give you permission.
This is
Shut
also
up
why.
the moment.
This
okay?
is also why I have it on 1.5 times speed, so we can actually get through this. In a reasonable
Yes,
amount of
yes,
time.
yes, yes. But I'm just saying that I already sense that I'm going to be unhinged, and I have a lot of drinks here and before that, but it might help, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going.
And this was all done in service of a power structure in Ukraine that's becoming increasingly authoritarian, a power structure that was founded upon a illegal and unconstitutional coup that disenfranchised millions of people in the East that we just don't seem to care about. We didn't seem to care about it in 2014, but it's the direct
People from the
cause of
East,
what's
right
going on
here.
now. And on top of all of that, Ukraine is losing, and Ukraine continues to lose every single day, despite the fact that
let's
we're
talk about
dumping
that.
money into it.
Ukraine is
And last
losing?
time I brought this up, you and
Why do you
your
say that?
comrades kept hammering, well, Kursk, they have Kursk. Kursk is gone,
No,
right?
it's not.
Ukrainians have lost Kursk.
They have not. They still have forces in Kursk today. Not as much, right? Not as much of Kursk, but today.
They have a
Kursk.
single-digit percentage fraction of what they had, and the Russian forces are moving into Sumy. I'm following the war every single day. The Russians
No,
make gains
they're
every
not.
single day.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like,
Yeah, that's a lie. Like very shortly, like of course he's going to harp on like two things, and he is doing that in the debate. It's a justifiable invasion, actually, because Ukraine is also bad and equally corrupt and undemocratic as Russia, if not worse. If you listen to this twat, I don't think he produced a single critique of Russia in the entire debate. So that's one thing. And second thing, he's of course is going to harp upon us losing, although all the military experts out there disagree with that. We are not winning, that's for sure. But it's most people describe that as a sort of like a balancing game right now.
Stalemate.
And stalemate. And at the end of the day, like when it comes to actually like a victory, I think many people, especially this guy, refuse to acknowledge the fact that Russia is losing in the sense that they have not achieved a single goal of theirs. So their initially established goals, they didn't achieve. Like Soy Pill said, we did achieve a fuck ton of things. It's not just dead people. We actually liberated Kharkiv region. We liberated Kherson region and Kherson city itself. We liberated north of Kiev. We liberated insane levels of territory, right?
And,
So
and just-
I would say that He's just very interested, and I want people like to catch that, to basically undermine all of that effort, never bring it up, and say that we're just sponsoring the death essentially, and of course harp at the dictator Zelensky and how undemocratic the regime has become during martial law and invasion. But that's later to that.
Yeah. We'll get into it, and we do get into it. Me and Tim specifically get into later on about the objectives that Putin set at the outset.
And
of
I'd
the war.
suggest, Wick, unless I say pause, I'll just talk over them because what they're
that's
saying is
fine.
probably irrelevant
I
at the
get
time.
you.
But real quick, why does this fucking setup not follow the 180 rule? Like you both look like you're looking to the right. Like I thought this man was a millionaire professional.
catty corner from each other. It was the weirdest setup. So also during the debate, I didn't know this until maybe 3/4 of the way through. But there was a screen like off to the side of me that was showing things like maps and stuff. And I didn't see it, but everyone else did. And so I wasn't sure what they were referring to at some certain points. And
Also, the retreat from Kursk, by the way, is the retreat from Kursk is highly the fault of Trump cutting off sharing intelligence. So, if anything, it's Trump's sabotage, not our failure on that account. And also, of course, them invading Sumy is just not true. It's not happening, and doesn't seem to be happening. They do kill people there with ballistics, but there's no there's no reason to think they will push through there majorly at all. At least not yet.
So Andrew Steele says, Wick, you got melted on Timcast. Mostly it was your behavior and your voice. You sounded like a whiny leftist, but looked much better with the shave. And this is a thing, and this is how I know I did pretty well, is because that's the criticism, is like, you sounded like a whiny leftist. Yep. They can't contend with any of the points I made. But let's keep going. Let's get through.
Which I don't recommend you do, by the way, but none of them are contending with your points.
Let's get through. Yeah.
The Ukrainians lose ground every single day, and we're dumping money into this dumpster fire.
Let's start here. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
We actually gain.
Well, Russia has always wanted to regain Ukraine. So Putin has said many times in his interview with Tucker Carlson and in his speeches and in other statements that he wants to regain the imperial power of Russia, to establish greater Russia. And Ukraine, in his mind, is part of that project. He believes that they are ethnically Russian, that Ukrainians don't exist in a real way, and he just wants to bring them into his fold, right? That's his belief structure, and that's why he's doing this. This nonsense that people will say about, like, oh, it's NATO expansion, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Putin has been very clear. He's doing this because he believes that Ukraine doesn't exist, and Ukraine is part of greater Russia, and he'll have it back.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of American propaganda version of whenever the enemies are going to.
That's what Putin has
said. Well, no, it's more complicated than that. As I think we're going to.
At the end of this
here,
debate, Tim agrees with you on this.
There's more gray area,
which is really funny.
The reasons for the war in Ukraine are complex, and there's many of them. But some of the main issues are the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass, and really the east of Ukraine, that happened in 2014, when there was a unconstitutional, unpopular coup that took place. It's not a distraction. That matters. If we care about constitutional order and we care about democracy, we can't just ignore it when it benefits our enemies.
Even if I grant you this.
One last thing. The NATO expansion is also, of course, going to be one of the major factors. A few days
He's not going to bring up that
Ukraine joined NATO. That demand was ignored. It's up to them. And then a few days later, the 2022 invasion happened.
It is up to them. Why wouldn't it be up to them? If we're going to, let me ask you
Can
this.
you stop for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, is he not going to bring up the Yukashenko, like arresting his political opponent, or like the fact that he tried to?
Tim is going to bring that up, but that's a whole other situation. So I would like to address this head on because it's going to be everywhere during the 20 minutes I watched. So this factoid is basically doing this. He is making an argument that if you democratically elected a guy, which is true, first time actually Yanukovych rigged the elections, and there was a revote, and Yushchenko ended up prevailing. But when the election was between him and Tymoshenko, he won fair and square. I don't know why I know why, propaganda, but he proceeds to always bring up democratically elected. Dave Smith does that, or Tucker Carlson does that, and this guy does that. Nobody denies that Yanukovych was democratically elected. Not a single soul anywhere denies that fact. However, a person who was democratically elected and became a government official, a president, or any other role, his mandate is not forever. It doesn't mean that the mandate cannot be taken back by the people in case of the person breaking the law, breaking constitution, and becoming a tyrannical government, which is what happened. And I don't know why Americans, you Wick included, always talk about fucking legality. At that point in time, when revolution happened, it was Yanukovych arrested his political opponent almost immediately. Tymoshenko was sent to jail. You have a lot of like incredibly epic memes about her being in a wheelchair, and sometimes people are asking if she's alive or not. Nobody allowing to visit her, like solitary confinement things, like all sorts of things. Right? That's one thing. Second thing, he added the corruption in country tenfold, raids on businesses, bribes everywhere. You have to like actually pay bribes to policemen just by encountering them outside. Okay, it got that bad in the country. That's one thing. Businesses hated him because he wanted bribes. He wanted to raid money from people all the time. That's one thing. And all his next thing he did was he refused in the middle of it to go to European Union, which was not what he was elected on. He wasn't elected on abandoning the idea of becoming a candidate to European Union. It wasn't on the ballot, okay? It wasn't what his policies was about, but he made that turnaround towards Russia, and he upset a lot of young people who then went into protest when the peaceful protest
was happening. He did it like a week before he was supposed to sign it too, right? It was
a turnaround, like 180 turnaround that shook everyone, basically. Most business and most young people were obviously upset about that because they had their own certain vision, their own certain project of Ukraine becoming the candidate of European Union, right? So then what happens is that students go in Kiev, just a small amount, to protest that, right? And his decision is not to ignore them, how usually happens, and not to just give them a bone or something, like throwing them a bone. No, he decides to use Special Forces, National Guard to beat the shit out of them and break their skulls in public. That makes many people even more angry. So more people come around. And what does he do? He produces dictatorship laws. Those are the laws that prohibit effectively gathering of any kind.
Yeah, he said he shut down protests and things like that.
Yeah, shut down protests
and started
entirely.
shooting protesters and snipers.
And that's not even not the time that happened later. Sniper shit
enough,
and the bitterness. So basically what happened is this, and also if you do go protest, you have a juicy ass jail time waiting for you, like 10-15 years of jail time for just going on the protest. So effectively, the man, you can Google, anyone can Google that, dictator laws Yanukovych, it's available. So basically what he did is effectively refused us any opportunity to protest his decisions. So at that point then, protests escalate, and there occurs already in January and December and February huge amounts of violence and clashes and use of force against the protesters, and protesters fighting back against the Berkut special forces. So at that point, it doesn't fucking matter, you know? So it's not about whether that was legal or not. Also, about the Easterners being defranchised, if you can probably Whick show the link.
Which one?
It's I have sent you like a fuck ton.
I know which one. I got them all up.
Yeah. Basically, upload the maps voting.
The maps
voting thing.
I saw it here a second. 10 maps that explain. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you scroll a little? Scroll. So this is Maidan participation, just above. You scrolled past it. I think that's it. Yeah. So this is breaking away from. That's breaking away from Soviet Union. Can you scroll a little lower? Lower. We need Maidan participation. Maidan participation. Whoa, Maidan participation. So this is this map. Yeah. Is Maidan participation. So can you see what's happening here? So this cunt pretends like Easterners didn't participate in that revolution simply because they voted for Yanukovych in mass, right? But things change, opinions change. And by that point, you can see like actually the South is the less participants here. Center and South Kiev, obviously, where the major people would go to Kiev from all parts of the country, right, to protest there because major thing was happening there. But in the east, the participation was also very, very high. For example, in Kharkiv, which is a fully Russian-speaking eastern city, like everyone speaks Russian here. Like it's not even no Ukrainian anywhere. Okay, all of us pretty much voted for Yanukovych back in the day, who could vote. But however, we have 60K crowds here. 60K crowds of active participants, and that's people who actually clashed with the police, actively participated and went to Maidan every day. The biggest flow was 100K. That's in 1 million city. So that's a huge fucking crowd for your Eastern Russian supposedly defranchised people. That's one thing, and I really want people to like address this bullshit straight on, because he brings this up further on multiple times about Easterners being disenfranchised. But this is the East, you see. This is Kharkiv, this is Sumy, this is Zaporizhia, this is Dnipro. All of this is Easterners and Russian speakers. All of them participated heavily with protests against Yanukovych.
Yeah.
And there's the choice outrage between, these people might not have had their vote listened to, and not, hey, 500,000 people protested against this dictator and they got beaten, a bunch of them got killed. And I think in defense, he's like, 10 cops were killed, Wick. Like, totally.
13,
yeah, that's later.
13 cops.
That's gonna be later. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to it. But here's
that's something that I didn't hear you address, and I don't hear. It's not your fault. I don't hear it ever addressed, because this was the will of the Ukrainian people, and that will was trampled on by Russia, because Easterners didn't have a chance to fucking vote for a future candidate. For example, Poroshenko was also Party of Regions guy. He was also from the exact same party as Yanukovych was. So, excuse me, the biggest defender of the will of the Russian speakers in the East. I just wanted to address the fact that painting Maidan as something that only Westerners participated is simply not true.
So, good information to have. One of the reasons I took the tack I did, because I think, again, as I remind everyone, I think that the details, no one in his audience cares. And this is the unfortunate
He gets
thing.
you. He gets you on details, because that's his strategy. He wants to shower you with a bunch of fucking bullshit points.
Yes,
that
and
are
that's
very,
why I went general. I tried to go above the details, but whether that worked or not, we'll get into it, right? But we got to get through it. We got to get through it. We got to get into it. To chat real quick. You guys can say I won. You guys can say I lost. It's interesting to see who is saying I won and lost. It's weird to me. In a few cases, opposite of what I would think. But no, feel free to just, if you think I had a bad point, by all means, don't hold back, chat. This isn't a glazing session. Okay, let's keep going.
You think that a country's sovereignty matters?
I think that a country's sovereignty matters to an extent. To an extent, I think.
Let me ask you a question. If the Colombia protesters, right, the ones who supported Hamas and things, were like, you know what, and they're citizens. I'm not talking about the student visas and things like that. The citizens of Colombia were like, you know what, we hate America. We want to be part of Hamas now. We want to join Gaza. So we're going to vote to join Gaza. Do you think that would justify in any way, shape, or form Hamas coming in and attacking America in order to liberate the Colombian protesters who have decided that, we want to be part of Gaza now?
It's disanalogous, and I'll explain why. A better analogy would be, let's imagine if Canada had an unconstitutional coup that was undemocratic and was against the will of the vote that had just happened. And there were parts of Canada that were thus disenfranchised because, like many countries, certain areas tend to vote for certain candidates.
We're not disenfranchised.
And on top of that, this new illegal government reached out to Russia and attempted to join SISTO and attempted to put Russian missiles on the border with the U.S.
What?
As a great power, it is myopic to think that the U.S. wouldn't do anything. The tanks are rolling in the next day. We were willing to end the world over the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962.
It's more analogous
with
as if Ukraine is putting missiles on the border with Russia. It's so ridiculous.
Red lines that they have, and one of them is, and Russia's made it clear, Ukraine, for many reasons, is one of the red lines here. They made it clear before the invasion, and they made it clear since.
The question I have is,
and this is the part of the problem I had with the format is I wanted to address that point.
Yeah, then Tim jumps in.
Yeah, I'm trying to even understand what the fuck he just said.
Because I wanted to pick apart the points as it was made, but I didn't get a chance.
Okay, so his argument, right? His argument, if we're gonna give it a chance, okay, is to that people have been. Wait, it doesn't work like at all. It's I'm trying to figure out like Canada. In Canada, there would be like a coup. He says a coup because he likes that word, obviously. But they elected. It wasn't illegal. It was our government was voted in Verkhovna Rada in the parliament, and people then voted for Poroshenko very much legally. It was a fair election. All the a major organization in the world confirmed it was a fair election. So I don't know why the fuck it was illegal. But anyhow, point is that we did Canada, let's say, has something similar, like removes the tyrannical fuckwit from power and then becomes they choose a temporarily government, and then many people in French part, let's say, of Canada are very mad and don't want to be there. So that allows the US to move
Invade,
in.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, right now we're talking about invading just because they're border enforcement, so as if that would fucking matter. But it's stupid because he brings up missiles, which is completely disanalogous.
Yeah, and missiles are not in the picture whatsoever. Nobody was there wasn't even any forces in Donbass. I would like to point that out. Ukrainian forces in Donbass appeared only after the invasion of Russia and their support of separatist groups. After annexation of Crimea and after invasion of Donbass. So there was no provocation whatsoever other than the fact that we removed the Russian puppet, I guess.
One of the things that I wanted to bring up at this time is that Putin had actually withdrawn from the intermediary nuclear missile treaty that we had because he was putting nuclear missiles on border with NATO. Like, he'd been doing that for a while.
Yeah, so
to act as if he was worried that we were going to do it is silly. But I wanted to challenge him on that, but I didn't get to.
Just like to point out that just Canada just doing that without any missiles, without any threats towards the United States, still doesn't give United States a right to intervene in any way, shape, or form. So
exactly, that's the point.
Yeah. So this just doesn't make any sort of sense unless new government in Canada would, for some fucking reason, threaten you to missile the fuck out of you and place their weaponry on your border and all of that, which never happened with Ukraine. So why the fuck are we even talking about this?
But let's get through it, right? I know the interruptions are going to come, and I'm going to interrupt too. But I want to.
Are you in 2 times? I still say 2 times.
1.5 is probably the best I can do. So yeah.
Also, it might be difficult to me. If it's any faster, it might be difficult for me to understand.
Sorry, my ADHD privilege talking. My bad.
Let's keep going.
I mean, it's not my language, dude.
True.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
What about literally any other country?
Well, I do think we should. I do think we should support Taiwan, for example, as another country where I think we should draw red lines and we should not let imperial powers come in and start taking chunks. And the reason why is because it's in our interest. And these are the key words. Ukraine is in our interest because Ukraine is connected to.
I'll say this, and just real quickly, this answer I made a mistake. This could have been much more clear. So I'll give myself a mark off for this answer. It was early in. I was still nervous. I could have been much more clear and concise with this, but I wasn't. I rambled a little bit. Mark on me.
To a lot of European countries. We have Ukraine isn't just the only country that borders Russia. You have Estonia bordering Russia. You have the Balkans, right? And you have now Finland and Sweden and things. But they were part of NATO before the invasion. But this matters because the reason why a lot of countries in 2004 joined NATO was because they foresaw this Russian imperial aggression that was coming. They were worried over their sovereignty and they wanted protection from that. So if we abandon Ukraine, what that does is it sends a signal to our allies that are actually allies, the NATO allies that we have, that, you know what, if it costs too much, then maybe we're going to abandon them too. And that creates a very dangerous situation.
But Ukraine is not an ally of the United States.
Ukraine can be, and I think it should be.
Sure, but that's not what I'm asking. Because it's not. And so it's understandable what you're saying, that if, say, Lithuania saw an incursion from, Russia brought troops into Belarus, or Kaliningrad started launching incursions through the border of Kaliningrad. Yeah. But Ukraine's not an ally, nor are they a member of NATO, nor the EU. So for what is the reason the U.S. intervened in this regard?
Again, because it's in our interest.
What are those interests?
Sure. One of our interests
the military-industrial complex. That was one of the things he mentioned, creating American jobs. It's a way that we can
one
military
absolutely.
Can you stop that for a second? I think my critique here would be not that you're wrong, obviously, about the whole NATO thing, but it's a strong argument on Tim's part. I think that he's like, so what's the difference? The difference is, however, that if a Lithuania, Latvia, or any other country will be get invaded, they are part of NATO, and they are part of European Union, so we have obligation to them, but we don't have obligation to Ukraine. In that moment, you need to, in my opinion, bring out two things: the fact that the exact same argument they're using can be used to not assist Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and anyone else, because the argument they're using is that it's a red line for Russia and it's a provocation. So Russia next day decides that their red line, that the Russia ends in where all the post-Soviet countries used to be, right? That's the border of Russia. So what's their argument then? That would be a good thing. And the second good thing is that you actually do have obligations towards us, which were
the Budapest Memorandum.
The Budapest Memorandum, but that was your
like I said, I flubbed this one.
Yeah,
You're
not
right.
to, of course, you didn't sign anything that you should send troops or anything like that,
Yeah.
obviously, right? But you did sign an agreement that said that you will assist us in case we have experience in economical coercion, or you will not economically coerce us. And Russia obviously signed that shit too, but who cares, obviously? But you will assist us in if our sovereignty is trampled on.
Yeah.
So that's actually the obligation that does exist with Ukraine, and you signed it in '94. So. That's something I would bring up if I
No,
was you.
I get
Yeah.
it. Criticism taken. Let's keep going.
That is one of our interests, but another of our interests is create stability in this region. Because if Ukraine falls, like we talk about the cost of supporting Ukraine, we got to talk about the cost of not supporting Ukraine. What happens if we abandon Ukraine and Ukraine falls? What happens to our interests? What happens to the cost to American consumers? Trade, we have about $1 trillion, a little less, a year with Europe in trade, and if that is disrupted, right, it just.
So the reasons I keep going to self-interest like this is because and we'll see this later when Tim jumps in, I correctly understood that neither of these people give a shit about Ukrainians, right? And so I kept trying to appeal to them and their audience's sense of, well, we want to be wealthy. We want that kind of.
I will say though, you need to make moral appeals, in my opinion, because his whole argument is Tim is much more of a it's not our problem.
That's why I was.
Yeah. But Lactoid definitely here makes appeals to the moral question. So even in his very beginning, when he opened with it's presented to us as the struggle, between the David and Goliath, and it's like good versus bad, but it's not, and that's why we shouldn't support it. As cringe as that is, that's also very crucial to his argument. So you really need to be strong on that point of it. Actually, unironically, is that exactly?
But
it is actually.
But in Whick's defense, it's like they do present their point as America first or every other moral argument for supporting Ukraine. So it's like, well, if you're going to pretend like we're shoving and wasting all this money into this country, I think Whick is right to at least bring it up a few times. Well, this does benefit us.
It's inconsistent on their part because the main name of the whole argument, right, is about whether it's in United States interest, but the argument then ends up being about the morality.
It's a clever little trick. It's part of the asymmetry of this thing, but we knew that going in, so no excuses. Let's keep going.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong to bring it up. I'm just saying that you sometimes have to balance the both, I guess, which is difficult. I understand that. Yeah.
What disrupt that?
So, for example, if Ukraine falls, a lot of our European allies will see us as unreliable. And I'll give you an example of this happening. When Trump canceled, briefly, paused the aid that was going to Ukraine, cut off intelligence and things like that, the EU began to question its purchases that it was making from us when it comes to us. It has granted them, so the EU has talked about they are no longer going to want to source some of the parts that they get for their munitions and their things from us because we are no longer reliable. They're setting up, I'm not sure if it's in place yet, but they're setting up a system where they buy from themselves because they realize that, maybe under this regime.
It doesn't sound like that's related to Ukraine, though. It sounds like it's related to Trump's trade issues.
No.
Yeah, Tim just didn't know about this when this happened.
Starlink, F-16s. I think a couple countries refused to prolong their F-16 program. When I say this, people think I'm saying pogrom. I've been ever since I'm spooked to say this.
But the point here is that it didn't happen, and it didn't happen because of the tariffs. It happened because of the White House Zelensky issue.
Yes.
Right?
It happened because
Tim just didn't know that.
Yeah, it happened because now these days, thankfully, many European countries are considering that you are not a reliable ally, which is your argument, the one you're making, right?
Yeah.
That countries will think that, they're not a reliable ally. They can turn off Starlink when they want. When they can turn off intelligence sharing. They can turn off F-16s basically to get them back to out of the front line if they don't support some of our actions. So in that sense, that shift is going to continue. No doubt there, but already at the point of the debate, there were several countries that refused to participate in F-16 programs.
And I want to point out really quickly, Whick, the next 3 minutes, I have notes on this specifically. Tim is doing this disingenuous little bad faith scumfuck thing. I fucking hate when he does this, where he will, I guess my audience has named it pooling, where he asks you questions that he knows the answer to, and he knows, I don't know if you know, but usually he knows that he knows the answer to, but he's just asking you to try to put you on the back foot, and he makes this face where he's just kind of putting his hands together and staring at you and kind of blinking, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And
Oh,
he's
yeah,
going
yeah,
to do
he
this
does
for the
do
next
that.
like 3 or 4 minutes, and it infuriates me. But go ahead, you'll.
Yeah,
you'll-
he plays this
does do
game
that, yeah.
throughout, and it gets worse as it goes on. Where he tries to find a point where I make a wrong answer. He tries to catch me in a wrong answer. He was not able to do that. He tried to, and at one point he claimed he did, but he was just wrong. And we're gonna go through it. But yeah,
There's a lot of gotchas over here, the attempted gotchas, quote
yeah,
unquote.
absolutely.
Mhm.
And I think one of the better things I did in the debate was I just batted them away for the most part. But let's keep going.
No, this was before the trade issues.
So you're saying that
This is before the trade imports and anything like this. This is when Trump canceled or paused, I should say, the aid we were giving to Ukraine that we had already allocated to give to Ukraine. He paused that, so it wasn't coming in. He also canceled the intelligence sharing that we were doing. And again, like Europe is on this doorstep, and a lot of Europe are our allies, and they see and they're watching how America is going to support them, because by supporting Ukraine, we are supporting them. We are making the world safer for them, and that's a direct benefit. It is not a wild assertion.
They're not an ally, as Tim said. They're not an ally, right? You're saying they could be an ally.
Europe
I
is.
understand that U.S. aid and several other.
But you understand that like
interests
Estonia is our ally.
Estonia is our ally. They're a NATO ally,
Right?
and I would agree.
The Netherlands is our ally.
For sure.
France is our ally,
And they're
correct?
covered under
They are
Article
all
5.
wanting
And
us.
all support
They're all
Ukraine.
wanting us to support
Yes,
Ukraine.
yes.
Oh, I'm
Good
sure they are.
argument,
There's less money that they have to spend. I'm sure they all want us.
They're all ramping up their
I'm
money.
sure
What
they
are
are.
you talking about? They are
pause
ramping
here,
up their
Rick,
money and
pause here.
spending.
This pissed me off because it's like, well, oh yeah, they want us to support Ukraine because they don't want to spend money. It's like, well, yeah, I guess they're happy that they're not spending the money, but the reason is because they don't want Russia to fucking incursion into the fucking Europe. Like this
And
is
they
like
do
the,
spend
this is-
money.
Yeah,
It's a lie.
and like you said,
Yeah.
they're raising
Yeah.
more money now. So he's not only is he
Yeah.
lying, he's also trying to frame it like, oh, they're just cheapskate welfare queen states. It's like, no, they fucking
Yeah,
want to
that's,
stop Russia. Like it's so
That's
stupid.
that's very much the basically Estonia, for example, dedicated I think like more than about 4% of their GDP to our aid. I mean, it's a small country. Obviously, they can't do as much as the United States can. But in the sense that the countries closer to Russia are the most invested in, and abandoning Ukraine for them is a humongous like fuck up on American policy, especially for countries like Poland, who is very close to United States, and it has like incredibly close relations political with America. They allied on the United States much more than they allied on any other European country, in fact. And they are one of the biggest supporters of Ukraine, and also are panicking about Russia the most, obviously, right? Because of the history and the proximity and the claims that Russia makes about taking the Poland back and all of that, right? So of course you will be aggravating your closest allies by
Just
that. By
real
doing
quick,
that sort of
speaking of closest allies, $100 from Base Tiny. Thank you for the
Hell yeah.
$100. Anna and Soy, keep highlighting the wins and keep giving hell to the weak points. We all want the ground truth and debunks. Wick can take it, and that's true. Like I said,
We
this isn't,
can take it, yeah.
I
It sounds like it was addressed to me though, so I'm gonna request that he super chats in my chat as well.
Well, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it, Based. And if you guys want to super chat things, we'll interrupt. If you guys think I had good points or bad points, you want to highlight them and want to throw me $5 or something, or $10 or hey, 100, please do so.
Yeah,
Let's keep
let's
going.
go further on.
I don't control their money.
I mean-
Okay, if they want to spend money, I can't stop. I don't think it's a good idea, but I can't stop them. But if you're saying, oh, they want us to spend this money, I'm sure they do, right? I don't think that we should. Not only for the reasons that I outlined before, but because you're openly talking about, well, it's in our interest because the military
Yes,
industrial complex.
and our interest makes Americans safer, and it makes the world safer.
It's in our interest.
American
Hold on,
hegemony
hold on.
has made the world a safer place,
Ukraine,
a better place.
You really think
not just for America,
You really
but
think
for the world.
Ukraine was more stable or less stable after? Do you think it was more stable, or sorry? Do you think
it was more stable or less stable after Russia invaded? I think it was less stable.
Hold on. Do you think Ukraine was more stable after 2014 than before?
Of course not.
Okay. What happened in 2014?
In 2014, Russian sent little green men into Crimea.
What happened before
right?
then?
They locked down, right? They locked down the parliament so no one can get in. Men with guns.
What happened
they
before
forced
then?
to vote.
What happened before
No,
then?
He doesn't
100
like you're
let
not
me
giving
read
him the
exact-
trap answer.
Exactly. He
doing
didn't like that at all.
Based week over here.
Exactly. Well,
He's
this
like-
is what he kept trying to do.
Wait! Don't say that.
This is what he kept trying to do the whole time. He kept trying to, I guess he had one note. And my strategy was, again, every time he brought up this one night, to simply redirect it to Russian aggression. Again, whether that was effective or not, I don't know, but I think I executed.
I will say the one thing I appreciate about Lactoid is that he's the biggest Yanukovych fan in the world. I don't think there has ever been a person alive in Ukraine, in Russia, in China, in like Europe, anywhere who loved the guy more than this guy does. I don't know. I never seen a bigger defender of Yanukovych in my entire life. Which I mean, I guess that's kind of cute if you think about it that way.
Let's keep going.
Tim, I can
Exact
understand. He was
resolution
getting
here. That's fine.
millions.
No,
I
sorry,
couldn't
you had
fucking
resolution.
paid.
Resolution 68262,
Yeah.
right? The invalid referendum on 16th of March 2014, where Crimea declared its independence and joined Russia. This was obviously
Why'd you put that in
under coercion.
why'd you put that in scare quotes?
Because it was, again, as the UN
Because
resolution
because
says,
every
it's
organization in the
invasion.
world
recognizes invalid.
Yes.
doesn't recognize
why
it
was
as
it invalid?
legitimate.
It was done under
It's so
duress.
stupid.
Because Russians sent their little green men in, they brought guns, they locked down the parliament, they forced the vote.
What's little green men?
Little green men, so they have green uniforms, they rip off
he's
their badge,
cooling.
right? So they're not actually Russian soldiers, and they go in and they do their thing. And they have some plausible deniability, which people like
Yeah,
my
Russia then admitted
comrade
it was
Lactoid
them
here
after
will
a
say,
month. So,
Yeah, yeah.
whatever.
And they decided to annex Crimea
Yeah, go on.
before they held the referendum. Putin admitted that. So it's like not like it's
Yeah.
like, oh well, they voted. It's like, and what was it, like 130% voter turnout in Sebastopol or whatever?
Yes,
Like,
yes. Oh, the dead and alive, everyone showed. Also, what I do love about this is that if I just want to make this clear that Whick here, shortcomings aside, is literally debating a guy who is debating against the basic, most recognized truth ever, which nobody ever accepted in the world, the fucking Crimea vote, except Russia and this motherfucker for some reason. So at least Tim Pool was being paid good dough, This guy, on the other hand, is questionable. Maybe he
he's
wants
writing
1%.
for the love of the game. It's
Yeah,
just
maybe,
true.
maybe he wants like that 1% of what Tim Pool
and
was
this is
getting.
why
Yeah.
and this is why
Yeah.
I think that optics aside and my weak points aside, that overall I did take the W here, is because I think that the average viewer recognizes, and even Tim Pool says this later, right? Tim Pool
Yeah.
actually says this. No, this was a bullshit vote.
Yeah, he's like,
Everyone,
wait a
even
minute.
the guy who got paid $5 million from Russia,
Yeah.
recognizes
What's
is a
the
bullshit vote. It's just not a convincing argument. It's a losing argument.
Can we just appreciate the retardation of this argument? Was the country more stable before it got attacked by another country, or was it less stable? Like, broski, are you for real right now? It's just pretty
It was
retarded
crazy.
on all levels. Yeah.
But no, it was interesting. But let's keep going. I will say that I will say this before we start, that the people who think Douglas Murray lost think I lost. The people who think Douglas Murray won think
That's a good
I
sign.
won. And it just goes to show you how different people judge the tactics people use, whether it's
So you
tone
are-
of voices versus facts. So
You are the Douglas Murray of this,
I
you
am.
say, right?
Absolutely. I didn't have as good of an accent as he did, but
Well, keep in mind, Wick, like Tim Pool's been exposed as like a lying fraud so many times, and especially now, like legally by the United States government. So anyone in his audience still who knows about that stuff is so stupid that they think that stuff doesn't discredit him. So don't ever read the comments and be like, oh, like this is a legitimate opinion someone has. This is like drooling knuckle dragging.
again, I don't
retard
care
opinion.
what the Tim Poolers
yeah,
said.
those people
that
are
doesn't
quite literally like the most. They like to be like taking it. I don't know how else to say it, because there have been taken Russian propaganda from a paid person who was like beating the table and saying Ukraine is the biggest enemy of the United States of America for money, and they still proceed to slurp after knowing that. So I don't know, like.
Yeah, let's keep
What-
going though. Let's
yeah.
keep going. Well,
Yeah.
my favorite part is
Yeah.
when me and Tim debate. So I'm curious to get to that.
Yeah, let's
let's
go
keep
there.
going.
Oh, that's obviously not the Russians. It's just some paramilitary.
But I want to educate Wick a little bit on this. So obviously there were Russians. I'm not denying that the little green men were Russians. Obviously,
Slimy
Russian
fuck.
soldiers. to be
yes,
clear.
of course, from Sevastopol for sure.
With guns
Yep.
that were threatening force.
Yep.
Okay.
But when I asked you before, what happened before then? I think it's telling that you're just ignoring all the context, as is usual with this conversation. Before you cut me off again, that is usual conversation. There's it just happened, right? There's this it just came out of the sky. This invasion just came out of the sky. When in reality, what happened is Crimea had for years wanted to leave Ukraine. In fact, in 1992, they declared independence.
that's
Ukraine
not
said
true.
you better nullify that
Wait,
within a
wait,
week.
can you
with the
pause
threat
it
of
and go
force.
back
So
to
then they were
the
like, okay,
graph
fine, you know
that
what?
Anna had? Because she has this graph on this vote of this 1991 vote. He's about to completely misrepresent this. So
Yeah.
this
That's why I
vote
brought
in
it back.
1991, and Anna, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of it was this was not a
54% voted
Yeah,
for
so this, like,
independence. Yeah.
this breaking away from the USSR. It was not a do you want to be independent from Ukraine insofar as
No,
hey,
it's-
do you
it's
want to
part of
be
Ukraine.
independent from the USSR, right, and become your autonomous, self-governing state as part of the Ukraine. That was what the vote was for. It was not, oh, we want to break apart from this state. It was while they were still, I think it was January, right? I think, or no, December of 91. Yeah, so
Wick
like right
losing the
before.
debate to the pause button today. Yeah, true. But
Yes,
This is-
yes.
it's
and
important
Andrew Steele,
context,
just real
though.
quick, if I knew how to bring up the chat, I would. I just don't know how to do that.
So yeah, guys. So this is like a pretty important map. Actually, it's the vote for being like an independent country as Ukraine with these borders. So with the borders you see right here, right, to be separate from Russia. And this vote was, as you can see, in the east, like incredibly huge numbers, 80 plus numbers of people voting to be independent Ukraine, right? In Crimea voted the least, 54%. So because of that, there were obviously some turbulence there because of the, half the country, half the, not the country, the island, right, didn't vote for that. And also, of course, Lactoid likes to bring it up to history, but the history is that this is the only part of Ukraine that is ethnically Russian dominated. And it dominated by Russians because they killed and deported the previous native people called Tatari. So that's how they did do it. And Crimea was part of USSR and given by Russia, to us in 56. Like in the 50s.
I want to say
54.
Okay.
Almost.
I might be wrong.
Almost got it. Almost
No,
got
I could
it.
be wrong.
I do-
But also,
I-
and also in
Real quick,
'97,
'cause then I
Russia
do gotta-
acknowledged Crimea was part of Ukraine
Yeah.
in what was the friendship treaty
Yes,
or whatever
yes,
too.
yes, yes.
So it's
So,
like,
so this agreement of Crimea being part of Ukraine, and by the way, Russian reason for that back in the day in 50s was that a close ties cultural with Ukraine. So they thought that will be like the good gesture of goodwill, right, to unite Ukraine with Crimea. And ever since it was, in '91 when the independence vote was happening, and everyone was like getting their freedom finally from the fall of the Soviet Union. And basically, both Crimea, Ukraine, and also Russia, all three parties involved, confirmed that Crimea is part of Ukraine. And then later on, by the way, in '94, which is Budapest Memorandum, confirmed it again that Crimea is part of Ukraine, which both was signed by Ukraine, by Russia, also UK and other participants.
But remember,
so that's
this is
total
all a distraction. In my opinion,
don't
it's
watch-
all a distraction. It's all trying to prevent us from talking about the real reasons for Russia's invasion. And Lactoid
But we had
keeps doing it. So yeah.
but it
But we had
exemplifies why he's a
democracy.
dirty little
Yeah,
scumfuck
yeah.
because he
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
knew all the stuff we just said. If he looked into this, I'm sure he researched it. He's a lawyer, he knows how to, and he's purposely like lying about it. So he's a evil little shit.
This person is malicious fuckwit. There's like he's not dumb. He's doing it on purpose.
I'm gonna do a moratorium on pauses for a little bit just so we can get through this because I want to go to bed at some point tonight, right? There's a lot to go through, so let's get to it.
We're not going to leave. And then,
like Chechnya, that's Russia did
we'll
to
talk about Chechnya in a second because I also know about Chechnya. But then,
Chechnya
in
declares independence. How
2014,
did Russia treat them?
in 2010, there was a president elected in Ukraine, Yanukovych, and in 2014, he was. Do you deny that he was unconstitutionally couped?
No, but that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't the
You know
votes
why
of
it doesn't
Koreans
matter?
matter?
I already addressed it.
Does
It
them
doesn't
being
matter.
disenfranchised
I already
matter?
addressed it.
It doesn't give Russia the right to come in with guns, tanks, and material and force the issue. Russia or any other nation does not have the right to come in with force and
Crimea just-
violate
so
someone's
Crimeans
sovereignty
just gotta sit and take it?
to solve an internecine conflict. There are
It
other ways to
was.
deal with that.
What
and
way?
Russia did
What
this
was
with
happening?
military
What
force.
way should Crimea have handled it?
Any other way but this.
What way?
Because Crimea didn't handle it.
What?
Russia did.
What way?
Russia
What
took away
in
the
election?
rights.
Why did Russia go into Crimea?
What do we
Because
do?
it's been part of their plan.
What do you do?
Ukraine,
What in
Putin's
election?
wanted Ukraine for a while.
No, but why Crimea?
Crimea had pronounce.
See, the pronunciation is the worst part of this goddamn
Doesn't
debate.
matter.
I hated it.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's hard. There's ports in there that gives them access to what they call warm water ports, right? Because they don't have a lot of those, and it gives them access, and they can use their navies and things like that.
It's the home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and their only warm water port.
That's what I just
Wait a second.
motherfucking
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
but,
And this-
he read it off a screen, so he feels really good about it. Like, I got you.
Yeah.
buddy.
Can we please? They are debunking themselves right now because if they're saying that the only reason Russia was unhappy with Crimea by being part of Ukraine, which by the way they did give it to us, it's their decision. So So anyhow, point is that in '97, very short, we signed a Black Fleet, a friendship of the people, blah blah blah, fucking treaty that allowed Russia in '97 to basically own 80% of all the ports in Crimea. 80%. So most of it was basically do whatever the fuck you want, put any bases you want, do whatever the fuck you want. If you spend your childhood like most of us did in Crimea, Russian bases everywhere, like literally everywhere. And the only request we made as a part of that treaty was don't trample on our sovereignty. Literally, that was just our one claim. Crimea remains part of Ukraine.
Russia
Don't,
doesn't keep its word.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
get
You
to
get
it.
all the access you can possibly want to all the fleet in Sevastopol and everywhere. So no, that's also not fucking true.
Yeah, again, this exchange, before Tim interrupted, it was just a clear W, but let's go.
Yeah.
And they're primarily Russians in Crimea as well.
But that wasn't under threat, right? Of course it
No,
was.
and
What was the threat? Because we had a lease.
I'll explain to you why it was under threat. Okay, it was under threat for a couple of reasons. But when you have the pro-Russian president get unconstitutionally couped in 2014, and now you have this country which prior had promised to not join military blocs, is now looking towards NATO, right? There is a concern
we're
that
not,
if
but
they
they're
join NATO,
joining
that you're saying that, but that's how do you, as a geopolitical actor, how do you know that for sure? Especially
How do you know that for sure? Anyway,
oh, how
when you have
cringe!
More than just a possibility. I need
you
reason.
That's
had a
very
coup.
cringe.
You had a coup. How can you trust this new government when they ignored their own constitution? They ignored Article 108. They ignored Article 111, and they disenfranchised millions of
fuck,
people,
can you
millions of
stop for a
Crimeans.
second?
And by the way,
oh, we got like 2 minutes. Like,
Yeah,
Go
I know. Constitution. I already addressed it, but we have the right. Who the fuck are you? Fucking fucktoid. Who the fuck are you to decide what we do? No Russia can decide, and not you. We're an independent country. We decide. If we think our president is a tyrannical fuckwit that breaks our constitution, that breaks our right to vote, that does illegal shit, that sells us out to Russia. He literally signed illegal signing off of our land, of our resources, of factories, industrial building to Russia. Sold it to Russian people without any like constitutional backing. He was the one breaking constitution, and we, the people, elected that motherfucker. We, the people, can remove them. You'd think American might know that shit, but apparently not. Sorry, just
and
amongst
later
the
he's going to bring up
Let's
the American Revolution as if it counters your argument, and not the fact that like, yeah, it was illegal, but it was illegal because of the tyranny. That's the whole
yeah,
point.
it was
Like,
crazy. It was crazy.
How
The
do
whole
you
thing was
know?
crazy. But we gotta.
You know what should you have asked at some point? How do you remove then a tyrannical government that is tramples the people's rights?
It would have been
and
a good
people
bar.
can-
We're
Yeah,
gonna get to a
how?
point later where I think I had the biggest miss of the whole thing. It's because there was a kill shot that I could have made that I just was so stunned that I did not make it. But we'll get
I
there.
just want him to answer, like, what? How do you
Yeah,
remove
yeah.
tyrannical?
We
It's
got-
not the United States that says you guys like your guns because you have the right to use them against the tyrannical government. Would that be super duper legal? I think constitutional because it's part of your constitution, right? So, like, what the fuck are we talking about? How do you remove a tyrant?
Okay, let's keep going.
libertarian, by
the
the
UN
way.
had done polling
Yeah.
in Crimea prior to this and found that most Crimeans would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia. This was between 2009
We'll
and
never know
2011.
for sure if
and
they
Pew
would.
Research.
Because the vote they
Hold
had,
on, hold
the
on.
vote they had
Whick,
was
Whick,
conducted
Whick,
under
almost done.
coercive
I'm almost
force.
done. I think less than 2 months following the annexation of Crimea into Russia, Pew Research went in and did a poll, and 88% of Crimeans said that Kiev should recognize the results. Only 4% said no, which is relatively in line with what the referendum was.
Again, they were occupied by Russian forces.
Okay,
You
so
don't say no.
When they weren't occupied, they wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. What about that?
Through a poll.
Through a UN
poll
poll.
isn't a
I
vote.
don't-
A UN,
by the way,
because
if
Ukraine
you
wouldn't let
are
them have a
willing
vote.
to an-
They
if
tried
you
to have a
are
vote in
willing to
1992, and Ukraine
you
said
need more
no.
than just someone calling you up on the phone.
No,
like, hey,
they
buddy,
didn't.
Yeah,
What
they
the
literally
fuck?
had a vote.
Yeah, voted. They voted to stay. What the
Let's
fuck?
keep
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
We gotta keep going, gang.
Yeah,
We got
yeah,
30
sorry.
seconds before that interruption. We gotta. I know it's gonna be hard.
Yeah,
but we
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
get
yeah,
through it.
Take a drink every time he
from your
lies.
country, you need an actual constitutional Congress. You need something actual.
Would
there.
Ukraine let them have that vote?
At the end of the day,
Yes,
at the end of the day,
of course.
none of this justifies Russia coming in.
Of course it does.
And of
Stupid
course it does
question.
not. We would never let that happen in any other situation.
Ukraine
Russia
didn't let them
did
vote.
not let that
No, no,
happen.
no,
When Chechnya tried to secede, right, and when the Warsaw Pact broke apart, when the USSR broke apart, and Chechnya said, "Okay, we want to go away too." At the time, they were like, "No way, Jose," and they came in with military force.
So you support that?
Stomped them down. I absolutely do not because of the way they handled that.
Whoa, why don't you support
Because of
that?
the, again, as if you listen to that, because of the way they handled that.
What way did they handle it then?
Gross human violations of their rights.
The Ukrainians do that in the Donbass?
No.
No? So
No,
when
we
Amnesty
don't.
says,
Why?
when Amnesty
Show
says
it.
that they were committing war crimes by firing unguided rockets in civilian areas, that's just thousands of people dead. Who cares?
That's
So
not
I-
true.
oh, go ahead.
By the way, just
See,
gonna
I
stop this
tried
for a
to
second.
counter that right there, but then Tim
Yeah.
steps the fucking because I was going to say the ICJ actually held an investigation on this and found that
yeah.
wasn't the case. But
But the amnesty report he's referring to, by the way, is the only one. That's how you know he's a scumbag, because that's the only organization, from Human Rights Watch, ICC, United Nations, European Council of Human Rights, the only organization that is Russophilic fucking cunts, by the way, who also support Hamas, but that's a whole other situation.
Oh, yeah.
But they basically made that claim, which was later debunked. And
Yeah,
they
well-
apologized.
Tim saves Lactoid a couple times here, and this is one of those
but
times.
if you can
Oh,
open for
halfway
just for the
through
audience,
whole time.
just for the second, allegations of genocide in Donbass link. Just show it to people.
Boom.
Yeah. So this is the what it actually happened. So ICC said it's full of shit. Human Rights Watch says it's full of shit and no violations, no genocide, no.
Here, let me just read
broad-scale-
it for you so you guys can educate
yeah.
it through actual sources
Yeah.
instead of Russian propaganda, as Lactoid
Thank
liked
you.
to spout throughout
Yeah.
the whole thing. Following the invasion, Ukraine brought a case before the International Court of Justice to challenge Russia's accusation because, again, this is not reading, but as you remember, one of the justifications for the invasion that was given by Putin in his speeches was the accusation of genocide against
In Donbass,
Russian-speaking
yeah. Mhm.
ethnic Russians. So during the proceedings of Ukraine versus Russian Federation, the ICJ said it found no evidence of genocide. The International Association of Genocide Scholars also rejected Russia's accusation. Further reports by 30 legal and genocide scholars warned that Russia's accusations are part of the accusation in a mirror technique, ultimately revealing the Russian incitement to commit genocide against Ukrainians. And I think that while Lactoid's arguments may have worked for those who were already on his side, I think, and again, this has been demonstrated, that it was not convincing. It did not move the needle whatsoever. Tim Pool's audience loved it. He's getting paid by Russia, right? So all the ones who hated it would have left. And I will say this, though, and I don't know if Tim was lying on this, but Tim Pool himself, after the show was over, said that it was 50-50 on who won. And if
By
I
the
think
way,
a 50-50 on who won and Tim Pool is saying that,
Yeah.
bro.
Can you open the reaction sections? You don't have to read the
Which
entire
one?
thing.
Reaction
no.
section.
Don't make me read it.
Oh
again.
no, I don't want to read the. I don't fucking care what they say. But let's keep going.
No. The reactions in the article.
Oh,
The reaction section.
Okay. I thought you meant Tim
Yeah,
Pool's chat. I was
just
like,
it's very juicy in my opinion. There's like the section of
Sure.
reactions. If you
The
can,
Organization
don't
for
have-
Security and Cooperation in Europe, which has been monitoring the conflict in Ukraine from 2014 to 31st of March 2022, has stated it never found any evidence to support Russia's allegations. On 7th of March 2022, Ukraine filed a complaint. We already read that part. The International Association of Genocide Scholars issued a statement in February 2022 on behalf of more than 300 genocide experts, condemning Russia's misuse of the term genocide to justify its own violence. Melanie O'Brien, president of the IAGS, said there is absolutely no evidence that a genocide has taken place in Ukraine. And in February 2022, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz dismissed Putin's claims as ridiculous, saying there was no evidence of genocide.
I like
in
this one.
Eastern
Ukraine
Europe.
has a reasonable right not to accept military action by the Russian Federation to prevent and punish the so-called genocide in Ukraine. So literally nobody accepted that claim. Like nobody. So Lactoid here is lying and knows he's lying.
But even
even
if he isn't talking about genocide specifically and simply talking about
He
war
does.
crimes, the war crimes
Yeah.
specifically that they are accused of, as you said, was only given by one organization. And even if those were true, and I think I bring this up later in the show, it dwarfs what Russia is doing by orders of
That's
magnitude.
true, but none of it is true. Like
Yeah.
literally nobody found any proof.
But let's
of
keep
it.
going.
So that's a blatant lie.
You brought up the vote from Crimea, and so I've been looking into it. I have a question for you. In the 2010 election in Ukraine, which you mentioned,
Yes.
Viktor Yanukovych won 49.55% against Yulia Tymoshenko, who won 46.03.
Yes.
The country was split from the east to the west,
Yep.
with the west largely, this includes Kiev, largely being in favor of Tymoshenko, and the right being in favor of Yanukovych. Yanukovych had his political opposition after this arrested and held for 3 years in prison.
Yep.
Whether you use it as a reference guide,
Oh no!
for making a
L
trip or
for
wish
me
list to grow your
with
dream
ads.
collection.
someone
Oh,
use your
fine.
$100 to buy a year's
In
worth of
2011,
premium.
Yulia Tymoshenko was arrested for what is largely seen as
appreciate the
political
fucker
persecution
doesn't
and held
know
for 3
that?
years until Yanukovych was ousted.
Sure. And so
And not to mention,
Yanukovych,
bring
biggest
your
fan,
mind
doesn't
on,
know that.
right? The brutalities,
Yeah.
the brutalities that Yanukovych was perpetrated on his people. 108 protesters killed, brutal.
and 13 cops were killed. So in
And-
terms of the political
And the-
repression that came
what about
following,
the cops,
Yanukovych's
Whick?
election, I'm sure there's criticisms you can levy. I know Yanukovych had issues with corruption. I know that, in fact, Ukraine now has issues with corruption. But just because there are those issues doesn't mean that you can trample upon your own constitution
What
to
a
remove the
cunt.
president and not expect separatism in the places, as you brought up, in the places that overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych. In Crimea and the Donbass, it was overwhelmingly pro-Yanukovych. Do their votes not matter? Do you
Vote
just
for
get to replace
Yanukovych
this
is
president?
not
ask
the
you this,
vote
Lactoid.
to
With
somebody
join
that-
Russia. It's not the vote. I hate this shit. I want someone to scream it in those fuckers' faces.
Okay, we gotta-
Voting for Yanukovych
we gotta
is
keep
not
going.
voting for Russia. Never was, never will be. Okay.
We gotta
Get-
keep. Yep, we gotta
I was
keep.
about to throw a death
I
threat.
know.
I
We
held
gotta.
myself.
We gotta keep
Yeah.
going. We gotta keep going.
Was not democratically elected, ignore your own constitution. This is what led to the separatism, and the separatism and this new power structure in Ukraine, and this new power structure and separatism is what led to the 2022 invasion.
Well, let me ask you this: had the U.S. backed and really wanted, right, Yanukovych, political enemy that he jailed for 3 years unconstitutionally, right? If he had wanted, if we
Well, we don't know the
really,
details
really
about that, and you don't
If
either.
he had really wanted, no, go with the hypothetical. That
No
Tim
details
does.
about
He
the most
tried
famous
so hard to
arrest
dodge this. He tried so
in
hard.
Europe.
He
I
was
like how
going
he's
so
like,
hard, like, oh, please don't
he's
ask me
like,
this. Yeah, I get
oh,
you.
poor Eastern Ukrainians who participated in Maidan and who are majorly fighting, by the way. Most of my volunteer bodies, most of the people on the front are Easterners. Easterners are fighting against Russia much more than any other part of the country.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing. But second thing is, he's very concerned, that Kant, by that Easterners were disfranchised by, removing of Yanukovych, but he's not.
Yeah, but
that Timoshenko was arrested.
Let's get to the
Who the half of
question.
the country worked
I think the
for.
question. I
Yeah.
think the question kind of reveals some stuff. But let's keep going.
Said was accurate, and that was seen and pretty much seen as shady, is illegal, etc. So go with it. Run with me on this. Would that give us, the U.S., the right to go in with gun, tanks, men, and occupy and seek to annex parts of Ukraine? Would that have given us the right to do that? I don't believe you. I don't believe you if you say that you think that we would have that.
I think we've talked about matters of scale. In the
Matters of scale.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me explain. In the event that the Constitution was violated, which we don't know if it was, I mean, we had an arrest warrant for Yanukovych issued in
If it supports Russia, then it's okay. If it doesn't, then well, I don't know, right? So
2014, immediately after he left the country. You do have a history.
Fled the country, yes.
He left, yeah, you can say he fled because his car was shot at. If there's a constitutional issue with that, you can say there's major issues. You can, in fact, even potentially, if it's bad
That's why he
enough, if there's
fled.
enough repression, that could
Poor
potentially
boy.
justify an invasion based on humanitarian reasons. There's unless you want to say, well, hold
There are
on.
reasons.
Unless you want to say,
I'll say this.
hold on a second. Unless you want to say, well, we can't invade a country even if like there's gross humanitarian violations, and then that means you can't.
Where are
invade
they?
them.
Show
Germany's out of
them,
the question,
bitch.
The Confederate South.
What I'm saying.
So you can, yeah, if there's enough violations of the Constitution and human rights, that could justify potentially humanitarian
Where?
intervention.
Human rights.
But what I'm saying is this Euromaidan was
Where?
particularly egregious. We have a movement that, according to the last poll prior to the ousting of Yanukovych, had about 45% popularity and 48% unpopularity, primarily in the East. And you had the president removed, violating Article 108 and Article 111. And you
Once again,
had
that does not
separatism.
justify.
Well, to some extent it does. The United States,
believe-
the United States had help from France. We had a General
Look at what
Lafayette
has happened
come in to help us
after
leave the
this.
UK. Let me ask you this. Does the U.S., because we argued no taxation without representation, and I think nullifying your vote is essentially removing representation. Did the U.S. have a right to leave the UK, the England? Do we have a right to declare independence?
Sure, they were doing more than just that. They were disappearing people. They were giving people no trial. They were just taking them off the street, right? But here's the deal. We don't live in 1700s anymore, and we're dealing in a world that is
True.
fundamentally different than back then. And to
You
pretend
didn't
that
even
we're
need to
going
make that
live by
point,
the same
Whick,
rules that we
because
did.
if anything, it's and Yanukovych was disappearing people, and Yanukovych was
can I
being
ask a
dictator.
question?
Like,
Can I just ask a question in this exchange? And I want everyone to say, because I am curious, because I'm not sure who actually won this exchange, this back and forth, like rhetorically. Try to put on our objective hats for a minute.
I mean, he sounds retarded simply because he's making an actually good argument at the beginning that there are humanitarian reasons, right, sometimes to intervene, and you can make the justification for that. So, example, I am Russian speaker, right? My mom is Russian ethnically, right? So, if, for example, Ukraine upon Maidan started genociding me and trampling upon my rights and putting me to jail, then probably some sort of intervention or at least support of like separatist group in Russia, you can make an argument. They intervening against the genocide. You can argue if that is correct or not. That's a whole other conversation whether there is a right or not. But he needs to then him Lactoid. He needs to provide an argument. He said it's a matter of scale himself. So where's the scale? What were done in Ukraine that would justify? You brought Chechnya smartly because that was a fucking scale and a half, like 500,000 people killed. I would call that a scale. Okay, so nothing like that happened. 3,000 civilians, 3,400 civilians that were killed during Donbass were killed after Russia was there, not before. Before nothing happened. So that's in no way or shape or form just a removal of a president. Just the country is about to have another vote with temporary government is a reason enough for a humanitarian intervention by Russia. It's just not.
Yes.
So,
I think that like I could have pressed harder here, and I probably should have pressed harder here. But at the end of the day, I don't think Lactoid made any kind of connection to why this justifies what Russia is
He
doing.
didn't. Because
And I
there
try
is a
to remind people of that again and again throughout this conversation, that none of the things that they're bringing up actually justify what is happening. And I do, later on, you'll see that I do bring up actual massacres and actual some of the horrific things that Russia is doing during this occupation. And well, we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there. Let's see if we can
did back in 1700, I think is folly. Look, none of this justifies, and this is a principle, right? That a country's sovereignty matters, and a foreign entity cannot use military force in order to violate another country's sovereignty in order to solve a crisis that they themselves have helped serve out. Because if I may finish, Russia has a habit of doing this. Russia has done this before.
They keep trying to interrupt me. The reason I interrupt so much is because if I did not, I would not get a chance to speak.
I think it's not the best argument in a sense because you just kind of cut yourself there because of you can't intervene to solve a crisis. Depends on the fucking crisis. Like I said, for example, Serbia intervention, right? Intervention of the United States to Serbia to prevent the further genocide of Bosniaks, of Muslim Bosniaks and Croats and Albanians. It was justified.
Well,
and you
he
can
added
make
the caveat, a crisis that they helped foment,
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Never mind the fact that the crisis is a good word to use for it because crisis doesn't sound as heavy as a genocide or like ethnic cleansing or anything like that. So I wouldn't say a crisis is a means for like intervention. So I would say so. Yeah.
Well, let's see how we do. Let's see if it's convincing.
He did it in Georgia. They took an internecine conflict that was in South Ossetia and I can't pronounce. Abkhazia. Thank you. And they pumped money into them. They sent their little green men in there again, their little Russian soldiers, and they stirred up this conflict. Again, remarkably similar to how they behaved in Ukraine with the Donbass and with Crimea and these things. And they use this as an excuse,
playbook,
right, to go in with military force and take a slice, right? And even today, they occupy illegally 20% of Georgians' sovereign territory. Russia, and Putin specifically, continues to do this, and they play this game. So this idea that if we just stop funding Ukraine, it's not our problem, he's just going to stop, has not been borne out by the facts of them.
I'm trying at this point to bring it back to the focus of the debate. Again, I'm not sure if it's effective or not, but let's keep going.
If someone continues to exhibit a habit of behavior over and over again, what is different this time? Let me ask you this time.
You listed 2 times. That's less than the U.S. has intervened in other
Just
countries.
2.
We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan. We got involved in Libya.
We didn't
wait, you gotta pause it.
Afghanistan. We
This is
didn't
so
annex
fucking
Iraq.
stupid. This is so fucking stupid. Okay, this pissed me off when I heard him say this. He's like, well, he's only done it twice, which is like, as first of all, so my friend, first of all, it's way more than 2. But also, I have this friend, and he murdered his past 2 girlfriends, but he's only done it twice. So like, why is that a justification for how I should treat him on his 3rd girlfriend, right? Like, it's such a, first of all, stupid fucking argument. But second of all, now he's using the Russian propaganda point of, oh, well, the U.S. does bad things. And it's like, okay, you've completely obfuscated any defense for the bad things that Russia's done. But doesn't the U.S. do bad things? And then you properly are like,
what about?
Well, I'm not fucking like defending
what
that,
about, who talks about Russia? Who talks about the United States right now? That it's like a wild whataboutism that they always do. Russia does bad things, but the United States did bad things. And it's not a topic of the conversation.
I don't defend the bad things, whether U.S. does it or Russia does it. But let's keep going.
The government,
but that's a fundamentally
to a pro-Western government.
And again, I'm not here to support every single thing that the United States has done.
And I'm not here to support. I'm not here to support every single thing the Russian government has done. I'm not. You can point out. And by the way, I'm actually critical of the Russian government when it comes to Chechnya. I think it's surprising that you're not, or that you are. Sorry, I think it's surprising that you are critical of the Russian government in Chechnya because the same arguments. Well, it's not. No, it wasn't a genocide. But it was an annexation of an area that wanted self-determination, wanted to be separate because the Soviet Union had just collapsed. But under your logic of the countries are sovereign, we can't get involved.
By the way, stop. It's not annexation. He's just completely said a fucking retarded ass shit bullshit right there. They didn't annex Chechnya. Chechnya was part of Russia and they wanted to be independent people because they have been colonized by Russia. They're Muslim. They're a completely different ethnicity altogether from Russia. And Russia
they did have de facto independence after they won the first war. So whether or not it's a separate country is a matter of.
He's talking about pre-war. Okay. When he mentions about before First War. So they wanted to. He said they wanted to be separated. And what Russian answer to that was invasion, brutal fucking war 2 times, right? And mass rape, mass slaughter, mass deportations. Where the fuck did Ukraine do any of that to Donbass? I just want to know.
Okay, let's keep going.
Against Chechnya. Because Chechnya was part of the Russian government, wasn't it? It was part of the Russian territory.
The U.S. should have gone in Chechnya?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Hold on.
Indeed.
Just because of the expense and the kind of geopolitical reality on the ground.
From
a moral perspective, we would have been justified.
We would have been justified.
We would have strong justification.
Again, until the
how are we
the
comparing
Balkans,
those two things?
NATO went in the 90s,
In what
right,
world?
and stopped the Serbian genocide that was happening there, that the Serbians were conducting, right?
NATO offensive.
Yes, that was good. That was something we should have done, right? And when it
NATO
comes to the war
offensive?
crimes, like we'll talk about when war crimes justify intervention.
Kill
Look at
me,
Bucha.
dude.
What happened in Bucha? 490.
Bucha.
I
by the way.
I know. I mispronounced it. Hey, let me explain just real quick
For
why
the
I'm
future,
going to miss.
for the
Yeah,
future.
Bucha.
I'm
Why
not saying anything.
let me tell you why I continue to mispronounce things, and I will do this
Why?
throughout the thing, is because I learn by reading. A lot of people watch podcasts and stuff to learn. I don't. I read,
Oh,
and so that makes it hard for me to pronounce things. Whereas someone who has learned by watching a podcast or something is going to get the pronunciations from the podcast. So that's
Mr. Wick,
why.
I must say though, it's a letter in the CH, which I mean chapter, chapel.
I'm just bad at it. I will cop to that L. I took a huge L on the
Even if you
pronunciations
read it,
throughout.
it's still
That's
Bucha. I'm
true.
just saying, I appreciate you being the scholarly type, okay, that you're reading things, but I'm just saying it's still.
But
Yeah,
let's,
yeah.
let's
Anyway,
keep
it doesn't
going.
matter. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
let's keep
at the
going.
end of the day. Yeah.
Civilians massacred. Does that justify the U.S. getting involved? I think it does. Look at what they've done by stealing 20,000, at least, children, Ukrainian children,
Oh, that
and
part.
disappearing them into Russia to serve with Russian families, to live with Russian families, and be raised as Russian against the will of their
Can you
parents.
even
Does
say-
that justify?
Can you even
Does
say-
that justify
when you
U.S.
say- hold on, when you say against the will of their parents, what do you mean?
I mean that the parents, they're not allowed to see the kids.
Is that what's
Thank you.
happening?
That is.
Do you even know what the Russian argument is on that?
I don't care why. they're doing
Hey,
it. It's-
do you know the Russian propaganda I read about this, by the way? By the way, he lies throughout this whole thing. He doesn't mention that only 1,000 of the kids have been given back. And it's not, they're just holding them to keep them safe because they're orphans. It's they, attacked this region, killed their parents, are taking them, changing their names, like giving them Russian names, just like intentionally destroying their culture. So this whole thing, the fact that he's defending this is like so fucking disgusting.
I
It's-
didn't
it's
expect
unlocked me.
it.
Yeah, it's
It's
unlocked
not
me.
because nobody defended that. Tucker Carlson avoids that. Dave Smith avoids that. Benny Johnson's avoid that. Like actual people on Russian payroll avoid that because it's impossible to defend. They are orphaned first of all by Russia. That's half of them are orphans, right? And the other half has parents, has close relatives, has families, and those families make the appeal to international organizations to try and find them.
The kill shot I missed here, and this is where I missed the kill shot because this would have I think it would have been very rhetorically effective. It would have been a lot better than how I did it. I should have simply asked him when he said they're orphans. I said, "Who's making them orphans, Lactoid?
Yeah.
Who's
Why
the
are
one
they
going
orphans?
in and killing their parents and their families, Lactoid? If
Can
I
you
go
please-
into your house and I shoot you in the head and then I take your kid, did I save your child, Lactoid?
Exactly.
That's
And
what I
give
should
him-
have done."
You give the kid your
But
own last name too.
I think this is where
Also-
Lactoid, even though I didn't get the kill shot, I think that rhetorically, this clip right here, all I have to
killed
do to
himself.
people is show people
he
this
killed
clip.
himself.
He defends human trafficking of children.
Genocide
clip.
is what he's defended.
Yes.
Because can you just please open, just for the audience, child
Yes.
abduction in the Russo-Ukrainian war? Can you
Yes, here we
open
go.
up that link?
So that, my friendos, is the reality of the thing. If I can only see something without my fucking glasses, well, that would be cool.
But anyway, I can open it up myself without the screen. So so not only it's undisputable, because ICC gave warrant to Putin and Lvova Belova as war criminals for doing the abduction of children. It is recognized by International Court of Human Rights. UN said it's both a war crime and a crime against humanity. For fucking sake, like nobody disputes that. This the worst thing they ever did, and this is our claim to genocide that is being currently looked at. If Trump only didn't fucking destroy the team in Yale that was trying to figure that one out, but it's a whole other situation, right? So defending this is in itself, he just makes Russian lie propaganda that they sell,
Absolutely.
that nobody believes, that they take children to save them from the war zone. Okay, that's so absurd that I think even maybe Tim Pool audience had a raised brow at that point.
Yeah, here's the thing. In the context of the comments that have been made by Russia on this, that they don't believe Ukrainians exist. This is why the ICC put out arrest warrants for Vladimir.
Why do you rename them?
Right?
Why do they rename them? They
Yes,
give them not only surnames. Names. Why do they rename them? So they're impossible to find. Also, this cunt, in a couple of seconds, so we don't pause further on, says that they gave back children that parents demanded. According to them, they stole more than 500,000. By the way, according to Russian themselves. And according to us, it's about 300,000 children, right? So they returned, quote unquote, nothing. What we returned.
It's like people look. This is the thing. I think again. And I'm sorry to harp on this, but this would be like someone defending Epstein and him taking the children to the island. Like, well,
I'm sorry,
didn't you think of Epstein's argument?
Fucking Epstein. Are you serious right now, Whick? It's an invasive country stealing our children and making them Russians. It's a fucking the most genocidal action you can do. It's depopulation of Ukraine and repopulation of Russia with our children. It's the way. I know people who can't find their kids. Okay? Who are still searching for their children. It's just absolutely, it's blood boiling, is what he said. He's defending like the worst thing they did in this war, and they cut people's heads off.
Well, that's why it stunlocked me. I thought he was going to demur like everyone else does and say, "Well, no, that's bad, right?" But also
we
go back to
returned.
the
By
thing.
the way,
I
for
just
the
didn't
people,
expect
we
him to defend
returned
it.
1,240 children. 1,240 children, and we returned them with the help of third parties. So third-party countries, organizations that help us, and sometimes even rescue missions. So actually driving in Russia and fucking stealing them back. Unironically, that's how some children have been returned.
Again, they're going into someone's house, they're killing their parents, and they're taking their kids.
Yeah, sorry, I find this extremely offensive to say the least. Yeah.
And Levi, for $10, says, Lactoid's take on the abducted Ukrainian children is infuriating and disgusting. It's just shameful. And again, this is where I think that, like, again, I just show them this exchange. Anyone this
what
exchange.
What a vile person. I was shocked
defending
when I heard
genocide to own the libs, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much.
What other reason is he doing
vile
that?
person. Absolutely vile. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's keep going.
Let's go.
Wrong. They're orphans, and if the parents are identified, they ship them back to Ukraine. They're orphans. They're orphans.
No,
it is absolutely true. They're orphans in combat zones.
That is not true.
They are orphans in combat zones. That is 100% true. Now you could say, well, Russia has an obligation to send the orphans to Ukraine. That could be a discussion. But again, hold on. The framing here.
Do you not think children should be reunited with their families if they're able?
Wick, they're orphans. They don't have families. They don't have families. It's in a combat zone.
They have
and if their parents are saying, "Give us back our kid,"
yeah, Lactoid's just entirely 100% wrong here. Demonstrably wrong here. The ICC has declared him wrong here. Every international organization has declared him wrong here.
Yes.
They have Save Ukraine and other organizations that declare him wrong here. He's literally spewing Russian propaganda, right? Straight like that. That's just what this is.
Unfiltered, straight up from the Solovyov's ass directly.
But yeah, it was crazy. But anyway, let's keep going.
And every month when they identify parents, they do send them back.
They are making it very, very hard to identify
all over the place.
I'm not all over the place. You are all over the place.
No,
Again, let me ask you one more time.
Let me ask you one more time.
You keep not answering the question.
Fucking
Does the
asshole.
Bucha massacre justify, because you have agreed that violations of human rights allow a foreign country to go in militarily, right? So if Bucha is not enough for you, is them snatching these 20,000 orphans, as you call them, off the streets and disappearing them into Russia, is that not enough for you? What about all the other war crimes that have been recognized by the UN, by the ICJ, by the OSCE, right? By these other human rights watchdog groups that they know is happening in Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories, where they are forcing Ukrainian citizens to become Russian, get a Russian passport, and then they conscript the men and send them off to fight against Ukraine. Does that not justify?
Whoa, hold on. We got a problem with conscription now? Okay, we got a couple questions here.
Yes,
real quick. Pause it. The fact that he equated Ukraine conscripting people to fight in the existential war with Russia stealing Ukrainian citizens, turning them Russians, and then forcing them onto the front lines to fight against the people that lived in the place that they were just taken from is fucking insane. I can't believe he got away with that.
I can't believe just for the people over there, like first link, forced mobilization.
He never challenges a single one of my points, right? He just tried to obfuscate by going, well, what about the whole time?
Yeah, open the forced occupation of the people, just for the people to see.
Forced mobilization of presidents and of residents.
Yeah, that is considered a heavy crime against humanity, a war crime by both the Geneva and Rome Institute. Russia doesn't, since 2016 doesn't abide by Russian Institute, but Geneva and a convention is taking people away from their territory, from the occupied territory, and enlisting them and forcing them, drafting them, and throwing them to fight your war that you started against the country of the occupied people is considered to be one of the worst war crimes ever. So the difference, dear factoid, between conscription under martial law when your country is invaded and this motherfucking thing is that one is highly illegal and the other one is not. Just
Exactly.
that's it. That's
And again,
the difference.
And again, like it's crazy that people defend this thing.
Yeah.
But let's keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
Obfuscating, misrepresenting the truth.
Yep.
You just saw that in
Wait,
real
you didn't
time.
bring up the RT article that he read.
Fair enough. I guess I didn't have his tenant note cards that he was reading from. That's
Tim
fair.
does. He'll bring them up later at the end.
But again, did we F? Did we F out?
I'm still here. Oh,
Did
did
people
your
not see
stream die?
us?
What's up?
Is my stream still up? Are we still good? We good. Okay, my stream dropped for a minute. But anyway, let's keep going. Because again, I keep getting better. Like, again, I was struggling a little bit at the beginning. I had a couple flubs. But this goes...
I do wish you just cut him off and said, like, brother, like, one thing is illegal, the other isn't. So in martial law, when you are attacked, a conscription of people is completely fucking legal. It's not against the law. It's not against constitution. It's not against anything. Conscription of the people in occupied area is highly illegal and is a war crime.
But let's keep going.
You made the claim, oh, all these children and their parents are begging for them back. And
In a lot of cases, yes.
Yes.
And this is happening
Fucking
in the majority or the vast majority of cases. That's what was implied. The reality is they're orphans in a combat zone, and they're being moved out of the combat zone. There's a genuine discussion to be had as to whether or not they should be sent to Ukraine or whether they should be sent to... Hold on.
Grandparents?
Hold on.
It's just not true.
I let you finish, didn't I? Whether they should be sent to safer places...
He did not let me finish, by the way.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, the indignancy
deeper within
is
Russia,
so
away from the combat zone. I understand that Russia has annexed those areas, and there are people there now who the Russian government considers to be Russian citizens. And I also understand there's conscription occurring. The Ukrainian government is also conscripting people who don't want to fight. There's plenty of videos you can find right now of vans pulling up, grabbing people off the street, forcing them into the front line.
First of all,
a big reason why this is happening
again,
a big reason this is happening is because Ukraine is suffering from a critical manpower shortage, which is one of the reasons why it's one of the reasons why they are losing.
Man, explain war, everyone.
In
war, people conscript.
You want to talk about the Butcher Massacre?
You keep talking about things, and we keep needing to address them because you bring up points that are just demonstrated.
And I wait for you to finish.
No, you do not, sir. So the Army General Christopher G. Cavoli met April 3rd, right? He's a commander of EUCOM. He's the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces, right? He sat down in front of a session of Congress, right? An open session of Congress.
It's a Cavali, general.
This is very recent. In this, he testified, right? And I think he would be in a better position to know than you or I, considering the access to the intel he has, right?
Biased.
Right?
It's also biased. This idea... Okay.
Man, spouting Russian propaganda for half an hour. Like, well, that guy's biased.
Let me just real quick, because I got to make this point, because this Tim did this too, and it bothers me. The credulity that they would give, the 100% believability they give to any source that supports their narrative, and the incredulity they give to any kind of NATO or expertise that doesn't support their narrative, I think is telling. And again, I think
like how
this...
he's like,
Just real quick.
I like how he was
just
like,
real quick. I think this is again. I'm just cooking him here. This whole exchange. This is where I start to get the W's. Because again, watching before the previous 30 minutes, I'm rough. I'll admit that. Like I don't answer as well as I could have. I have some fumbles. I have some flaws. But right here in this whole exchange. And as we go, I start just racking up the W's. But
I just want one small thing I can say about this is like I like how he was like, do you know even what Russia says about their abduction of children? And then you bring up the expert on the subject, and he's like, he's biased. But Russia is not biased when they explain why they abducted 500,000 children. So solid argumentation. Yeah.
Biased.
He's involved in NATO, isn't he?
Okay. Yes, but he has the duty to tell the truth. Like, here we go. Like saying he's biased because he's a NATO general, right? He's testified that Ukraine has solved its manpower issues, and it is currently in a better position today than it was last year.
So I suppose my issue with this conversation so far
Bailed
is
out.
I still don't understand why I should care about Ukraine. You guys are arguing humanitarian issues. You want to talk about China and humanitarian issues? We can do that. I'm unmoved by the plight of a country that has nothing to do with us.
You hosted the
think it's just
fucking
incorrect
debate.
when you say it has nothing to do with us. Again, our allies, Taiwan,
He's
for example.
unmoved.
We should invade China.
Let me guess. You're thinking about
No!
and as a
No!
therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea.
I need. This is probably good. I
Taiwan-
need therapy after this.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
it's fun.
Actually, yeah.
And again, I knew what he was going to say here, right, Tim? That's why I opened up. And again, you could say whether I should have opened up this way or waited
I'm
for
gonna
him to
grab
bring
a
it up.
drink.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need more.
Yeah, you could say that I should have waited for him to bring this up, and I'm not sure which is a better strategy here. But I decided to open with the line about self-interest because I knew Tim didn't give a shit about the morality, right?
Well, no, he does care, but the thing is, and you notice like that he kind of like you said is not being as pro-Russia as you might think, and it's like, well, that's interesting. And I think he's playing a little bit of defense for the fact that he knows people know that he was on Russia's payroll, so he's like, look, I'm just an impartial guy. So he's retreated from the full-throated like Ukraine is the enemy of the people like shouting, and now he's like, well, I just don't know if I should care. Why should I care? And by the way, we'll pivot off of this completely by the end of the debate to say, oh, by the way, look at all this stuff I know. I clearly can identify every oblast. Here's the land bridge, here's Sebastopol, and I'm very invested in all these little factoids, but why should I care? Like, as if he doesn't care. Like, he clearly cares. That's just his like obfuscation line, and it pisses me off.
Okay.
I thought you would be witching it without me, but well.
No, we he wanted
I had
to
a little
talk.
rant, sorry.
Okay,
Cheers.
but let's keep going.
Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, these countries rely on us as well.
I think if
China's
China-
been invading the South China Sea and sinking Vietnamese fishing vessels, they're building military bases. Should we invade mainland China?
How the fuck
If
is
they
it
invade Taiwan,
comparable?
yes.
Well,
They have a
they
bright red line.
took over Hong Kong.
They have a bright red. Well, they took over
There were
Hong
mass
Kong.
protests
as
trying
a
to shut it down.
Sure, but the
Hong Kong was a
British government had
God, he's
said,
pooling
made a
so
contract to
hard.
give it back in so
He
many years. That was-
knows this doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
he's trying to
but
quiz
like,
me on. Yeah, he's trying to quiz me on China, but I actually know something about
yeah, that
China.
doesn't make
I know something about Hong
sense at
Kong. I didn't study for this specific line of question, obviously, but I knew kind of the scenario, and again, just so everyone knows, what China has done to Hong Kong is pretty atrocious. But the British took Hong Kong from China 100 years ago. They had a lease to give them back, and that the day came. And what are you going to do? Just hold on to it? No. You give it back as you promised. You fulfill your contract. But let's keep going.
legal thing.
Is that the
You could say
authority of a
was
foreign
wrong.
government to tell Hong Kong that they give up their rights?
The Hong Kong citizens, if you want.
Hong Kong citizens aren't beholden to the will of the Crown of England. So when the protesters in Hong Kong started saying, we do not want the rule of mainland China, and China sent in tanks to crush them.
Yeah, that was wrong. That was
So,
horrible.
so like with Crimea, should the U.S. now get involved and support the people of Hong Kong and Southeast Asia in incursions against mainland China?
If we could send aid into,
What in
into
one
Hong Kong, you think we
way?
should? If we could
Oh,
send
wait.
monetary aid to help some other
Watch him avoid this question completely. You ask
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very good question. You say, well,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
you think we should help these protesters out who are fighting against this atrocity?
Yeah, we should.
And instead of saying yes, which makes perfect sense, because like Lactoid, they can't imagine any degree of aid between nothing and full-scale invasion. And then,
Yeah,
and then
it's
he just completely avoids and then asks you a question. He's like, oh, I asked you first. Like he retreats to this
Base.
playground tactic. It's so
Base.
fucking
But
stupid.
let's keep going.
people out. Do you think we should
Should
do
the
that?
U.S. send...
Well, can you answer my question?
I'll ask you a question first.
Sure.
Right, should we sink the flagship of the Chinese fleet in the South China Sea?
If they invade Taiwan, yes.
Baby
If they invade
dude.
Hong Kong.
Again,
The people of Hong Kong did not vote for that.
characterizing as
comparison
invasion
there
is
is
a little
so
bit
stupid.
different. It's a different context. And
They sent in
stuff
tanks.
happen. Again,
The
horrible.
people fought back against it, and
Horrible.
they started disappearing them.
Horrible.
So what's the difference between Crimea and Hong Kong?
So in Crimea, there was no contract, right? So in Hong Kong,
I thought you
the
said,
British
you
government
said there was a lease that Russia had.
with Sevastopol, which is the
Sevastopol.
military. Sorry.
I know. Pronunciation.
I'm sorry, it's instinct. Doesn't,
I know,
don't forget
I get
about
it.
Doesn't matter.
yeah.
And
Pronunciation's
everyone
fine.
So
who
the tanks
gets
that
on
Russia
your
had in
ass
Crimea
for
were
that
already leased to have
is
been
stupid.
in there at the Black Sea port.
But not
So
to
Russia-
blockade the Ukrainian military bases there, not to lock down parliament there.
So
Again,
wait.
British had the British, as I understand it, and again, I'm not an expert on China by any means, but the British had a agreement with the government of China that in 100 years that we're going to give back Hong Kong into China's hands. And the day came, and they did that. Now I'm with you. China has done horrible things to the protesters in Hong Kong, horrible things indeed, and there might
And
be
the
an
Uyghur
argument.
Muslims.
There, yes,
Our
absolutely.
interests, I think, are
And they're-
very much at risk with China right now, considering the seizures, the atolls they've built, and their declaration of ownership
Let
of
me
the
ask
South
you
China
this.
Sea.
Why-
Would you think
sorry,
it's
can
beneficial
you
then
just
for us to
stop
be
for a
China's
second?
allies
For-
to
For just
Sorry,
one second.
I had to get a
I
drink.
don't.
No.
I don't understand. Like, why is he talking about this? Like, are you making an argument that you shouldn't aid other people? Like,
No.
that's
That's
not
what he's
your argument.
obfuscating. He's like, well, if we
Yeah,
aid Ukraine, why aren't we aiding in Burma?
Well, like I
why
said,
aren't we aid,
I
like,
was cooking Lactoid. I was roasting him, so Tim had to jump in.
Lactoid got
Yeah.
bailed out. He barely talks for the rest of this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
hurt
we are
China's
blessed.
allies? Do you think making China's allies weaker would be
I
in our
hate
best
that
interest
guy.
in the United States?
No,
No, why not? We're about to
because
have
the reason
conflict with China.
the reason I asked the question is that
I understand that's the reason you asked your question. but
the reason we asked the
there's
question is that
another
we have multiple conflicts around the world, and my point was when you guys are debating the humanitarian issues of Ukraine, I'm sitting here being like, I literally don't care. No, like you're arguing with him. He's saying, you're saying we should
You
be
hosted
involved.
the
And you're
debate.
saying, but there's humanitarian issues. I know you're arguing other things too, but in that context, I'm just like, I literally don't care.
Let me explain my position a little bit more. So I think
No,
perhaps
he
there's some
talks
agreement
again.
we have on the extremes, which is that if you have a sufficient humanitarian crisis or a sufficient erosion of democratic principles or constitutional principles, that could justify intervention in certain circumstances. I think we all believe that, right? Like,
No.
Okay, intervention in Nazi Germany, we all agree.
This was a weird answer. This was a weird
the
answer,
fact
and I
how
think it
quick-
stunned
how long it
Lactoid
took him to
too.
say yes.
I think
Wait
it
a
stunned Lactoid
second.
too, and
No.
Lactoid's like, what? But let's keep going.
Wait,
mean,
wait.
Let
Stop.
him
Wait a
play.
second. Wait. Does he think that you?
You're gonna
that
find out in a second.
Germany
You're gonna find out.
was
watch,
a
watch,
You're gonna
watch.
find out. You're
humanitarian
gonna find out.
intervention?
You're gonna find. Let's keep
Watch.
going. You're gonna find out.
The issue with Nazi Germany goes beyond humanitarian issues. The U.S. did not
So
invade.
does Ukraine and so does
the
China.
U.S. did not invade
Thank
stone
you,
beaches of
Tim.
Normandy because of the Holocaust.
But if we knew about the Holocaust, and even if Germany wasn't doing all the other things that we invaded them for, I think that would have been sufficient reason to invade Germany.
So we should invade China now?
No,
I mean, they're
I'm not-
giving forced abortions to Uyghur
So we're
Muslims.
doing the
let me explain. I'm not
Holocaust.
saying that we
Then
should invade
Russia
China now. I
is-
understand there's a lot of it's a different situation, and we can go into the minutia of the different factors that are involved. But what I'm saying is that if you do reach a certain threshold, I think, and it's possible to intervene, I think that there is a justification to do so. The question here is, does Ukraine deserve U.S. intervention? Is it worth $200 billion? What are we getting out of this? What's Ukraine getting out of this, right? And
Ukraine's getting the right to exist.
From what I see is that really what's happening is, you said something on a while ago that I thought was actually kind of profound. Your belief on the Israel-Palestine conflict is that Palestine needs to be allowed to lose. I sort of believe that about this as well. I think that by giving Ukraine weapons at this point, all we're doing is we might be slowing the progress of the Russian military to some extent, but it's dramatically increasing the casualties, and the end result's going to be the same.
You may believe that, but that is demonstrably untrue by the facts of the matter. But I want to talk.
And it's not even a
Again, you
country.
keep
It's
saying
an
things that are
authoritarian.
just not true.
No, it is.
You keep
It's
saying
not
things that are just
authoritarian.
not
Go
true.
fuck yourself.
People who have
Should we
much more
invade Gaza?
access.
Do I think we should invade Gaza?
Should we invade Gaza?
No, absolutely not.
Well, why not? There's
By
humanitarian
the way,
crisis.
Tim Pool, who
Again,
doesn't care,
What
supports
is this
Trump, who wants to
exchange?
invade Gaza. So, like, go fuck yourself, Tim.
Wait a second. I just want to point out that Lactoid just showed the most retarded thing I ever probably heard. First of all, claiming that you invaded Germany because of the humanitarian reasons instead
No,
of
no.
joining the world.
Well, again, this gets addressed later. This gets addressed
Well,
later.
he was saying that we didn't do that because we didn't know about the Holocaust, but he said it would maybe
Yeah,
justify
we
it.
should have, yeah.
Sure.
And
that's an
also
argument you
in
can make, right? Like that's
by
a
the way,
fair argument.
he says it's a fair argument. He says like Nazi. He says like basically he said just wait a second. He said like that Russia is justified in because what should have Crimeans done. So he said Holocaust was enough reason to intervene. So he compared like what Holocaust to
2014, 2014
Yeah, it's-
ousting of
it makes
Yanukovych
no
was like the Holocaust. I guess.
fucking sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
anyhow,
let's keep
let's
going.
go.
Let's see what happens. Because again, as I was just about to point out to Lactoid when he said that all through his tirade, I was about to counter that, but then Tim jumps in. Should we invade Gaza? And I'm like, what? No. Anyway,
There
Hey,
are
by the way,
levels of
Gaza,
intervention.
just
This is why
one
I asked
thing.
you the question earlier about Hong Kong.
You said he tried to catch you, quote unquote, gotcha thing about but you said Palestine should lose and all of that, right? And to be learn a lesson.
should be
I like
allowed to
compare-
lose. It's a different argument. It's
Yeah,
because
I
it's a
know
different
the argument.
context.
I know the argument. I'm not saying that it's
Sure.
just why the fuck are we comparing Palestine and Ukraine? Like, where are Palestine's chances winning against Israel? With all my due respect to the glorious Palestinian resistance, okay? It's not comparable in any shape, way, or form. We have been successful with the equipment we have been given. We did take back a fuck ton of territory, and it's not a comparable situation. Investment of money in fucking Gaza and in Ukraine. Those are completely different things. They're not comparable in any way, shape, or form.
Let's keep going.
Kong about, well, in this case, would you be okay, not with military intervention, but with us intervening with aid money? Do you think that
For Hong Kong?
for Hong Kong? Yes,
I don't think we should be involved in it at all.
at all.
Yeah, at all.
Right. Well, this is where I disagree. I think
Based
that
isolation.
Watch
Are you
this
in
fucking
isolation?
bullshit.
I know.
What does that mean?
Isolation.
What's that?
What's an
He knows what it is.
isolationist?
What
I know
is
he
fucking
knows what it
pooling
is.
so hard. He knows exactly what it is,
Fuck,
dude.
does
What a
he
little
know
shit.
what it is?
Yeah, but let's keep
You've
on.
been
Let's keep on.
doing-
Let's keep going, because again,
Look at that smile. Look, he paused.
Well,
it
I'll
perfectly.
give
He's
you real. I'll
smirking.
give you. I'll be.
He's smirking. He
I
knows.
understand. I'll be real throughout this. Like the first 30 minutes, it was a struggle versus Lactoid. We went back and forth. I'd give me it's a toss up, right? I think I
He's
eked
a
out a
good
win, but fair
propaganda.
enough. But Tim Pool, when I engage with Tim Pool, I don't think I take an L throughout.
Quick. It's because Lactoid is a Russian propaganda artist that he's quite good. If he also he was trying to catch you on like multiple things, little tiny details that you had like no business knowing at the end of the day, because any normal person understands that the invasion is fucking illegal and it should be happening. So in that sense, of course, but Tim Pool is now playing more of an American game. So he's not bringing you Russian arguments. He's bringing you American pro-Russian arguments. Lactoid just bringing you Russian arguments, not pro-American ones at all.
Simulationist is someone who doesn't want foreign involvement at all. So, for example, so let me ask you a line then. At what point would it be sufficient? What do you care about? What would you care about in a foreign land that says, okay, the U.S. needs to get involved in this?
What does it mean by involved?
Whatever you think it means.
So, like a trade negotiation?
Perhaps
we're buying rare earths from China, so we negotiate a trade agreement. Involvement in that is fine.
So, no, when I'm talking about conflict. So, if there's a conflict in China, for example, with the Uyghur Muslims, would that be something you should care about? That, hey, we need to stop this from happening?
Yeah, that's a coin toss. I don't know that the U.S. involved in a conflict which could escalate to kinetic conflict, for which it's not a priority of the United States. There's an argument of, wow, it is really bad what they're doing. So maybe we just don't do business there. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe
that's a form of intervention.
Not really.
It actually is, though. It actually
is. Suddenly he understands the concept of not kinetic force as the only form of intervention.
I don't know if he's being purposely obtuse here or if
he's being purposely obtuse. He's obvious. This is what I warned you about before you went. I was like, Tim Pool is one of the most bad faith debaters, and the only saving grace is that he's like an intellectual child, so he doesn't even understand like which arguments to be making. Versus Lactoid, Putin's watching Lactoid in this, and he's like, Jesus, why didn't we give him $5 million? Because he can actually at least make the arguments.
And again, remember, he's addressing these all to me, like all of them from here on out. Almost all
moderator is so very unbiased, by the way.
Also, by the way, every time, just keep remembering, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care,
guys. I'm not going to buy bread for you unless you change this.
It's called a boycott.
I understand, but it's nothing wrong with intervention. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying
that's an extremely absurd definition of intervention. Which
I don't agree.
Okay, well then let's define this between kinetic intervention and purchasing boycotts.
There's a whole host of other types of intervention that we can do when we talk about.
So when we're talking about should the U.S. engage in forms of warfare such as sanctions or kinetic conflict, psychological operations, cyber warfare, etc., the answer is no. Should we stop buying from them? Yep. Yeah. If there's a guy who he's got animals and he's a butcher and he
what does he think?
That's intervention,
yeah.
I don't understand, like sanctions and like stop like economic warfare. Have you heard of like of Cold War and shit? Like what are you talking about? That's also part of the intervention. Like why are we?
Let's keep
he says, "Oh, I wouldn't buy food from a guy who tortures animals as if he doesn't eat fast food or some shit."
It does. Again, none of this actually matters because he's just trying to catch me in word games here and try to find. He's trying to figure out. He's trying to figure out a point where I'm going to get tripped up or messed up or define something wrong or get something wrong.
To me, this part, of course, is less interesting because it's not countering like Russian propaganda stuff. To be honest, like Timur Pulov, that's my nickname for him, the Russian version. He's at least is not doing like I'm lying every fucking second.
Let's keep
so at least
tortures the animals before he kills them, I ain't buying from him. I'm not intervening. I'm just saying I'm not going to.
Let me ask you this: do you think there's any foreign situation where you would be in favor of the U.S. using a kinetic intervention?
Probably.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, like the most difficult position is, should we have gotten involved in World War II? When you have an expansionist power that is...
this one, I was like, huh? And you can't see Lactoid over here, but to Lactoid's credit, look, we've talked shit on Lactoid, and he deserves it. But to Lactoid's credit here, he also was like, huh?
What? What? Coming from the Korean American who would have been slaughtered in a camp somewhere.
The most difficult decision in human history, whether we should have intervened in World War II, unironically.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Ethnically nationalistic, authoritarian. We did not know
Russia, but go ahead.
I mean, it's a big extreme considering the Holocaust, but we didn't know the Holocaust was happening before we invaded. There was speculation, there were concerns, but it's not the reason for the U.S.'s intervention, and it wasn't until afterwards. But you basically had the collapse of Europe. The expansion, and don't forget, Nazi Germany was in North Africa, not to mention the Italy, not to mention Japan. So this was a global war for which the U.S. largely stayed out of until the final few years. So even in the minds of the Americans, we should not be involved. It actually wasn't until we were attacked that we decided to actually get involved, which is interesting.
Do you think we should have gotten involved earlier?
Probably.
Well, it's true.
Let me ask it this way: do you think it would be better for the U.S. and the world had we gotten involved in World War II earlier than we did?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't know what would have happened had things played out differently.
So
What we do know is
last
the
few
time frames
years,
by
we
which we
entered in
reacted, we got a
41.
result that was largely beneficial until the prevailing powers created what's called the liberal economic order, which has created instability and chaos for generations, and the U.S. entering a bunch of wars they've never declared. The Constitution of the United States effectively ended in the 50s with these declarations of, say, the IMF, the World Bank, etc. So it's an interesting conversation that actually was lighting up with Douglas Murray and Dave Smith the other day, and it's
thank
one
you
of
for the
principal
sub,
on foreign
Booth.
policy now. There's a lot of concern over the worldview of people like Neil Cooper, as well as Dave Smith and others, who have made arguments that Winston Churchill was a bad guy, which I think is largely silly. I think the circumstances of World War II are the offshoot of World War I.
Again.
I know the whole time. Me and Lactoid are like, I don't, because I wasn't prepared to discuss World. I'll be real with you. I wasn't prepared to discuss was Churchill the real villain in World War II. I did not have. I was like,
let's do the World War II revisionism.
I was
let's
like,
go.
I am not equipped at this point to deal with that right now. So I'm gonna wait
This
for him.
I can't say is bad faith. This is just Tim Pool being stupid.
I'm gonna wait for him to finish, and then I'm gonna try to
Yeah.
redirect it back to the subject at hand because I was like, I don't.
You're like, can we talk about what really matters here?
World War I was high-density nations in dispute for a variety of reasons, came to the industrialization of war, which then leads to the wars
How
it
did it
was.
start, though?
It's easy to say, now 100
By the
years
way?
on nearly, I would have done it better. Honestly, I have no idea. So if you were to say, should we have gotten involved earlier? Well, I don't know, because the outcome could have been substantially worse.
Sure.
Right now, what we know is the Nazis were very bad. They were authoritarian. They controlled their economy.
hot
They
take, Tim.
functioned not too dissimilar. The difference between the communists and the fascists and Nazis was largely on their view of culture, traditionalism, and progressivism. So we don't want
Oh
an
my
expansionist,
God.
authoritarian
What a
system that takes
retarded
everything
thing.
away.
I agree.
What a
that we don't-
But the
dichotomy.
liberal economic order has functioned largely like that, only slightly better in some respects.
I fundamentally disagree with that view. I think the liberal world order has made people more safe, more wealthy, and much better off than it was before. But that's another argument. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia today, and I want.
See, this is
Based.
me trying to redirect
Good job.
because
good job.
Yeah.
I'm not here to
Yeah.
argue about whether Churchill was the real villain. Okay, that I was like,
Also,
I
what
don't
a dumb.
know.
I put this out on my stream, but like, what a dumb fucking argument. Like, well, should we have ended slavery? You're like, well, I don't know, because like, look at bad things today,
Maybe
and like,
yeah.
only those happened because of the way that
Worse.
history happened. So maybe if we didn't do it, it could have been better. It's like, shut the fuck up.
It was
Like,
a
you're, like,
weird.
what
It
are you,
was a weird
14?
tangent, but fair enough.
By the way,
Whatever, it's his show.
I like how he brings up like World War II was a global thing, but how it started, brother. How it started.
I know,
With,
let's-
yeah.
let's
Exactly like it started now, by the way.
we got to keep going because we've been here 2 hours and we only got an hour through so far. Not even an hour
Oh,
through. So I
no.
want to get to the
Fine,
rest.
Whick.
I want to because you said something
Yeah.
there that I do think is interesting, like that we don't want authoritarian expansionist powers, and I would argue that we should have NATO again. There's a difference between expanding at the point of a gun like Russia does,
my
and there's a
God,
difference
NATO,
between expanding, say, hey, you want to join NATO, and there's like, you know what, I would like to join.
If that's
NATO.
what had happened. But if you look at the history of Ukraine, that's literally not what happened.
Ukraine isn't joining NATO. It hasn't joined NATO. It wasn't even discussions to join NATO. It got nixed. Right? It is now because of Russia's actions, but it's probably not going to happen.
And the conflict is largely predicated upon NATO
But again,
policies.
once again, you
No,
have said
it's
that
not.
like, oh, it happens in the case of NATO that it's just the same as Russia doing the guns. But no, NATO has largely expanded through voluntary joining. This has happened. Can you give me a country that you think that has joined NATO under coercion?
He never answers this, by the way.
He will never answer this.
There is
and his
not.
he'll obfuscate in a couple of minutes. We'll say, well,
We can't ever
people
know
got
because
arrested
they
that were
did something in
anti-NATO.
Romania or
Yeah.
something, right? But let's keep going.
Never
Right
mind,
now
like
in
the
Romania,
school.
The rest of the guy. I know
Yeah,
what he will
but
bring up.
Romania joined years ago, so
The
this doesn't
Russian
have anything to do with the
fucker
rest
they
of the
removed.
guy. But
Yeah.
Removed the populist right-wing candidate from being able to run for no reason. In France, Marine Le Pen has been accused
No,
of...
What does that have to do with joining NATO?
How is
Romania
it...
She's not
Romania-
accused.
How can I
she's
determine whether or not...
judged now, by the way. She's not just accused.
yeah, she's
there
been
is an
convicted.
actual.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
she's
she was
convicted.
convicted at the time. I thought she
Yeah.
was still standing
I
trial.
like how
but-
he's like all those pro-Russian candidates in France and propped up by Russia and Romania that committed actual crimes because guy in Romania was
But-
arrested for
but the
illegal
important-
possession of whatever,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
But
But
the
point is
yeah.
it's just like all of them. It proves that they are coerced in
But
which
yeah,
way.
the important part of this
Yeah.
back and forth between me and Tim, and I think a clear W for me, right? Clearer than daylight. Russia expands at the point of the gun, but NATO expands through voluntary means. We ask,
Yes,
and they say
and they
yes
don't know any other
or
option.
no. And a lot of people want to join NATO that we don't let in, right? People,
The-
as Levi
the-
says in the
the-
chat, people are begging to join
us
NATO. Countries
now,
want to join NATO,
Eastern
right?
Europe, and, like,
Exactly.
everyone, Georgia, Moldova, like obviously,
They are
it's
they're
because
they're wanting the
yeah, because
protection
of
of the
Russia.
umbrella,
Yeah,
right?
Because of
and
Russia, yeah.
and again, the fact that
Authoritarian thugs they are.
that
recruiting
Tim
everyone.
tries to, and I think this is very clear, tries to kind of skirt away from answering the question and dodge answering the question and retreat to this
Didn't
position
answer
of
it at all.
we can never
Yeah.
know because they imprisoned Marie Le or they charged Marie Le Pen. Like, bitch, France joined NATO at like the beginning.
Years
like
ago, yeah,
before
nobody cared.
Marie Le Pen was
for
even
Tim's
born. I
argument to
think.
hold any value, it's predicated on this idea that NATO is this like vastly Illuminati-wide network that's slowly controlling every candidate to make sure they don't leave, and they're puppeting everyone. It's just like, what the, like that, or every politician in this parliament that said they wanted to join NATO isn't lying. Like, which one's more believable, you fucking dipshit?
Yeah, it's wild, but let's keep going.
The population of a country is willfully joining a nation when they remove its leaders.
Okay,
So if Russia
France
ousts,
joined NATO,
They remove Ukraine's leader.
if USAID funds protests in
Again,
Ukraine,
Ukraine isn't joining NATO.
So hold on. A few days before the invasion, a demand was said, "Don't you promise never join NATO?" Why didn't they just say, "Yeah, sure, we'll never join NATO"? NATO will never
Because
accept
Why
a
the
country
fuck
has the
should
right
they
to make
give
its
that?
own choices.
You said they're not joining NATO, so if they're
Exactly.
not joining it, why don't they just say, "Yeah, we're never going to join"?
Because you don't let a foreign power come in and tell you what you can and cannot do. You say, if we're going to exist as a country, we have to be at least somewhat independent and be able to make our own decisions. They don't want to be a puppet of Russia.
Okay, so they were never going to join it.
But I still want an answer.
They were never going to
Just real
join
quick,
it.
I still want an answer from you, Tim. Which NATO country has joined through coercion?
So my point is, I cannot assess which country is joining of their free will when we know in these countries they forcefully remove opposition to NATO.
He's so
when a president,
I couldn't have. I was like, this is when I think I realized he's
What
retarded.
countries? Yeah, in what
This is when
countries
I
have they
realized he's
removed?
not just bad faith, but he's literally retarded. I was like,
Yeah, I mean,
oh, you're just retarded.
That's why he wears the
Okay.
beanie. It's to cover up. There's a big divot in his head where a brain should be.
Yeah.
And we go from there.
president starts to rise up, say Marine Le Pen, and she says we want to leave the European Union, so they accuse her of crimes, criminally charge her, and remove her.
Did she do those crimes?
She's not
We don't know, and
accused.
probably
She's
not. The argument
That's why
was,
they hold a trial to be able to find out. But
hold on, you're right.
He knows he's getting
yeah.
cooked, so he tries to
Yeah.
to pivot here.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably
he's
just
a
maybe-
bad faith argument
maybe-
here. Watch
you are
this.
Maybe
correct.
find out.
Crimea
Maybe
separated
find
from Ukraine
out.
by a vote that was completely legitimate. We all agree.
Of course, except for, again,
except
in
that-
Resolution 68, they disagreed.
Oh,
because there was evidence that it was under coercion.
So the
if you
people
have
who are
evidence
so the people
that
who are
Mary
largely on the
Le
side
Pen
of
was
opposing
being
Russia.
set up.
So the people who oppose Russia have argued that the election that happened in Crimea is invalid. My point is, you have chosen to respect only certain administrative procedures and not others.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
My
this
position is neutral.
obfuscations.
We know that they criminally charged.
You know, when the entire community of the world says it's not legitimate, I don't believe that. But when literally no one says that, deposing Marie Le Pen is corrupt because it's a very obvious reason, that's the same thing. And both of these elections are illegitimate.
exactly.
I just don't know who to believe anymore.
Yeah, but let's keep going.
By the way,
Marine Le Pen.
Le Pen wasn't removed during elections. She lost the elections to Macron, so it's not like they removed her as a opposition to Macron during the
Sure,
election.
but all of it
yeah.
was all of it's
Yeah.
distraction. Let's keep going.
And we don't know if it's true or not.
If it is true, should they charge her?
If Marine Le Pen committed a crime, should she be charged?
Yes.
That's the question. Yes.
Should she be removed?
No.
No, why not? Why do you think? Well,
Because
I guess it
democratic
depends.
countries allow for people to vote. So previously in France, when other
Do you think
politicians
felons should be able to vote? Like convicted
Yes.
people sitting in prison right now should be
not
able
in
to
prison,
Not in prison?
there's due process restrictions. But once you get out, your rights would be restricted.
If her criminal
Trump
conviction
should
involves
be, I
jail
guess.
time, and I'm not sure it does because I'm not quite up on
That's
that case
why.
specifically. Let's say 5 years in jail. Do you think she should be able to run from a
Yes.
death cell? Interesting.
Yes, because in a democratic institution, a democratic country, the people decide. You can't simply have a judge bang a gavel and say
Unless
the
they're
people,
felons,
the people no
yeah.
longer
People
right.
can't
decide,
decide.
but we are not allowed to
I
decide though.
keep-
Yeah.
I get to it.
Yeah,
I get to it. I promise.
Just let us talk over. Just let us
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
over.
I
We'll
hate to take away
save
your
it.
Yeah.
rights. I can't vote on that. I can't decide to stop you from speaking, to platform you. I can't vote.
I pause because I want people to hear my bangers because these are bangers.
No, okay. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
this is a glazing
It is.
session.
Let's
Like,
glaze
all
for.
right.
I like.
Okay,
me. I think I do
legitimate.
really well here, but keep going.
Vote on that, and we understand that. We understand that because we have a constitution
you can't
that
do that.
protects this. We understand that in a democracy there are certain things.
That's not correct.
Wait, hold on. Do we care about constitutional rules now? Just want to ask. Like, do we care about
We care
constitutional
about
processes?
principles. Oh, go fuck
Do we care about
yourself.
We
constitutional
care about
principles?
principles, and sometimes principles comes into conflict,
Yeah.
and you have to decide a higher principle.
Right.
And when you have a principle of sovereign territories should not be invaded militarily with lethal force by foreign powers to stop them from resolving their internecine conflicts, I think that does rise above some legalese in a constitution. I think that's fundamentally a different.
I think your position here really it's very convenient, right? Because
Very convenient because it's very correct.
No, it's very convenient because if the people there, if they're powerless to stop their oppression,
I'll
and now
find
your
them
position is
there.
well, other countries they can't go in and help the oppressed. Well, that's very convenient, right? Now they have to stay oppressed because hey, other countries can't go in. You'd be against the French sending Lafayette to help us in our revolution
Oppressed
against
with
the British.
what?
You'd be against the U.S. getting involved in Afghanistan for moral reasons, and Iraq and Libya and Syria. You're just like you're an anti-interventionalist across the board, surely.
Of course not. And I've already recognized that there are severe extreme circumstances where, yes, intervention, you probably should do that.
Should we have-
I gave you an example. In the 90s when we invaded the Balkans, right? And NATO did all that and stopped the Serbians from genociding all these people. That was good.
Should we have invaded Iraq?
Ooh, that's a good question. Which time? Gulf War?
Either.
All four, yes. The other time, probably in hindsight, no. But
Why did we
He's
invade
gonna pool
Iraq in the
really
Gulf War?
hard right here and ask
because
you a
they
bunch
were-
of questions. Just
Yeah,
to
he
try to
keeps
trip you up.
quizzing me. I know the
think
answers,
yeah.
motherfucker.
It goes like
Why the
6 to
fuck
10,
we're
6 to
talking
10
about Iraq?
questions he's about to ask. He's gonna wait until you don't know an answer, but he doesn't care
Guys,
about the answer. He
why
just
do I need to sit here and listen about the fucking Iraq? It's not the point of the conversation.
Look,
It's just Tim Pool's
it's Tim
stupid
Pool.
tactics.
But,
Yeah.
taking over Kuwait, which was a sovereign country, which was pleading for our help, and which was our ally.
And then what about the second time?
The second time, it was because we were sold a lie that there was weapons of mass destruction. Had there actually been weapons of mass destruction, there might have been a case there. And had we actually believed there were weapons of mass destruction, then fair enough. But
Should we have?
I think in
Libya?
hindsight, it was a mistake.
Should we have intervened in Libya?
I'm not familiar enough about Libya to make a
So
decision.
what is this fucking quiz?
Yeah, I
Don't-
just
Yeah,
didn't know.
so-
Like, look, I
so-
know
no,
in
no,
general.
wait.
I look real quick. I know in general about Libya, but I at the time one of my rules going into this for myself was don't say anything that's factually incorrect. Not one thing say factually. So if I wasn't sure on a thing, rather than guess, I decided to just demur by saying I don't know about this subject well enough to answer. And Libya
Wick, I actually
was
have a
one of those
criticism
things where
you here, Wick.
I didn't know.
When
So-
he started asking you about these things, as soon as he asks the second question, this is when you, instead of continuing to answer his stupid quizzes, you're like, do you see how you're just like trying to catch me up on this? You call out his fucking bullshit to his face next time, because like this is so obviously this like tactic to put you on the back foot.
It's a
like
trick.
you don't actually care about my position because you're not trying to get to it. You're trying to trip me up, and you'll notice this exactly because when you say good faith, hey, I actually don't know about that. Like I'm not sure if we should have invaded Libya. He's like, cool, let's ask more questions about it because he just wants to be a fucking dick. Like I fucking hate this. Like watching this made me so mad.
Yeah, he was trying to find like one area you're not really like knowledgeable with, so he can, assert dominance, quote unquote,
True.
and show your for no reason whatsoever, like other than just to steer
Exactly.
away
And-
from the
and-
actual topic.
I'm gonna be real. I didn't study up on Libya for the Ukraine debate.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't know we'd be talking about something
Yeah.
completely stupid and irrelevant right now. My bad. Oh wait,
The
aren't
actions
you
of
an
NATO resulted
Iraq
in the
War
death
veteran,
of,
Wick?
Muammar Gaddafi.
Oh, I served during the Iraq War, but I wasn't on the front lines or nothing like that.
Okay.
So
But still,
I was a cryptolinguist, and then I was a crew chief. I didn't go on the. But I purposely don't bring up my military service in this because I think that would be that would be a bullshit tactic because my opinions. Well, no, I'm serious about
No,
this.
I agree. I
Right.
understand, but
I
it's so
think
funny,
that
like, how much
whether I'm
thought
right
and,
or
like,
wrong
consideration you're putting into it, and
yeah.
it's like, meanwhile, we're watching Tim be just
I
a
understand,
little dick
but
bag.
whether I'm right or wrong shouldn't depend on whether I served or not, right?
Yeah,
Whether I'm right or
yeah.
wrong should depend solely on the strength of my arguments, and to try to assert this authority, be like, well, I was a veteran. I don't like that. I think
that's
that's
fair.
crass, and so I refuse to do
Don't-
that.
Don't pause, watch it, but I'm gonna go grab a beer.
Yeah, okay.
which resulted in the reignition of the North African slave trade and tribal warfare. And the country's in relative chaos right now. I'm wondering for what reason NATO got involved in Libya. Why did we do this?
I don't know enough about Libya to say. I'm just going
It sounds to me like a dominant international power intervened in a local nation's conflict and overthrew their government.
In certain cases, if you're asking me that if everything America and NATO has done has been wise or correct, I would say no. There are obviously instances where I think we should not have gone in. Vietnam is a good one, right?
Should we be involved in Syria?
Now,
It's going down the list.
yes, I think we have interest in overthrowing a monster like Assad. Yes,
It
because
sounds-
he destabilized his people, and I think
How did he do that?
again by severely oppressing
He's
the people
pooling.
who would rise against him. I
What
think
does that mean?
chemical weapon attacks, mass graves. Again, look at what happened after Syria, right? After I'm sorry, the rebels took back Syria, right?
Sorry,
And what they
massacring
found, again, I'm not for that. That's bad, right? But they found that doesn't make Assad good. That doesn't make Assad better, even because again, the prisons found in Syria where they had people who hadn't seen daylight in years, just mass prisons, was horrific. Again, I am not
Does the
saying
US
that
do that to
every
anybody?
intervention is good.
Does the U.S. do that with prisons?
Why not? The
Yeah,
fuck are we
I-
talking about?
I don't know.
So it's like the jacking off. I'm just asking questions, but very clearly he has a point. He won't make the point that he wants
He's
to make
trying to
because it's
trip
not a
me up.
very good one. Yeah, he's just trying to trip you up. All he needs to say is, "Hey, some of these are justified, some of these aren't. Let's talk about whether or not they are." But instead, he's just like, "Oh, you don't know about this? Oh, why did that happen? Oh, why did that happen? Oh, yeah,
maybe-
what about this?" And
maybe-
like you're
maybe.
nailing every single question, which is so frustrating because you can see he doesn't respond to your answer. He just moves on to the next question. It's so
Or
fucking annoying.
maybe, guys, just don't talk about fucking Iraq and Libya and all of that when talking about Ukraine, Russia. Maybe that's also possible.
Look,
I'm just saying,
he asked a question, and I chose to answer.
I understand. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming this motherfucker that cannot have a conversation about saying, "What about America, though?"
So let's keep going.
That's a good accent.
To the extent that
People are in solitary
Syria did,
confinement
no.
People are in solitary confinement for extended periods, maybe years, for instance, without
Again, this
without
is
trial.
incomparable to what Syria does.
What does Syria do?
Syria has mass prisons that they throw people in for simply opposing the government, for simply just.
He's trying to get. He's asking again to see if I change my answer. Right?
It's about Assad now?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah. This
fuck?
is about Assad.
What does that mean, opposing the
Bye-bye,
government?
Ukraine arrest
Assad, by
people
the
and
way.
imprison them for opposing the government?
Yes, but do you think these are the look? This idea, okay, and these comparisons.
I get kind of exhausted with this by now, and I jump
Yeah,
in,
good.
right?
No,
I
this is good.
understand,
You're
yeah.
like, this is
You guys
stupid.
are trying to draw here
Directly to
between
Ukraine?
Syria and USA, right? Syria and Ukraine are insane to me. I think
That's not an argument.
That's not an argument, buddy.
That's not an argument.
I understand that.
So I'm
going to
asking-
make my
I'm-
argument
I'm-
after I say it's insane. I feel it's insane because
Base,
which
good
I
job,
make my
Vic.
argument, right? I feel it's insane because of scale. The matter of scale. These things matter. It's
Thank
like
you.
water, right? It's good to drink. It's okay to drink. If I splashed you with water, it'd probably be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad as if a tsunami or a flood or any like a biblical type of flood came in and drowned you. So just because
Perfect
a thing
argument for the
right, can be
stupid Tim
bad
Pool
doesn't
audience.
mean that scale doesn't matter. When it comes to Syria, the scale matters. And when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, look, I'm not here to say that Ukraine has been perfect, that Ukraine
Andy
is this perfect
recircled it.
country.
Good job.
I'm saying that when you look at the scale, we're talking about a glass of water versus a flood. A flood that is Russia's war crimes in Bucha, right? Russia's war crimes in the occupied territories that it does, Russia's war crimes in Chechnya, Russia's war crimes in almost every conflict it's been involved in, massively outscale anything you could say Ukraine has done. And
So
One
what happens
thing.
if right now we just stopped Ukraine and said,
Can
no
we
more
stop?
funding, we're done?
I finally thank you. I wanted you to make that argument for a long time, as you noticed that it just it's retarded comparisons. Because even if you make the worst, if you actually play along with the fucking Lactoid over here, and the body count was 3,040 civilians before 22 invasion. That's it. That's it. And that was only for 10
Just-
years, by the way. Almost 10 years, 8 years. I'm sorry, 8 years. And that only after Russia invaded. We didn't do it, but it's a whole other situation. They died in the, when after Russia was there and separatism. But doesn't matter. Even if we say we did it, which is, by the way, not true, obviously, right? But it's just they are killing. I just want to point this out, and I wish you would say that at some point. The Russians now, Lactoid is so, by the way, concerned, quote unquote, by Easterners and our plight, okay, of the Russian speakers like me, right? And it's us they're killing. They're killing us. Mariupol is in Donbass. It's Donbass, okay? Bakhmut, Avdiivka, Toretsk, Pokrovsk, all of those cities that are fully destroyed are all eastern cities, most of them in Donbass. Okay?
Yeah.
Vovchansk in Kharkiv region. Who is doing the damage here? Not us.
Yeah, I
It's
think.
incomprehensible.
Yeah, I think,
that we're talking about this right
yeah.
now.
Look, I see people.
My father, Russian speaker, fucking never spoke a word of Ukrainian, was born in Soviet Union, was killed by Russia, not by Ukraine. Okay,
Yeah.
so I wish people would just, for example, I like about it. I would want someone to ask one day, where is Mariupol? Where is Mariupol? Where it's at? Like, what's the location of it? It's Donbass. Ukraine didn't do 0.1% of the damage that Russia did to Donbass. Okay.
Here's
How
a-
is it justified? He
I
says
get
that the
you.
war is justified because that's Lactoid's point, right? In a way, it's justified because what should Crimea do? What should Donbass do? Right? Their rights have been what that motherfucker thinks afflicted their rights more. By the way, our ousting of Yanukovych or being bombed to shit.
Yeah, I get you. I understand. I tried to make this argument as we go, but and you can, the audience can judge if I was right or wrong, or persuasive or unpersuasive.
I'm glad you did say something similar at the very least now about the scale. Yeah.
Go ahead,
I will
go ahead and
say-
play. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I will say, right, that and I see you chat. I do. I see you chat. And if you guys want, I'll be having call-ins this week. So if you have a different opinion on want to challenge me on any of the points I made during the discussion, or whether I was persuasive or not, or if you think I did a terrible job, just call in and you can talk to me then.
Yeah. The only thing, though, I would say that, by the way, about the very interesting that he cares about the violation of the rights of people in Donbass, which, by the way, I send you a link, which is, let me say, Donbass war crimes and human rights violations. If you can open it and show it on screen just for funsies.
This one?
Yeah. So this is mass organization accusing about crimes in Donbass, but they're accusing separatists and Russians. So people who committed crimes against people in Donbass and who violated people's rights with looting, imprisonment, illegal holding people in cells, looting, all of that was done by separatist forces and Russian forces in Donbass, not Ukraine. Just by the way, for the people, if anyone wants to read it, entire thing is dedicated for crimes committed. Yeah. So that's just very funny that this asshole is covering for these crimes in particular that were committed by separatists and by Russians in Donbass.
Exactly. Let's keep going.
We're out. What would happen?
So first of all, that sends a signal to.
So the question is asked here, and I think this is important. He asked me, what happens if we pull out funding from Ukraine? And this is what I did. I've wanted to get to this point for a while. I haven't been able to. I'm glad he asked me this question because this is an actual good question. And here's my answer. And you guys tell me if you think my answer was good or needed improvement.
Okay. So, I didn't see any of that, so it's all new to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know?
Nuclear proliferation expands. Japan starts to want to get nukes. You have all these other smaller countries that say, you know what, we need nukes now because we can no longer rely on the global world order to protect us, which has been protecting us before. So now we need nukes for ourselves so we can be a sovereign nation and not worry about a greater power coming in and taking us out. So that's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is China takes Taiwan. It shuts down trade in Bering Strait, not the Bering Strait, my bad, the Taiwan Strait, right, where about $2 trillion a year of commerce goes through. And it just shuts that down because it can. And you have land grabs by smaller countries, each trying to take pieces of each other because Ukraine is really a domino. And once it falls, it's going to lead to this cascade.
For clarification,
I think that was a really good answer, Whick.
The structure of the liberal.
They're going to completely ignore it. They're not even going to mention the proliferation, which is like the whole reason the referendum was signed in '94 and the reason why Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons. Like they're just going to completely ignore that because it's a very easy to understand thing. It's very defensible from your point of view, and they're just not going to talk about it. So
by the way, nobody brings up. I agree with. I apologize. Soy Pill is kind of weird to say, but it's just.
Or Niels.
How can I call you again?
Niels, like Neil with an S at the end.
Oh, Neil, it's okay. Yeah, that's just a little bit better than calling a person a soy pill. So anyhow, point is just that I agree 100% just with what you said because they always ignore the Budapest Memorandum because it's completely inconvenient for their narrative, and they all, of course, ignore the fact that it will lead to the world where everyone is trying to get nukes to prevent what happened to Ukraine to be happening to them. But that's just deeply inconvenient argument. They never bring that up, obviously.
Gotcha. Let's keep going.
Economic order right now relies on us staying in Ukraine. Is that
yes?
Okay.
Yes, in a very real way. And Taiwan is looking at us. We have our NATO allies looking at us. We have other countries looking at us. We have our enemies looking at us. How are we going to respond? Are we actually going to stand up for the values that we say that we hold? Or when we say we will support Ukraine no matter what, do we actually follow through on that? And they're looking to see if they can trust us to keep our word.
Government,
and if we do
not said that we're going to support Ukraine no matter what, and that would be a wild standard to have.
Notice he said, and I didn't catch this at the time, but after watching it back, notice he says our new government didn't say that.
Yeah.
The new.
But also that was really good, a strong point you made there, and that's like when you remember you were like, oh, I should have had a better answer here. This is what you should have said at the beginning. When you're like, why should
absolutely.
we do it?
Like I said, it took me a while to get my feet under me, but once I did, I started stacking the W's. Here we go.
I'm curious why you support Taiwan, because if you have this standard, well, we can't get involved. Even if the population there really wants to leave and perhaps has justification to leave and be a separate country, we shouldn't get involved. Why is the U.S. arming Taiwan? Why are we involved in Taiwan? Shouldn't we just kind of say, well, we can just let them be part of China?
We set a red line in Taiwan that if China decides to take over using military force, we will stop them.
Why?
We recognize that there are fundamental, specific interests that are good for America that run through Taiwan. First of all, we get a bunch of chips from them, which we put in.
I understand. What I'm asking.
There's a lot of trade.
I'm going towards the principle that you elucidated earlier when you were saying that there's this principle of national sovereignty.
Yeah, he doesn't ever let me answer a question fully. Neither of them do.
By the way,
because he doesn't like your answer. It's not you're not falling in his trap.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Again, the comparison is just retarded because, for example, if we were not invaded by Russia and annexed, maybe we could have, not maybe, we probably would have the vote of the Crimea about the Crimea, right? If they increase their autonomy, maybe defederalization, decentralization, which, by the way, Poroshenko did. He decentralized, he gave more power to regions to be more independent from Kyiv, which is what Donbass, by the way, wanted, not being part of Russia, but having decentralization, which is a very inter-Ukrainian politics, but I'm just bringing it up.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yep. Yeah.
And that country shouldn't be interfered with by outside powers, even if certain sections of that country want to be independent. Now, it's clear that Crimeans wanted to be independent. They wanted to be separate. And their contract was, the rest of Ukraine was violated when the constitution was thrown away in 2014. So why are you okay with the U.S. intervening in Taiwan, this also kind of breakaway area, but you're not okay with the Crimean people wanting to leave Ukraine?
Because, again, just like I would be okay if instead of, like, if Taiwan wanted to hold a referendum now, right, today, right, with the situation it has now, they aren't under occupation right now, at least not in any real way. They could hold that vote, and they have several times to do we want closer relations with the mainland of China and things like that. And you have fights politically where they elect leaders that go closer to China, go away from China, things like that. If they were to say, you know what, we just want to rejoin the motherland, and we are done being our own separate thing, and there was no or not enough coercive force, then we should probably let that happen. But if China came in and does what they want to do, which is send boats, missiles, and troops to occupy the nation and force the issue, then yes, I think we absolutely should stop that.
I feel like you ignored something that I brought up earlier.
Because that's what Russia did.
Oh, sure. No. I feel like you're ignoring something that I said earlier. In 1992, Crimea declared independence from Ukraine.
Hey, the pivot from all of this. But let's keep going.
Wrong. Like, I didn't know this the first time I watched, but now that I've watched it, and obviously Anna knows, like, this is just not right.
Yeah, can I just say, by the way, which is incredibly epic in my opinion, that was a great answer, but it's just that it makes no fucking sense. Like, for example, with Scotland, right? They had a vote whether to remain part of the UK or like to be separate country, and the vote ended up being that they are staying in the UK, right? So that is completely not the same as if they're English people. England, UK, for example, invaded them and then had a vote whether they want to stay or not, which is your exactly point that you brought up. The referendum was held after Russia annexed it. So we don't know the will of the people in the Crimea, and we will never know because Russia...
His argument is the 91 referendum.
We're about to hear it. We're about to hear it. Let him make it. Anna, I know you're going to want to interrupt. I know it's going to happen, but we got to get through it, okay?
Okay, I apologize. They finally, yes, Lactoid is my, the one I hate.
Let's keep going. Okay.
And they're going to hold a referendum to have a vote. The central government in Kiev said, no, you don't get to have that vote. You have 1 week to withdraw the referendum with a threat of force. So when you keep saying, well, the Crimeans should have been allowed to vote without Russian interference, I agree.
No,
the Ukrainian government wouldn't let them. And they also wouldn't let them in 2014. And so that's why the Russians intervened in Crimea for also some political reasons as well. But the people of Crimea, you keep saying, let me ask you, in 1992, do you deny the truth that in 1992 Crimea declared independence and Kiev said no?
Yes, they didn't declare independence. What the fuck are you talking about? They wanted autonomy. It's not the same.
Well, autonomy and independence are related enough.
Republic or whatever.
Are related enough that I didn't want to fight them on the particulars here, but let's keep
They're
going.
not related enough. Those are completely different things. Autonomy is something you have. Okay. You have more rights within a state. It's not the same as not being a part of the state anymore. That never happened. In 91, Crimea voted to be part of Ukraine. That's it.
Let's keep going.
In 1992, that didn't change. They wanted more autonomous rights, and they were given, by the way, the autonomous rights later on by Ukraine. And that fucker knows it, by the way.
Let's keep going.
Well, Crimeans should have had a vote themselves, and you have Kiev not letting them have the vote. I'm confused as to your actual standard here. Why do you support Taiwan?
Do you think that the United States should have allowed, during the Civil War, the South to secede?
No, because they didn't have their constitutional rights violated.
What constitutional rights in 92 were violated from Crimea?
Hold on. So the Soviet Union collapsed. We're talking between 1990 and 1992. There was a first referendum in 1991 in which the Crimean people overwhelmingly voted for autonomy. There was a second referendum in 1991.
No, they didn't. What the fuck? It's a lie.
Voted to leave the Soviet Union. And then literally within a year of the Ukrainians having a referendum to leave the Soviet Union, right, which was arguably legal at the time, probably illegal, you had the Koreans say, well, we're going to have a referendum to leave Ukraine. And the Ukrainians said no. So the Ukrainian people, when they wanted to have a vote, it was denied to them. And then in 2014, when they wanted to have a vote, it was denied to them as well. The OSCE refused to come in and monitor that election in Crimea, despite the fact that...
Can you please pause for a second? It's in 2014 there was no denial of Ukraine there was no time because Russia annexed it. There was no time to have any referendum for Crimea. Nobody denied them shit. We just had the revolution. Our president escaped to Russia, and we have that temporary government that was basically being for some time temporarily serving as a temporary government, and we wanted to have a full-scale, actual proper election, but we did have with Poroshenko winning that one. So no, nobody denied Crimea or anything. There was just absolutely no time to give anyone any vote. And by the way, if anyone wants to check Eastern Ukraine and Donbass in particular, only 27% of people wanted to be part of Russia. That was that poll was taken in April. so just before the annexation and the invasion after Maidan. And in that vote was most people wanted decentralization, which ended up happening. Poroshenko made that, true in Ukraine, because that's something that most regions in Ukraine wanted, not just Donbass, by the way.
Can you quickly address because this argument that like in 91 and 94 they like failed to let them become independent, because that is not how I understood it by reading it, but I feel like you might have a better understanding than I do.
Well, that's a very there was a lot of stuff going on there, but basically there was some tension with a guy called Mishkov. He was elected as a president, quote unquote, of Crimea, because it's autonomous thing, and he tried then to sabotage, basically to make actually coup. His favorite word. He wanted to coup the Crimea and try to remove it from the political sphere and not being no longer part of Ukraine, right? So Ukraine then intervened. That happened. National Guard was, I believe, summoned there, and he then barricaded himself and then escaped to Moscow, as they tend to.
And
right?
they came to a compromise after. It's not like some dictator came in and fucked with them.
Exactly. Yeah, they came to the compromise.
Well, Tim later jumps in and misrepresents this to us all, and
and he doesn't read one thing below that talks about the compromise,
or one thing above.
My stream.
Because again, I read up after this because I didn't know about the 95 thing. I didn't at the time. I was like, oh, this surprised me, so I didn't know how to respond, and so L for me on that. But I read up afterwards.
No, by the way. No else. It's such a minute, retarded Russian, nobody knows. If you ask average Ukrainian what the fuck happened in 95, they would not be able to tell you. It's just a minute, insignificant.
But basically, at the time, the president of that region, Crimea, declared, he declared himself dictator and abolished the constitution. He abolished all of it and said, "I'm the dictator now." And
he refused to abide by the Ukrainian constitution, which was
he abolished his courts and everything. Yeah, it was crazy.
He was basically trying to establish ourselves because we diffused USSR constitution at the time and tried to establish the independent Ukraine constitution because of the dissolvement of the Soviet Union and all the troubles that came with it. And basically, Mishkov tried to make a coup and to become part of Russia again.
Yeah, if Lactoid was concerned about Yanukovych and the ousting of Yanukovych and the violations of the constitution there, 95, the guy that Ukrainians came in and stopped was violating the constitution, right? Trying to disenfranchise his people. And that's why Ukrainian came in and said,
by the way, even Russia didn't support him, which is very funny.
Yeah, because again, I read up on this afterwards. It was just again, I couldn't address this at the time because I didn't know. But that's the actual history of these things. I encourage you guys to go look it up.
Kind of hilarious that even Russia decided not to support him, because back in the day, Yeltsin was president of Russia at the time, was trying to establish better relations.
Normalize relations with Ukraine and the West and all that.
Because he wanted basically to get that treaty that they did get in 97. I already mentioned that. The Treaty of Black Fleet. So they would be allowed to use basically Crimea as their fort.
I thought they got it in 98, but okay, sure.
Yeah, but also Chechnya happened then as well. So he was plenty distracted and didn't want any conflict with Ukraine whatsoever.
But let's keep going. It's going to come up. Luckily, we don't have to interrupt again, and we can just let it go and not pause because we already addressed it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Armenians invited the OSCE to come in and monitor the election. Well, hold on. The fact that you're saying, they're not angels, they're not angels. I understand. I'm saying we're on Russia. We're on Russia. No, you keep saying, let's get back to the point. But this is the thing.
It is not. It's
this is the thing that justifies intervention. This is the thing that justifies intervention. When you have an area that is denied a declaration of independence, denied the right to have a referendum, and then when they vote for a president, fine, we're under your constitutional rule. That constitution is broken, and the president that they elected gets thrown out unconstitutionally. And now they're like, well, we want to leave. And then Ukraine says no, and the OSCE says we're not going to monitor it because Kiev didn't authorize this referendum. And then you say, oh, but then the Russians come in, nothing justifies this. Let me ask you, at what point would Russian, it seems like your standard is they'll never be justified.
Wow.
So
imagine making $453,000 in a
Stop!
without.
Here, Tim.
In March of 95, Ukrainian parliament abolished the Crimean constitution.
Yep.
All laws and decrees contradicting those of Kiev. Disarmed the bodyguards of the government. That's crazy.
They've been bullying.
Ukrainian National Guard troops entered the residence of the leader of Crimea, seized it, and forcefully took it over.
Yeah, look at 1992 as well.
Wow.
The whole story.
That was in 95. That was I believe that was.
That was in 95. This has been going on since 91. There's 91, 92, 95.
What a wild representation of the whole story, by the way.
Kiev said, we won't let you
this
do this.
cursory glance
So
of
then, over the
Wikipedia.
next few years, Crimea had established its own forces and constitution, declared independence, and then Kiev invaded and took it over.
I'm not here to argue
Ukraine did.
whether or not Ukraine did
No, we
correctly
didn't
there. I'm here
invade
to
our
argue
own
that
territory.
Russia
What the
did
fuck are you talking
wrong.
about?
Yeah, again, what do you guys think of my, like, on a review from a rhetorical standpoint? I try to dodge this, and I'll admit I try to dodge this because I don't know about it, by reframing and refocusing on Russia. Do you think that
I think
works?
you did a good job, honestly, because it's like if you didn't know the details and it's like, okay, but you've this entire hour so far, you've been avoiding my core point, which is the morality of whether or not it's okay. And both of their justifications keep being contradictory. They're like, well, it's because of disenfranchisement that I think it's good that we intervene. But then Tim's like, I don't think we should intervene at all. And then Tim will later come in and say, actually, Russia needed to do this because of the Strait and because of Sevastopol. It's ridiculous.
So Russia is allowed to, according to them, by the way, Russia is allowed to intervene because of the coup. But we, Ukraine, are not allowed to intervene when a coup is happening on our own territory. That was Crimea which was, by the way, recognized by Crimea, by Russia, by Ukraine. All three parties agreed that Ukraine is part of Crimea since 50 fucking something, okay, 54, 56, whatever, whichever is correct. So I don't really like how you handled it, if I'm honest, because I think you should have just said that you lied basically like 100 million times, and I'm not like inclined to listen to your interpretation of the situation. Instead of, and I don't know much about it, and I will research it later. Yeah,
okay.
but
I'm too nice to do that.
You weren't
think,
you were
but,
too nice. You're
fair enough. No, fair enough. I'll take the L on that.
Yeah,
one.
but instead you went with like, if Ukraine did that, that's bad. But we didn't fucking invade ourselves. It was part of our territory, and we have every right to stop the coup from happening there. I'm sorry. That's just how fucking things work in the world.
When it forcefully invaded, like again, even in '95, if Russia had said, you know what, we're going to come in and we're going to take Crimea ourselves, that would have been wrong.
They didn't say so, by the way.
That is something that we should oppose. We should not let large foreign powers
Crimea.
intercede in conflicts that they themselves are stirring up. Remember?
No.
Because
This
Yanukovych,
is not the case. Hold on.
Yanukovych, again, there's been a lot of
You're
evidence.
about to totally misquote the actual history on this once again.
Yeah.
When it comes to Crimea, okay, Tim just pointed out 1995. In 1996, there was also a constitution that was passed in Kiev that changed.
Does not give Russia the right
Hold
to
on.
intervene.
You keep saying that
Because it keeps remaining to be true.
Okay, but
So that's just like, why are we comparing those things? We're not like, how can like a local crisis that Russia at the time, by the way, didn't even support Meshkov.
Yeah,
how can that? It's just so retarded. Holy Christ!
Anyway, we're back. We may be a little off, but that's okay. We got to get through this again. I'm gonna rush through this, gang.
We can do it.
Minimal interruptions, gang. Let's keep going.
You know,
do what you gotta do.
Constitution that you force Crimea to be under to their detriment, the person that they voted for. What it seems to me is that if there's anything that justifies like this is way more justified than the U.S. leaving the UK at this point. Like if there's anything that justifies intervention, this is what justifies intervention. Absolutely. And you keep saying, well, it's not justified. It's not justified. How convenient? They suppress people that doesn't have the means to defend themselves. Well, they can't appeal to any outside power to help save them from this consistent oppression because, well, we can't have intervention. We can't have any intervention. They just have to sit and take it. That's your position.
Okay,
the Crimeans just have to sit and take it.
That is absolutely not true because there are a wealth of options, right? Like that we can get into. Like if we wanted to stop that from happening, there are sanctions. There are ways to.
You would have sanctioned Ukraine. The U.S. would have sanctioned Ukraine?
Again, if what
Russia
you're saying
sanctioned
is true,
Ukraine,
I have to look it
by
up.
the way.
And when I look it up, I'm very curious. We'll get into that, right? But in the 1995, right? If
Trump is now in his first month in office, and we want to know how you think he's doing as president.
ad? Oh no!
To the world order, Crimea had said, "Help us," and appealed for help to outside forces. Do you think that the only choices are military intervention? Or just letting them.
I think at that point the only option is military intervention
disagree. I think that's
because the coup was pro-West. The West was not. We've already intervened on behalf of this power structure.
Russia can impose sanctions as well.
Yeah, what they're going to say is we don't care. We're going to just trade with the EU.
They
now.
did
We're going to trade with
by
NATO
the
now.
way.
We don't care. We're going to continue to oppress the Crimeans. There's nothing you can do about it.
Other
you keep saying there's other options, but first of all, there's not. And second of all,
by the way. Quick, you need to ask, like, oppressed with what? Why? How they were oppressed? What rights have been taken away from them? How they have been discriminated?
The right to vote.
Disenfranchisement.
He's already outlined disenfranchisement, and this is his.
It's not.
This is
It's
his
not
line.
enough. It's not a sufficient reason.
I agree, but that's his note. That's what he keeps doing. Again, I think that like. The coy little thing he's doing is if he's presenting it's only either this or this and there's no other options.
Also, by the way, why the fuck? Can I ask why the fuck Russia then invaded fucking Kiev region? Okay,
look,
how does that help? Crimea
It doesn't.
with it.
But we're gonna get
Yeah,
into
it's
it through the thing. Minimal
we'll get to
interruptions.
that.
Let's go.
The standard you have, where it's like there's always other
Does
options.
not mean
The
that
standard you have, where it's always other options. Whenever it's any kind of intervention, that's not us doing it. But when we do it, it's
I
complicated.
think I'm okay
I
with
mean,
all of U.S. interventions. I've named
Assad
two.
was bad.
I've named
No,
two
we have to
interventions by the
intervene with
U.S. that I've
Assad.
been totally against. One is the Iraq War, as well as the Vietnam War. Those are two U.S. interventions that I think we should not have done.
Yeah, and then we asked you about Libya and Syria, and
I didn't know enough
you didn't know about Libya.
But Syria, I think, yes, stopping
Yeah.
Assad was a good thing, and we should have done it. And I'd do it again.
Wouldn't there be other options for stopping
There
Assad?
could have, but they
Couldn't we
weren't
sanction
working.
him?
Do you understand
Russia
that we did sanction Assad? We
didn't
went through the
intervene in
steps
Syria.
to go from 0 to 100, right? To go from doing nothing to okay, now we're coming in with tanks.
It wasn't
Would be
nothing.
wrong.
This has been
We
going on since
go through a
1991.
step-by-step process.
No, this
Escalation
this
of
has been
force is
going
a
on
thing.
since 1991. We brought up 1992, the Declaration of Independence that was ignored. We talked about 1995 when Kiev invaded Crimea and abolished their constitution. We're like, this has been going on for decades, right? At this point, and you're saying, well, there could have been other things. They've been trying other things. It's not like Russia just invaded this out of nowhere.
That's true. Russia didn't invade out of
They,
Russia.
by the way,
has always,
can you just stop
always
for a
invaded
second?
Ukraine, and they have not invaded out of.
Invaded. I like how he basically just absolutely like identifies Crimea and Russia. So he pretends like he advocates for like some sort of Crimean interest here, right? Like on multiple occasions. But then he's like, Russia, has to intervene on the behalf of Crimea because Crimea wanted to be apparently independent, and he somehow knows that for like many decades and things like that. And I'm just like questioning like why Russia is allowed to intervene on the behalf of Crimea. Like, how is that allowed? Like, legally? Like,
It's not.
On what
It's illegal. But
yeah,
again,
it's just
he's
pretty wild.
going for the moral
Yeah.
argument. But let's keep going.
Well, that's why I'm
invading
insisting
because
that you
they
should make
want to
moral
gulp
arguments
up
as
this
well.
territory
Right.
because Putin wants Greater Russia. This is
Full of
not
the
true.
full of the bully
This is
people
just
that want to be
What
gulped
you were
up.
doing is trying to obfuscate and post hoc
I'm
rationalizing.
Bully, I like
I'm
that.
citing
That's
facts.
the hardest thing
What
ever, bully.
Putin said. What is his reason for invading Ukraine?
He brought up the
gave
unconstitutional.
two.
No, he brought up way more than two.
He gave two reasons. There are two objectives in
No,
Ukraine.
you-
What are they?
You didn't even.
Hold on. There are two objectives.
No, you're
in
saying there's two.
Ukraine. What are
You're wrong. There's more than two.
Demilitarization?
Did you watch his speech?
Denazification. He gave reasons for those
That's
objectives.
the only two.
Yeah.
He doesn't
True.
believe
Do you
Ukraine
think that
should
Putin's
exist.
being honest?
I think when he says
Oh, God,
that
this
he
is so
wants
dumb.
Ukraine, that he doesn't believe Ukrainians are a thing, that Ukraine exists really, that they're all really just part of Russia, then yes, I think he's being
Did you know
honest
that
when he
Kiev
says
was the capital of Russia?
At one point.
Oh,
but
here we go.
like,
He's
100
gonna
years
start.
ago.
proving
I
us, asking
hated
you
this
questions.
part. Was just like a groan. Okay, but keep listening.
Wait a second. I just don't understand what does he mean. Like I might
So,
be
like
a little
back
bit...
in like 16.
Yeah, back in 800 years
like,
ago.
Yeah, like did you
It
know
was
that it
even
started?
Rus. It wasn't
Yeah,
fucking
Rus,
Russia.
yeah. No, but it was
Russia
part of like
didn't
what
exist.
modern day Russia. Like it's just a
But,
dumb
yeah,
argument.
No, but wait a second, guys. I'm here for a reason, okay? Kiev Rus has fuck all to do with Russia. Russia didn't exist. So it was Moscovian Tsarstvo in Middle Ages, but that's about it. Russia didn't exist at the time, so it's not a capital of Russia in any way, shape, or form. It's not a capital of Ukraine either at the time, because Kiev and Rus wasn't Ukraine. It was a predecessor of Ukraine, we descend from that. But it's just a fucking damaged, the giga retarded comment that I just didn't understand
Yeah,
what the fuck he was talking about.
again,
This
I
is
don't know
mega
the ancient
obfuscation.
history. I don't know the 800-year ago history, unfortunately. So I was like,
I know.
yeah.
I do
let's
it in
keep
my
going.
country, you know.
Okay, fair enough. Hundreds of years ago, we
Anyway.
don't live in that time.
Right. My point is that you know what Ukraine means?
Uh,
Word.
My point is
Oh,
that stupid other question.
Borderlands. Oh my God, is he going to do the Borderlands?
Yes, he
He's
is.
going
Yes,
to do it.
yep.
Oh no!
Here we go.
Ah!
He's gonna pool so hard.
Oh
I got you.
no,
It
the
means the
Borderlands.
That's why it's called the
No,
Ukraine.
it's
They dropped the
not.
after the Soviet Union's collapse because they didn't want to be referred to Russia's borderland. Russia called it its borderland because it was historically a part of Russia and Kiev was its capital.
I don't care about 800 years ago. I don't care about 60.
Well, it's
Wait,
pre-Soviet.
wait a second.
Good
I
job.
need
Good
to
job.
address
Yeah,
I
I
need
don't
to
care.
address
It's not important.
No, I need to address the shit. It's the most retarded thing that anyone ever said. By the way, because they make an argument that it's called Borderlands. Ukraine is a different. Ukrainian and Russian are different languages. So just for the audience, right? Kraina in Ukrainian means country. U means in. So it's a homeland. So it's like England, you know? So it's that sort of name. That's what it means. It doesn't
didn't know
mean
that.
borderland.
No.
In Russian, Krai means border. In Ukrainian, Kraina means country, homeland. So it's the exact same name as Deutschland, England, like any other name that is something land, right? The territory, your homeland, right? So this meme is a Russian propaganda meme. By the way, we were called Ukraine on a map back in 18th century when Russian Empire didn't exist. So how the fuck can we be a borderland of a country that didn't exist? Please explain, Mr. Pool.
Well, he does not.
It's absolute dog shit Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
I just go, I don't care because it doesn't matter. And
it does matter.
Good answer.
It does matter. It does matter. It does matter quite a lot actually, because this is incredibly prominent Russian talking point that has nothing to do with the reality. So I would like to address that. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Let's keep going.
I don't care about
You don't even care about 1992.
So,
This is a problem with pausing.
Yeah, let's keep going.
It brings up ads.
Again, if Russia had decided to militarily invade Ukraine in 1992, I would have opposed that, and I oppose it now. And again,
I mean, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, we wouldn't have called it a military invasion of Ukraine because the Soviet states were in chaos and disarray, and they were largely under the rule of Russia as it was.
there was a lot going on, and you're probably correct, actually, in the fact that we probably would have just let it see where the chips fall. But the chips have fallen, and we live in a world where
chips
certain
fallen.
borders have
Everyone
been drawn,
agreed.
right? And I think that,
on
again,
the
what is
borders.
happening today, we're not talking about 20 years ago, we're not talking about ancient history of 800 years ago, is Russia is engaged in an illegal, an unjustifiable, expansive project where it wants to take parts of Ukraine and absorb it into itself. Because Putin believes that ethnic Russians, that the Ukraine isn't a thing, that they're all ethnic Russians, and he feels that a greater Russian empire wants to be a part, like, he believes he should expand Russia into this greater empire.
Did that
they could be
just said with our ethnic Russians?
Mm-hmm. Like, he's going to refuse to acknowledge the different culture, the different language, how they distinguish themselves as a different people, how even the Russian-speaking people in Crimea don't identify as being part of Russia. So he doesn't give a shit. Like, he's just fucking doesn't know about
this guy's the equivalent of a Nazi. So there's like just no other way to put it. This what he just said is a denial of the ethnical and national identity of the Ukrainian people, which makes him absolutely no different from the fucking Putin he defends. So I'm glad he said that, obviously. By the way, just saying, Ukrainian language is about as different from Russian language as Italian is from French. Okay. Linguistically, just saying. So this is a disastrous fucking thing that this person is platformed. I mean, Lactoid on Tim Pool's show, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Let's keep going.
World power again, and he has these imperialist ambitions and dreams, which he has said over and over and over again. So when to the question of the debate, right, of is it in the U.S.'s interest to continue to support Ukraine? Again, yes, it is, because we have financial.
I need more
there.
drinks.
We have military interest there, strategic interest there. We are. And making Ukraine an ally in the future, which I think we're on a path to do, and I think that we should do, will give us access to rare earth minerals and better able to, like, a defensive basis where we can have better logistics and better protect our interests. In these
do you know what the principal political conflict in Ukraine was from 2010 to 2014?
The principal.
He tries to catch me up on this. I think I answer his question correctly once he defines it, but he says I don't, and I'm curious what you think. Let's get
political.
The reason
about some of the political conflicts. What's the principal one?
Trade. The trade issue.
Trade, whether we're going to be trading more with the European Union and all that.
That's not wrong. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's correct, right? I was right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He says I'm wrong, and then he goes on to say basically what I just said in more words. But let's keep going.
Yeah. Yes. You're familiar with that conflict?
Vaguely, yes.
I assume you'd be more than vaguely, considering it's the reason for the war.
You think that's the reason?
No, it's not the reason for the war in any way, shape, or form. But okay.
That's what Putin said. And if we're taking Putin at his word, then
Putin doesn't always tell the truth.
So only when you think he's telling the truth, you'll take what he says.
When I think what he's saying is backed up by his words and deeds, when it makes sense in the when we see him acting.
What did he say about the trade conflict with Ukraine?
The trade conflict with Ukraine, he obviously wanted people to be able to trade with Russia, and he wanted them to be closer to Russia because, again, he says he wants to absorb Ukraine.
But you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
They sanctioned us.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
I am correct.
Huh?
Am I correct or wrong?
You are correct here. Like,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. I thought so.
Anyway,
I figured.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Trade is not the reason for war in any way, shape, or form, but trade was a political conflict within Ukraine.
Sure.
Because just as it is historically tended out to be, Eastern Ukraine had a lot of business.
Yeah, that was
trade with Russia. Yeah, while the West had more business relations and trade with Poland, for example, right? So there was within Ukraine tension about it, but it has fuck all to do with.
And that's when he asked me what was the political issue at the time was whether to trade more with the EU or trade more with Russia because
that
we were at conflict.
Tension within Ukraine, yes, but it has.
By the way,
to do
he's
with
condescending to you this whole time. He's totally reading this in real time off of.
I know, and he's wrong. He's still wrong.
And he's still wrong because you can't read. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's keep going.
Putin said that he would cut off trade with Ukraine if they entered into an agreement with the EU because he didn't want cheap European products flooding into Russia.
Cheap Europe.
What does it have to do with whether or not?
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's so funny. He says you're wrong, and then he's like, it's because he didn't want cheap European products, and not because he wants a strategic economic ally, and he doesn't want to lose to the EU. What a fucking
I
dipshit.
apologize. Cheap European products is nowhere near as. It's not cheap for Russia, okay? It never was cheap. Average Russian cannot buy anything in the European Union, okay? Never was cheap, and that has nothing to do with
We
this
will not
war.
have low quality German cars in our country.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's like the most. That's, by the way, that was the most stupid thing said in this entire debate. I never heard anything stupider.
Let's keep going.
Or whether we have interest in continuing to support Ukraine. I'm just curious.
It was a question about if you understood the political conflict that's occurring in Ukraine, why the war was happening, because you made several assertions about Putin's statements. So I asked you what Putin said, and you didn't know. And then you made an
a lot
incorrect.
of things, and I'm sure that there are things that I've said.
Wait a second. Didn't they say that it's all about NATO just like fucking 20 minutes ago, and now they're talking about the cheap European chips? That's just so ridiculous.
He's trying to quiz me. Again, this goes into the quiz thing he likes to do, and he thinks he's got me here, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And he's trying to pretend I was because I didn't give him the exact answer he wanted.
Yeah, it's just very hilarious for anyone in like Eastern Europe who is not part of the European Union to say that anything they sell is cheap. It's just next level hilarity.
Let's keep going.
Well, anyhow.
Yeah.
Or that Putin has said that I'm unaware of. That's true. Fair enough.
The issue
he said some things that I'm unaware of.
There's DIY.
This is why we can't be pausing all the time.
We'll fucking blame it on us. Like you're too cheap.
The trade agreement with the Ukraine issue.
Got $100 super chat.
Exactly. Yanukovych and Timoshenko had to do with whether or not Ukraine would be opening up to or joining the European Union. Many of the Western Ukrainians wanted to join the Schengen zone so they get freedom of movement to leave Ukraine, and they viewed it largely as Poland. They saw it as an opportunity the same as Poland had.
Please,
when Poland joined the Schengen zone, millions of Poles began to flee.
Yeah, the Schengen zone is just so that you can travel without a passport, not so they can literally leave the country.
Yeah, nobody wanted that to leave the country. People worked in Poland and then they returned to Ukraine. For example, many people went for summer to work in Poland and then they returned to Ukraine. Nobody wanted to open the borders so they can leave Ukraine. What the fuck? Go fuck yourself.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
The country and go to other countries, notably in the UK, where they started taking jobs with higher base pay because Poland's economy wasn't as good. The EU didn't want to induct Ukraine because their economy was way worse, substantially worse. And the average Ukrainian at the time was making about $400 per month for like your median job. Sure. That meant if they did open the door to trade with Ukraine, 10 million Ukrainians instantly leave Ukraine and go to any other EU country where they can start taking jobs that pay more, which would have caused economic destabilization, not too dissimilar to what they saw with Spain and Greece, which they're trying not to repeat. However, Ukraine was actively in a political dispute. Western powers, notably the U.S., and funding various NGOs through USAID and with European interests, were supporting.
I thought he was like saying this, but you realize he's talking off the top, like not off the top of his head. He's just
the Kiev Oblast obviously was moving to the west, which is why you get Euromaidan. So a lot of NGOs were able to organize with the assistance of USAID. I don't think it's as simple to say that the CIA snapped their fingers and made a revolution happen. They provided the resources so that activists in places like Kiev could do the work without having to worry about having jobs or not getting paid enough money. So largely what ends up happening is Russia issues an ultimatum. Both sides offered tons of money to Yanukovych at the time. Russia said, look, if you open the door to European trade, we're shutting you down. We're not going to do trade with you because cheap European products would then flood into Russia.
Nothing wrong with that.
So Russia needs protectionist policies to prevent their economy from being disrupted. So Yanukovych said, okay, we'll get back to you. Went to the West and said, Russia's going to cut us off. What do you have to give us instead? When it came down to brass tacks, Russia offered, I think, somewhere around like several $1 billion. And Yanukovych was leaning towards taking the deal with the Russian Trade Federation and the EU. This is when the Euromaidan protests ignited, and we got the coup, which led to the physical ousting of Yanukovych. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Yanukovych is a good guy by any means. Timoshenko was also accused of corruption. Ukraine is considered to be one of the most corrupt countries in Europe, especially.
Which is improving under Zelensky, to be clear.
Perhaps. I mean, considering 7 million Ukrainians fled, it's hard to know exactly what's going on. But what we got after the fall of Yanukovych was Poroshenko, which led to, obviously, the Burisma scandal.
I demand pause because I have sent you a link exactly about this. I didn't know if it's going to happen, but I do have a link. It's called Ukraine Corruption Index Improvement.
Where'd you send the link?
With all the other links that I have sent you. Ukraine Corruption Index Improvement. Open that link. It's the Atlantic article. Because people bring up corruption on Discord. On Discord.
She just sent a new one. Right?
I can. Just let me send it if you want the new one, because to you in like messages I have sent it just now.
Okay, I see it.
Yep. Good job. It's a very short article I specifically picked up to show how much improvement we have done.
We have improved more than any other candidate into the European Union in terms of corruption. Not under Yanukovych, I must add, but after Poroshenko and Zelensky, and apparently now, especially. So yeah, the corruption, he said that it might have improved, but we don't know. But it did in fact improve by several positions of after Yanukovych was ousted. So yeah, just wanted to
noted
show that to people.
Let's keep going.
U.S.'s illicit involvement in Ukraine, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline conflict, Nord Stream 2, the expansion of the war, and ultimately where we're at now with Russia seizing the Donbass region and the oblast stretching from the Donbass down to Crimea to secure a land bridge.
Again, unjustified. What Russia is doing in Ukraine right now, its invasion that it started in February of 2022, is unjustified because it is trying to go in and annex territory. It's trying to seize territory unjustly from a sovereign nation. All this Joe Biden stuff is a distraction. It really is. It is a distraction.
Cause of the war is a
because
distraction.
It does not matter to the justification.
The cause doesn't matter?
It does not matter to the justification.
Yeah, the cause. When we're talking about the war in Ukraine, you don't think discussing the cause matters?
I think that the cause being their leader was unconstitutionally ousted does not justify, again, the Bucha massacre. It does not justify the 20,000 children that were snatched away. It does not justify any of these actions that Russia has taken. And Russia has demonstrated again and again and again that this is how it operates. It stirs up this conflict, and then it takes advantage when this conflict happens.
Can you pause for just a second? Just how to point out how ridiculous this argument is. Let's say that any other country ousts its own president for committing crimes and being a tyrant. In what world does that give a justification for a neighboring country to invade? I just don't understand why he proceeds to make this argument I think a million times by now, but it remains retarded because I just don't understand how is that? Why the only justification there is the one that he, by the way, highlighted is that we don't exist. So he sees us just basically as a Russian province that is fully subjugated by Russian and is not allowed to make any sort of moves, political or otherwise, that Russia doesn't approve of. That's his argument.
$20. Just real quick. $20 from Alexander Rin to say the USSR wasn't Russia. It was a forced union of republics. Ukraine was one of them, with its own language, culture, and UN seat. Calling Ukrainians ethnic Russians erases centuries of distinct identity. True.
True.
But by the way, our identity is much older than Russian one, but that's a whole other situation.
Neither here nor there. But let's keep going.
That's a whole other kind of work.
To fire their state prosecutor.
Are we talking about the Burisma scandal and things like that?
I mean, it's connected to it, but
$10
more from Alexander Rin to say Russia didn't own Ukraine any more than an abuser owns their victim. Crimea was moved to Ukraine by Khrushchev. Who had,
good job.
What she said. Who had ties to the region. It wasn't some benevolent gift from Russia.
But the question is, does the U.S. government have the right to go to Ukraine and say, we will withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless you fire your state prosecutor?
By the way, and while this ad is playing, Tim is not going to bring up that the entire international community was supporting getting rid of that prosecutor. Does the U.S. have the justification?
In the end of the day,
Burisma thing, I don't want to talk about it. It's like a fucking retarded MAGA point.
Asking Ukraine to fire a prosecutor. We're asking, is the U.S. justified, and should the U.S. continue to aid this current conflict, regardless of how it started?
Is it justified?
We have a situation where Ukraine's people are fighting for its life. They're fighting for its independence. They're fighting for the right to exist as a nation. And I think that we have both financial interest in this, right, in making them allies, in getting mineral trade deals like Trump is trying to do. We have an interest in setting them up in protecting our wider interest in the regions by, again, if we can stop Russia now, because Russia's not going to stop. They have other imperialist ambitions. And again, I encourage you to go watch the April 3rd discussion between the EU commander, Army General Christopher G. Pavoli, and Congress. And he explains this, and he sets this out in detail. It shows how, again, Russia, in his professional experience, has 38 years serving in the U.S. Army.
I just, I'm going to...
He's a NATO official.
I just have a thought.
Of course he's going to have that opinion.
I have a thought, and it's probably super arrogant, but I was just thinking, I don't understand why every single conversation I've had with people who are in favor of the war in Ukraine literally know nothing about it.
God. You say I know nothing about it. You were able to say, well, here are these minute details, these trivial details. Oh, you can't explain this period of history in complete detail. Oh, you must know nothing about it.
Cause of it.
Right.
I don't know the cause of the war.
The cause of the war
right
is, again, Putin. And
see,
again,
this is what's happening. These are the dogmatic talking points. This is what happens, right?
But it's just
when we
trying to
have a
conversation and
talking about the cause of the war is not obfuscation. What's happening here is that you have a list of pre-programmed dogmatic talking points that you've been giving out this whole time, right? Putin's not justified. He's invading.
Irony.
Yeah, spouts
anything
the
in
Russia
history Ukraine's
propaganda
doing, it's
about the
always
orphans.
that's
Yeah.
a distraction. That's not
Fucker,
justifying
dude.
this. That's not justifying this. That's not
All you've been
justifying
saying
this.
is
What I'm
Yakovlevich,
saying,
congressional. You
hold
say
on.
over and
What
over
I'm
and over
saying
again.
is that when
There's-
you
they were-
look at the history of the conflict, when you look at the causes of the conflict, that's relevant when we're deciding who to support with our money. I'm not saying support Russia with U.S. dollars. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying that we should be a little bit
Sure, he
choosy
supports
with
Trump
which
cutting
wars
off
we're
aid,
funding.
though.
We should be a little bit choosy with where we're
Like,
sending
supporting
billions of
Russia.
dollars. And
I
if we're
choose to
sending,
send money
and
to
so
Ukraine,
when
and so does most of America.
I know
You
you
should
choose that.
have
I'm
asked
arguing
him.
Americans.
46.
That's not
Stop,
most
stop,
of
stop for a
plurality.
second. It's just that everyone is talking over each other at this point, but it doesn't matter. Like, you should have asked him, in my opinion, like, how does Russia trying to take over, occupying Kiev region, like north of Kiev, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Sumy, Chernihiv, all of that, like, literally has nothing to do. We're talking about it as if they're still just holding Donbass and Crimea. Like, why are we talking about this as if it's 2014?
Don't know.
So we're not talking about just Crimea and just Donbass. We're talking about
Anna, he'll get to that. It's actually 4D chest, as Tim will explain in a couple minutes
Oh,
here.
great,
How
great.
it's actually a
Can't wait.
distraction
Can't wait.
technique.
Well,
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Plurality of Americans.
Regardless.
46% of Americans think that, and again, in a recent
That can be
poll
true.
in March, let me finish, right, have decided, right, they want to send more aid to Ukraine. They think that we aren't sending enough aid. And talking about dogmatic talking points, right, you continue to bring up these things that do not matter when it
They
comes
matter
down
completely.
to it. They do not. You
They
keep saying
completely
that, you
matter.
repeat it as if you're on.
Why doesn't the cause matter?
Let me ask you a question.
This is like Japan
Okay,
in 1945 saying, "Oh, the Americans are invading us," and then we say, "Well, what about Pearl Harbor? Oh, that doesn't matter. That's history. Who cares?"
Right. Okay.
Oh my
so,
God.
Why is Vladimir Putin taking this specific region of Ukraine? Look at the battle map pulled up.
Stop.
This specific, the ones
Brodsky.
he wants to take
compared
all
this
of
to
Ukraine,
Pearl
I would say.
Harbor.
Again, his stated goals at the start of the world were
God.
demilitarization and denazification, and you can't do either
Here
of
comes
those
the
if
Tim
you
Pool
don't
pop
control,
quiz, by the
at
way.
least a major portion of Ukraine. The region, the Donbass region, right? This is what he has been since 2014, since Crimea, sending in his little green men to stir up these, and
Why
to
are we
fund
talking
these
about
kind of
2014
separatist groups,
again?
and to help them, and to kind of stir up this conflict, so he can quote unquote justify him coming back in. That's why he's trying to take those regions. That's
It's
his, quote, unquote,
25
justification.
people.
But again,
Can you name
just
the
saying.
oblasts that he seized?
Luhansk and Donbass, and then Donbass.
No.
Zaporizhia. He has some.
Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then Crimea.
Sure. Okay.
I think it might be interesting to kind of put the election map from 2010 compared to the current occupation map.
Oh
I
my
think that's
God!
something
What
that
is
could be
this
useful, right?
honest
One of the reasons
cunt?
why
What is
with Crimea,
this
one of the
honest
reasons obviously the
cunt?
Russians were able to get
This
so
is
quickly
not a
because the
vote
population
for
there was support of
Russia.
But one of the reasons again why
It's
they managed
not
to make
in
such great
support.
strides in
Stop,
the areas that they
stop.
currently
What
hold
is stop
is
it?
because the population.
I cannot deal with this shit. This is not a vote for joining Russia. Where is this shit about joining Russia? It's not. It's not. It's nothing to do with joining Russia or not being Ukraine. How dishonest, how absolutely despicable this person is. I have no words for it. It's just anyhow, it's just propaganda fucking can't. I hope you're getting paid.
And this idea
we
that
also have-
there's this idea that the separatist movement in the Donbass was just this entirely engineered thing. It's just not true. There are
It
people there
was
who were upset
entirely
again
engineered
because
thing.
they voted for this guy that was removed.
But again, do you deny that Russia has exacerbated whatever natural enmity might exist there? That Russia has used its power, influence, and military to exacerbate, to fund these, to funnel funds?
Russia doesn't deny this.
I have no doubt that the Russian government has helped the separatists in the east and Crimea in the same way that I have no doubt the Spanish and the French helped the
personnel
U.S.
was
during
there.
all
These are not analogous. The Spanish and the French did not take a state for themselves.
if the state voted to join them. This is the thing that's very it's confusing, right? Self-determination includes a country voting to join another country.
Self-determination
Crimeans
doesn't
voted.
count when you have guns pointing at your head.
When the Russians,
yeah.
when the Russians,
What happened?
Good.
That's not what happened.
I like that you're
They
interrupting
weren't
him,
going and
please.
pointing
These are
guns
good.
at the population.
Yeah,
They supported them.
can you stop for a
They
second?
supported them both before, during, and after this whole incident.
Stop that shit. You good one on by the way, Whick, on saying that what you just said, but about the guns and everything. But it's revolting. I tell you, it's revolting as an Eastern Ukrainian to listen to this shit because he's just justifying literally the absolute massacre of Russian speakers in Ukraine. Okay, by saying that they have some sort of it's just absolutely incomprehensible. Like just look up for the audience, look up how the poll Pew Research Center did it about the how many people in the East wanted to join Russia. It is below 27%. Okay, so it's just not fucking true. And the fact that this absolute waffle justifies that and points it as if voting for Yanukovych is voting for the secession from Ukraine. It never was.
Yeah, ignoring everything that Yanukovych did to make everyone not like him in between then and 2014 too. He's never going to bring that up.
We're gonna go.
But they have an election. Why doesn't Ukraine vote on new leadership?
Well, first of all, it's unconstitutional. They have
What does the Constitution of Ukraine say about having an election?
So under martial law, they are not allowed to have elections.
for a new
martial law.
Fuck.
The Constitution of Ukraine leaves out the president when it comes to who the elections are suspended for during martial law. It's
wait. The president declared martial law.
That's wrong.
He could undeclare it.
Yes, but he is in a state. The country's being invaded. Of course, he's in a state of emergency. Martial
They
law.
should have elections.
No, I don't think they should have elections now. I think it would disenfranchise millions of Ukrainians. I think that the people who are under occupied areas in Russia wouldn't have their voices heard.
Do you think that Zelensky should abide strictly by the Constitution, or should he use extreme measures to secure victory?
Really
He's
depends on
abiding by the
context. I can imagine
Constitution.
situations
Was it
where
prohibited
he
by our
probably
Constitution?
should violate the. If it was
Let me ask you this.
distance,
So-
right, and he knew he was going to lose the whole country unless he violated one section of the Constitution, it would depend. I would need a specific example.
Let's try this. So right now, there's heavy conflict in their northern oblasts. Kharkiv, for instance, is the Ukrainian front on the Russian border. If the government of Kharkiv had, let's say, 40% of their of the local government was in favor of seceding to join Russia, should he go in and remove them from power by force?
In
What?
Kharkiv?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I think
Growing,
at this point.
growing sentiment is
This is the only
rising.
criticism I have for you, Wick.
Growing
You
sentiment is
should have
rising
called
among the
this
local
fucking
population
stupid.
that they should actually join the fight with
Yeah,
Russia.
Like, this is
What?
such a dumb
Zelensky, send the
argument.
military in and arrest those
Kharkiv
politicians.
I think
is
that they have
fighting right now.
a duty to the state and to the security of the state to go in and stop that. I do believe that they have a duty to the state and the security of the state to go in and stop that from happening.
So in this context, if the people of these areas try to make self-determination independently through their local governments, you're saying he should stop that political process.
Yes, I don't think that.
So they have no right to vote on
We
how they should
are
exist.
not pro-Russian in any way,
I don't
shape, or
think that right
form.
supersedes
We
the
hate
right to
them.
the
They
state itself
bomb
to
us.
protect itself from an ongoing invasion.
That's why I said it's
If
a
we were in
political
situation-
process.
if
I'm
we were in
saying
I
a political
understand.
process by which the local elected leaders say, guys,
But the
we
political,
think we should actually side with Russia at this
the
point.
political process isn't existing in the context of an ongoing invasion by a foreign hostile
How
power. and we can't ignore that.
So your point. So
And
the question is,
no.
you are saying there is no context in Ukraine right now where anyone has a democratic voice.
That's not true at all. That's not
So
what I'm saying
okay,
at all.
that's why I asked specifically about a minority group in Kharkiv voting through the natural political process against the interests of Kiev, and you said Zelensky should use military force to arrest those people.
Stop. We did. There are multiple polls that saying that Ukrainians don't want any elections right now, because fair elections right now are against our constitution. During martial law, we cannot hold elections. Also, 10 million people are internally displaced. They cannot vote because of that in our country. That's how it works. 1 million people are soldiers in the military. Arguably the most important vote, because they're fighting for our country right now. Cannot take a fucking break for 2 days from Russian forces to go and vote. We cannot have that. It's illegal. We have to change our constitution to do that. And most of Ukrainians, if this fucking asshole gave a single fuck about what we want and our rights of self-determination, he would know that most Ukrainians do not support voting right now. Most of all because we don't want to be fucking bombed to shit while we vote.
Yeah,
Okay,
Wick,
$5.
you mentioned
Just
disenfranchisement. I think
real
you
quick.
should have
Just
spelled it
real
out
quick.
for the rest of the
$5.
audience. Go ahead.
$5 from Levi to say the only people who want Ukraine to hold elections in the middle of this war are Russians and the useful idiots
Yes.
in America.
And by the way, if we did held election, which is not possible, I'm not gonna ever agree to election where 10 million people cannot vote, and also people in occupation cannot vote. Which I appreciate, Wick, that you brought that up, because people in occupation obviously cannot vote. So half the country cannot fucking vote. Okay, I will not approve that ever. It's not a fair election. It's not democratic in any way, shape, or form. First of all, second of all, constitution. It's against our constitution. And third of all, most importantly, by the way, Ukrainians don't want a fucking election right now.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Let's keep going.
Not just against the interests of Kiev, but also joining the enemy that is currently invading them.
Right.
They are becoming enemy combatants in that case.
Oh my God.
What about to separate? Not to join the fight, but to separate.
To separate, then that's a harder question,
Average.
right? But again,
Can
under
you stop
the
for a
context,
second again? Just one second. It's just, come here, you fucking beanie shithole. Like, literally ask anyone on the street, anyone. Like, I would vouch for every single person on the streets of Kharkiv that is a kid, and ask them what they think about Russians that destroyed our fucking
I understand.
city. Okay?
He's asking me a hypothetical here to kind of test my thing, but he does it incorrectly because he doesn't know how to phrase hypotheticals correctly, and he doesn't understand my answer. And we go back and forth for a little bit, but let's keep going.
Okay, I
of a
shut
current
up.
invasion,
I shut up.
I
It's
don't
just
think
I'm
it's
from
okay
Kharkiv, so
for
it's
country
annoying.
for a portion of a country to try to secede during an invasion. So, like, for example, if America was being invaded, if Canada rose up for some reason, right, and was coming in through the borders. I don't think that it would be okay. I don't think it would be morally justified for Georgia to try to secede from the union because there were.
Well, this is a border state, which is why I use the example. So it'd be more like Oregon or Washington.
Sure, yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that. That's.
Do you think
morally, that I don't think that the United States should allow that to happen. No.
Do you think Zelensky should suspend legal jurisprudence, considering that war? Should he be able to detain and arrest anybody?
No.
So if there's an individual there who, say, a journalist, should he be able to just rendition that person, or should they?
There should have some. There should be some justification. They should be able to show.
Okay, guys, I don't want to talk anymore.
But like a normal legal process, every single court, like we know it. Or are you saying, like, at the very least, have a writ from a judge saying he's a bad guy?
It would depend on the situation, right?
So depending on the situation means there would be a scenario then where the normal judicial process doesn't play out.
Well, for example,
because you're either saying absolutely not, there will always be standard habeas corpus and legal justifications through an adversarial court. If you say there's some it depends. You're saying sometimes maybe he should just grab somebody.
In extremis. So like if, for example, there was a journalist.
Nobody's grabbing anyone. You can criticize Zelensky if you want. There's no problem with that.
I don't think you go to trial. I think you take them out.
You're not talking about a journalist, you're talking about terrorist or an insurgent or an enemy combatant. A journalist, you're not going to
call
a journalist
unless their job is
dissemination
I don't know the full
dissemination
background
information.
of
In
Coach
that case,
Red Pill
that's all they're
thing.
doing.
So was he? I was heard that he was trying to obviously he was spreading Russian information, misinformation, but also he was arrested for something about like supporting Russia's war effort, or like I don't know what the exact law in Ukraine was, but like why?
So basically, one of the reasons why he was investigated by SBU. SBU is like our services of like I don't know how the fuck do you translate that, but that's basically like. They investigate security of Ukraine. So they investigated him on the accords of two things. One was that he was providing Russian crucial information. So they confiscated his laptop and all that sort of thing. And also the fact that he filmed the positions and soldiers without their obvious consent and permission.
Okay.
In danger.
It wasn't even like a freedom speech. He was literally like acting as a asset to Russian military forces.
That was quite also the denial of the bombing of Kharkiv, by the way, which he lived in. Which how big of a scumbag do you have to be to actually live in a city that is getting bombed every day and say it's not happening?
Yeah, I think that for me, arresting Coach Red Pill might not have been the move, actually, but I don't make your guys' laws. So you make the laws. You follow the laws that you make,
wait a second. It's a country under a martial law, so assisting the enemy of the invading force is illegal, and also endangering the positions of the people is also illegal.
Yeah, we get to this.
And Tim Pool would probably defend the Japanese internment camps, which is a much less like strict thing. So.
I will say though that if United States wants to do like a thorough investigation of what happened to Coach Red Pill, nobody is stopping them. So that's completely fucking fine. Obviously, he was a citizen of the United States, right? So if anyone wants to do like a thorough investigation of what the fuck happened to that guy, Ukraine is not stopping anyone. Like Israel, for example, does that shit when they not allow any like sort of like, in any intervention, like investigation, everything. We do not do that. So I don't know why you guys don't give a fuck about your Coach Red Pill guy, but nobody's stopping you from doing an investigation. If you want to, please do.
Okay, let's keep going.
What if there was
a foreign legal process?
What about a foreign journalist operating?
Are you talking about Coach Red Pill? Is this what we're leading to here?
One of the things we're getting to is the execution of Gonzalo Lira. Yes.
Execution.
I can talk about that.
He was murdered by the state. He was trying to flee the state.
Can you prove that?
Yes, he posted a video at the border, and then he was kidnapped and reported dead.
He also
dead by what causes?
He also claimed to be tortured.
Dead by what causes?
Stop. He wasn't kidnapped. He was arrested. So there was a warrant on him, obviously, for his illegal activities and for the investigation. And they said, our investigation said, okay, so dude, you can like stay at home, like at house arrest. Yeah. Nobody is doing like shit to you, but we're doing the investigation. The only thing we ask of you is do not leave Kharkiv, stay in your like apartment while the investigation is happening. Brother decides to escape to Hungary and post it online. I don't know why, but he decided to post it online and say, like, I'm escaping to Hungary with this route, breaking my house arrest that Ukraine, imposed on me. And Ukrainian forces caught him during trying to escape during the investigation process. Like, that's what happened. Nobody executed that motherfucker. The fact that he died in prison out because he was a COVID and he was like anti-vaxxer, I guess, so he didn't have like any vaccines. So he was like also smoker and all of that, and he had pneumonia that, double pneumonia, I believe, even, that ended up killing him. So you can investigate, obviously, if you want, but nobody fucking executed him.
Okay, let's keep going.
Improper treatment, malnutrition, and dehydration?
Improper treatment, malnutrition, and dehydration. So
some
pneumonia,
reasons when you lock them in a jail and don't give them medical treatment when they're trying to flee your country.
Right?
So, how was he arrested?
Flee your country illegally.
Business taxes was always
and also Tim's just taking at face value every propaganda.
Why was he
He's not listening to
He was disseminating information, as far as I know, right? And I'd have to look into the case again.
Are you in favor of that?
No, I don't think he should have been. I don't think
killed.
Well, first of all, there was no evidence he was killed.
He wasn't killed.
I mean, if you take someone by force,
who killed him?
The state.
The state killed him.
Yes, by locking him up.
He died of pneumonia in prison.
Indeed, yes. So you think in the United States?
In the United States, if someone dies of pneumonia in prison, did we execute that prisoner?
We are responsible for their deaths. If someone
Good
is not
job.
guilty of a crime, is fleeing,
I think there was investigation and there was negligence. Sure.
What was he put in prison for?
He was put in prison
investigate.
for disinformation, disseminating.
I can tell you exactly.
I believe was a crime. Sure. But again, I'm against that. I think people should have the ability to have free speech.
I like
to
how
act as
this
if
count, by the
Ukrainian
way,
people don't get to say on their own
Lactoid.
laws. I think it's silly.
Well, that's why I asked you about Kharkiv, and you said they should stop. They should arrest politicians who are against their will.
Nothing about arrest of
In the
Timoshenko.
context of them joining an enemy state that is actively invading their country, you keep leaving out these contexts and doing this funny little trick where you'll set up a hypothetical. Set up a hypothetical.
Thank God for you
under
saying this,
rights,
Whick.
and then you'll change the circumstances and you'll say,
You're like,
"Oh,
hey,
look, you said yes to this, so it must
this
be
is
yes
bullshit.
to that." Again,
or it's literally called asking you to
comparison
find the degree by which you are accepting of certain degrees of power.
Sure.
So if you say Zelensky should abide by the Constitution, I will then ask you, okay, should we have elections? Then you
He
say,
was
right, so the issue then when I
by our
say,
laws.
should there be standard habeas corpus, you say it depends. That would literally imply sometimes there should not be.
Yes.
Yes, I'm asking you these questions to find the line by which you would say the line has been crossed, not to set up, as you described it, funny little hypotheticals.
Well,
so I'm asking you,
then why,
when we talked about Crimea, Crimea had an
sorry,
election and you didn't respect it. So I ask you, what if Kharkiv was going to side with Russia?
The Crimea had an election under gunpoint, and the UN doesn't respect
Which is
that.
why
International law doesn't
a hypothetical.
respect that.
Which is why I asked a hypothetical.
Thank
so
you,
if
yeah.
that's clearly a red line for you, let's try another scenario. Would this be a red line for you? And you said in this circumstance, yes, in that circumstance, no. Simple answer. There's no conflict. That's why I asked. What is the line by which you think the political process is a threat to Kiev? If the people choose, if the people in a oblast decide amongst themselves Russia is correct,
Kiev, it's
you
threat
think
to
that
Ukraine.
Zelensky
We're
should send
one
the military to
country.
remove those
You
politicians.
fucking can't.
And that's a fine position to have. I disagree. I think, and you said because it's an invasive force on your country, but where does self-determination come in?
There are plenty of instances where we wouldn't let people self-determine. I'll give you an example.
The reason why I
I'll give you an example, right? Just explain. So if I saw someone on a roof who was about to jump, I wouldn't let them self-determination themselves to jump. I would physically stop them. I would grab them and stop them from doing that.
Now, the reason why I ask is because in the instance of Crimea, the people of Crimea overwhelmingly voted to join Russia. But your argument is it's fake.
No,
Russia was occupying the
after
region,
Russia.
so it doesn't
After
count.
Russia.
We wouldn't allow
You
because it would
not-
destroy the country.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah,
a whole
obviously.
other argument. It has nothing to do with what's happening now. He's just,
The entire country needs to vote. Like you cannot allow like any random asshole that wants to get away to succeed. That's not how countries work. Why the fuck Ukraine needs to allow that? By the way, just asking.
Again, he's trying to ask me a hypothetical here, right? But he doesn't understand the context that I'm trying to paint this in. The reason why I wouldn't be okay in the hypothetical world where Kharkiv wants to secede during an invasion to the enemy is
Sorry,
because...
I have a.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, anyhow.
Yeah, it's just again, he goes through these hypotheticals. He doesn't understand his own hypotheticals, and he doesn't understand my answers, and it's pretty
Also,
clear.
by the way, the most hilarious example ever, because Kharkiv perhaps is the most nationalist, pro-Ukraine, Russian-speaking city in Ukraine. So that's like.
Yeah, but again,
funny.
he's doing a hypothetical, so whatever.
Yeah.
Let's
if we wanted to, you do not decide that under Russian occupation. You
Yes.
decide that within Ukraine.
Yes,
That's simple as
after
that.
when there is no
Yeah.
coercive force and pressure. on there. Let's go.
Missing the point.
I think you're missing my answer.
No, you're not. You're not answering. You're not answering what
I'm
I'm
absolutely
asking.
answering the
The
question.
point that was brought up is this: Crimea's election does not count because they're under duress.
Yes.
We agree.
Yes.
I asked you about what if another oblast had a legitimate election, and you said no, which means even in the instance where Crimea was choosing to join Russia, you would not accept
because these legitimate, as you said, you sneak it in, right? But again, they are also under duress because there's a foreign military power actively
Agreed.
engaging.
And understood. Now let me try to explain what I'm saying. Your argument then is it doesn't matter if Crimea is under duress. An oppressive force is seeking to take over Ukraine. We will not let Crimea secede.
If Russia was currently invading the Donbass and Crimea tried to secede, let's say the Crimea referendum never happened and Crimea was part of Ukraine in 2022 when they came in and Russia invaded the Donbass. And Crimea at that point tried to secede. Yes, I would also say that that's not okay. But in other
Which is my
situations
point.
where again,
The reason
you're
for
missing
asking
the
these,
point.
you
You're
are.
missing mine.
The reason why I asked you this, because your point doesn't matter to why I'm asking you a question. You can assert some point after the fact. My point is, we are trying to understand your position on Crimea versus any other political process. You have asserted that the Crimean election is not legitimate because they were under occupation. Agreed. What if there was an oblast not under occupation? You still think they should not be allowed to secede. In fact, when Crimea did get absorbed by Russia, the Donbass was already in conflict with Russian troops in the eastern region of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia was already actively in this conflict, though it wasn't a hardcore invasion. The country was still considered a civil war when this broke out. After Trump's election, this simmered down and they stopped referring to it as a civil war, but a separatist movement, despite the fact Crimea had already been absorbed. Your argument...
What?
It's not a civil war. It was
I
never
know.
a civil war. Yeah, that's a Russian talking point. But anyhow, I just want to say that, for example, in Scotland, right, voted for whether to stay in UK or not. I mentioned that up. Entire Scotland voted. Not a part of Scotland. Entire Scotland. This is the same here. Entirety of the Ukraine votes on that shit. Not part of Ukraine. It doesn't work that way. Why are we held to the standard that nobody else is held to?
Okay, let's keep going.
Is inconsistent.
I disagree.
I'd have no problem with you saying, I don't care what Crimea wants, they don't get to vote for secession. And I'd say, okay, if you made the argument that I
They
don't
do
care
get
what Ukraine
to vote
does,
to, but
the
they
US shall
didn't
prevail.
have the
I understand your
chance
position.
to. I don't
But you keep trying to create
understand.
moral justifications for why this instance is right and this is wrong. I think your better argument would be, literally nothing matters, all is fair in love and war, and we're going to crush Russia. And I'd say, okay.
Here's the deal, right? Again, when you
Such a
gave me the
straw man
hypothetical
of your
of
position.
Kharkiv, right? And I said, no, because this legitimate process, because, and this is context, I think you were ignoring, and I think that makes me not inconsistent here, is that there is a form of duress, an extreme form of duress, and they're actively being invaded by the group that Kharkiv wants to secede to. If you were in
Which is what Crimea did, right?
Did you ask the same question about the US?
Yeah,
No.
I think you should have asked him about like.
Yeah,
the
if Texas
California.
wants to secede,
Russia
should
lost
they
their
be allowed
parliament,
to?
right? And they had guns.
When did Russia invade Crimea?
When did Russia invade Crimea? The 22nd?
2014?
The 22nd of-
there is.
Did
Hold
Russia
on.
have any military in Crimea before
He
that?
thinks he's trying to, he cuts me off, but the invasion of Crimea, where they went to do the referendum, was 2014, I believe February 22nd or maybe 23rd.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm correct.
But
Yes.
that's just you being too good faith,
No, wait a
right? Like
second.
you, when he asks you some bullshit question like that, and you answer, because you do know the answer, and that's good. The problem is you
No,
need
no, it
to
wasn't
realize that
February.
he's.
It wasn't February. February revolution didn't stop at the February. The Maidan help stopped.
Was it
at
March
the,
or no? I think it was February. No, I think it was February because the referendum
No,
was
no,
in
no, no,
March.
no, no, no,
Yeah, the
no, 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 no.
referendum was in March. It was in March
Yeah, March,
14th.
March,
March 14th.
April when they. Yeah.
Because
yeah, March,
I have my notes and I'm reading my notes, right? It was March 14th where they had the referendum. They went in
Yes.
before that, and they went in on the February 22nd, but there is some dispute over exactly when they went in because their medals, that the Russians were given medals for this, by the way. The medals that they were given said from the operation that they did was from the February 20th to the March 18th, right?
So they were there.
Yeah,
So there's
there
some
was-
dispute on when exactly this was.
There
gone in.
was a very little time. They basically just annexed immediately
Yeah,
after Maidan
Bukro,
ended. So,
like again, this is what frustrates about me. I'm correct, and he's pretending I am not.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
which
Like,
is
is like
entirely-
you're treating his question like a real question, and not him clearly
not, yeah,
trying
it's
to
not a
like
real
make some
question,
bullshit
yeah.
point. And you just need to call that out. You can answer it quickly and then call out his bullshit just in case he says, "Oh, you're dodging." But like, this is such a bullshit, and you can't let him get away with it if you ever talk to him.
No,
again,
yeah.
So
Yes, they had a base and they were leasing.
Was the base significant?
Define significant.
I mean, are you talking about
this
like 10
is
troops or are you
cooling.
talking about 1 million?
Neither of those.
If the U.S.
What the fuck are
Russia,
we talking
again,
about?
If the U.S.
borders,
built
they
a
can
port
bring people
in Taiwan and staged their entire Pacific fleet there with all their flagships and 30,000 personnel, would we call it an occupation?
Did Taiwan
Fucking
buy
kill
us?
me.
Yeah.
If
And we've been there. So let's say we have 30,000 people in Taiwan. Our flagship for our entire Pacific fleet is there. All of our warships are based out of there. And then we send in, I don't know, a few thousand more troops. Would we call it an invasion?
Of course not.
So what you're saying is that Sevastopol was occupied by Russia the whole time and wasn't invaded because they already had their Black Sea Fleet flagship there. So it was their most significant port.
What?
In fact, their only warm water port.
During the Crimean referendum, Russian troops blockaded Ukrainian bases that were located in Crimea, so they couldn't stop them.
My point was this: Crimea already housed
This is the moment where you start making the like a perfect collaboration, and he's just like, well, actually, my point was something completely irrelevant.
It is where their flagship makes port. It is their only warm water access. This was not insignificant for Russia.
This
Russia
is
didn't
reading
need
the
to
tenant
invade, they were
media
already there.
cards.
So the question about
Yeah,
elections becomes:
which-
if you believe that Crimea was under duress, and then I ask you about another region not under duress, but your position is if they are going to be joining an adversarial force that is actively in conflict with them, we would not allow it. It would not have mattered what the result of either election is. It doesn't matter if Crimea is under duress or not. I don't know why you can't just say that. It's a simple
Who
answer.
will?
Crimea can't secede
What
because we won't
other
let them, just like in
country will allow
1991.
that?
We didn't let them then. We're not going to let them
Name
now.
it,
End of story.
bitch.
Determination doesn't matter. There's no problem saying it. Abraham Lincoln didn't let the South make self-determination. So it's a simple argument. That's why I'm trying to understand. I don't see a cohesive moral worldview in the argument.
Let me
Dude, this
see
is
if I
the
can
slight
explain
talking
this
past
a
each other
different way.
thing, Wick, where it's
Okay.
like,
Yeah,
okay,
like, it's nothing.
if a city tried to
Like,
leave, it
self-determination
would
matters
hurt
to a
Ukraine.
point.
Maybe
I
they
think
shouldn't
that
let.
also the sovereignty of a nation matters as well. Sometimes these things can come in conflict. I tend to side with sovereignty over self-determination when it comes to these things. But there are extreme instances where I think, you know what, self-determination is probably the way to go. for example, if your people are being genocided and you want to break off and you're like, this is too much,
good point.
we
yeah.
cannot suffer this anymore. Fair enough. That's okay. But to act as if the hypothetical you gave me did not map on or mapped on to what was happening in Crimea, it does not.
Well, it's actually.
Can you stop for a second? I want to compliment you, Whick. That's very good answer, by the way, because there is a reason, conceivable reason, right, why a part of the country can have a legitimate cause to, for example, secede, right? But it has to be like pretty heavy shit, like you mentioned here, like genocide, or like heavy discrimination and things like that. But for no reason, just because they feel like it. It doesn't work like that. Like sovereignty doesn't work like that. Borders doesn't work like that. International law doesn't work like that. Yeah, it's just absolutely despicable that these assholes apply this to us when they never apply that to anyone else. Like you can't just have like a California going like, we hate that fucking Trump motherfucker, orange Führer cunt, so we want to be our own separate country now. Like it's not gonna happen. Like it's a ridiculous argument. Ridiculous.
And as you see, as I started slow, but as we went, I've gotten better and better and better at my answers. I've gotten stronger and stronger at my debates. And if you judge me in the first 20 minutes, it's a lot weaker.
I do judge you, yeah. But
if you judge me in the whole thing, I think I just aced it. It's just clear. And so
you got better. You got better for sure. But I'm just mad that this debate happened all together. If I'm honest with you.
Fair enough.
Because
here we are.
Because I'm just sue me, okay? I'm not an American to give a fuck about your free speech shit. But I just don't think that people like Lactoid should be platformed on the topics of Ukraine on the biggest podcast in the world, because he's not in any way, shape, or form competent or an expert or any of that sort of thing on the topic. He's not a historian. He's not an expert. He read some Russian bullshit.
But to be clear, I'm not an expert either. So
you're not as well, which is why I'm mad.
But
neither of you are experts. So it's just the state of the United States, okay? This thing here is the state of the United States, that you have people like Tim Pool, people like Lactoid, Russians abusing your free speech laws to make people listen to this sort of shit instead of experts on the subject who actually, no offense to Whick and Lactoid, or Lactoid can go fuck himself, but no offense to Whick, that either of you are not experts on this. You don't have qualifications, and I don't understand why the fuck this is happening altogether. But that's my Ukrainian opinion. But I do.
This is where we actually disagree, because I think there is a value in hearing what the normies, if you will, think about a situation and understand about a situation, right? To understand what the person
value, but it's the idea that like the determination of a person's life and everyone in that country is being fought on the battlefield of like the retard Rumble thing, when like this guy influences millions of people. Meanwhile, like this is potentially going to change who they vote for and who becomes president, who will then decide whether or not to cut off aid to a country that needs it. Like it's insane that this has the amount of influence that it does. But
it does. But here's the thing: it does. So if it's going to happen, we have to compete
better
in
that people
arena.
like you go on and push back on their bullshit.
We do have to compete in that arena.
It's sad that this is the state of
and
American
I'll let the
politics.
viewers decide whether I succeeded or not. But I hope what I did was demonstrate a way to fight back against some of these talking points.
I will say, Whick, that quite honestly, this is just platform in Russian propaganda. And despite the decent and at times even good pushback that you provided, I still am absolutely like flabbergasted that this is what American public consumes. So this is like what they watch. And this, like Soy Pill said, that it influences people's opinions on who they want and who they vote for, who provides aid, who doesn't provide, whatever the fuck happens to my country depends on these fucking like Russian paid, unironically, like it's not even a joke, like actual Russian paid fucking asset doing this sort of platform into millions of people. And who is the fuck is that Lactoid? He has like 5 subscribers. Like why is he there to begin with? Anyhow, it's just a little rant.
I asked you if there was an oblast that wanted to vote, should they be arrested? You said yes, they should. They're not different circumstances.
I think what you're missing, Whick, is that according to the Ukrainians, their argument. Hold on, their argument is that they were
not in the same.
Their argument was that they were getting invaded by Russia in 2014 in the east. That was the Ukrainian. That's the current Ukrainian position.
They were being.
It's not a position. It's a fact.
It's just what happened.
Check it first.
The view of the people in Kiev, and this is relatively anecdotal.
Hey, wait, real quick, what happened there? Did they cut off something really like?
I said something. I don't remember what I said, but I don't know why it was.
I'll just assume it was made them look stupid. But yeah,
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, it looks weird.
I don't
remember.
They
cut out.
Yeah.
Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the beginning of civil war, which they referred to as civil war. When I came back 3 years later,
It's
they
not
said
a
we don't
civil
call it that
war,
anymore. It's just a separatist movement, but it's largely being put down.
Because they realized probably, and
We never talked about it as civil
during that
war.
space
That's
of
a
time,
lie.
that they had overreacted. They had used hyperbolic language. They tuned down. But again, we can recognize that the invasion in 2022 is a fundamentally different thing at a different scale than what was happening in 2014. Correct? Can you acknowledge that?
Can you make a pause for a second? Just for a second. We never ever in Ukraine recognized what was happening in Donbass as civil war. That's a lie. I don't know where he pulled that from, but not at any point in 2014, 15 ever it was recognized as civil war. That was what Russia was painting it to be, and it's also, by the way, unfortunate, but what many Western media called it. By supplying,
but
that
it
Russian
is,
narrative.
yeah, it is what it is. I don't think
it's not true.
But my point,
we never called it.
Yeah, my
war.
point in this whole exchange is that what was happening in 2014 was at a much smaller scale than what is happening now.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
think
not
that to
arguing with
compare,
you. I'm arguing with Tim
Sure.
Pool, saying that we in Ukraine, apparently, according to this motherfucker, called it civil war, which literally never happened, because it's not. Civil war is a fight between people in one country. You have like fucking civil war in the United States. Okay, you were fighting each other. Nobody invaded you, and no other person, no other country supported one party of your civil war. Okay, in this case, it's a completely different thing because more than 500 people of Russian personnel were in Donbass. People like Girkin are Russian citizens and Russian commanders who led operations in Donbass. So it was a separatist movement for sure, but it was a separatist movement that was supplied, armed, and led by Russian people with Russian fucking passports and Russian military personnel. So no, it was not a civil war by any stretch of the imagination.
Keep going.
Really worse
Substantially
than
different.
the separatists, the Russian supported incursions in the east.
In 2014, yes.
In 2014, you had limited intervention from the Russians. In 2022, you had a hardcore invasion by Russia.
Yes, these are different things.
Indeed.
Scale matters.
Limited,
Right.
okay.
So
that's why again these are not analogous.
So then you're saying that if the Russians didn't go into Crimea, Crimea could have voted to secede and you would have respected it.
This tax season, one accountant, how are you, really crunches the numbers.
I'm bad,
Depends on
honestly.
context again.
He asked, how are you?
I'm trying to find out what your position is. So like when can someone vote to secede?
Again, if they're being genocided, if there are certain lines, and I can't give you a specific one.
What if they're denied vote? Like what if an area is disenfranchised? Should they be able to leave?
How many times?
They were not
Just generally speaking, the president they elected was removed, or I guess in the U.S. case.
Stop. I want you. I would like you to address that. He repeats that fucking 100 times by now. They had their fucking chance to vote with everyone else if Russia didn't annex them. They could have voted in the elections.
Give me a second.
After Maidan.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're not allowed to vote. Like where how much of your representation needs to be denied before you say, hey, look, you have a right to form your own country? Because the UN has talked about this. And if you have an area without self-determination, that's one of the justifications for independence for that area. There was several litigated cases about this, including some islands in between Finland and Sweden.
We could have that discussion, but unfortunately we can't because Russia interceded in a way that made it impossible for us to ever know whether or not Crimea would secede naturally or not.
We can't have that conversation because Crimea tried to leave and Ukraine said no. I keep
actually said the military.
No, we didn't.
I keep trying to explain this to you.
95, but we're talking about 2014.
Right, and what this demonstrates is that when Crimea tries to leave, they get swatted down. And in 2014, when they tried to leave, they were like, okay, we're going to have a vote. And they invited the OSCE. The OSCE refused because of Kiev.
Right, but actually, I think this is really more egregious because after the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine had no claim over Crimea. They just claimed it.
Sure, I'm not here to argue that was right or wrong.
Wait a second. Stop.
Indeed,
Stop. After the fall of the Soviet, that's a lie. After the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine has no claim over Crimea. Crimea, as we showed people on the map, 54% of Crimean people, which is the majority, sure, slim, but still the majority, voted to be part of Ukraine.
And in 97, Russia acknowledged it, which I'm sure Tim didn't know. But
no, by the way, not in 97 even. They acknowledged it in 91. They acknowledged it in 92, and they acknowledged it in 95, and then acknowledged it in a Budapest Memorandum doubly so, and everyone else did. So that's a lie. That's a blank face lie. We had a claim to it because it was, first of all, part of USSR since the 50s, USSR is Ukraine, by the way. It's not Russia. So yeah, that's a republic of the Soviet Union in Russia, but it is Ukraine. So yeah, that's point is there. And both Russia, Ukraine, and Crimea all agreed that it's a part of Ukraine. So we had every fucking claim in the world.
20 minutes. We got 20 minutes to get through. Let's keep going.
Yes, good. Let's do it. But you should have said it. I'm just saying.
It just appears that the Republic of Crimea, as they deemed it, and the people of Crimea have a substantially different worldview than the rest of Ukraine. They viewed themselves as autonomous, and Ukraine decided to crush them, remove their laws, and send in the National Guard to actually shut down their attempts at sovereignty.
95 had
they were autonomous for years, for decades.
So the people who live there and have been there since then, who wanted termination, don't matter?
They absolutely.
And something did happen in 2014, right? That when Kiev forced his constitution upon them, they played by the rules set by Kiev, right? Set by the government. And then 2014 rolls around, and the government breaks its own rules, right? You want Crimeans to play by the constitution, and then you break the constitution and surprise that they want to leave.
I want Russia not to interfere in the
constitution. You want them to be unable to protect themselves. That's what
I want Russia not to be able to interfere in this
because that's the only way.
From what was happening?
Absolutely not the only way.
I think we'd be doing the audience a disservice if we didn't actually give the real reasons for the war, which I think yours are largely emotional, moral, and one-dimensional.
Oh, that was so scummy. I hated when he said it's like,
he does want to bring back the Soviet Union. His exactly is that. That's not the reason for the invasion of Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine is specifically because Russia has one warm water port into the Black Sea, which is in Sevastopol. That costs billions to produce. It's the home of their Black Sea fleet, and it's where they do the principal
keep in mind, this completely contradicts what he said earlier about the trade and the
I'm going to let it. Hold on. Here's how we're going to do this. We're going to let him finish, and then I'm going to pause it and explain why he's just wrong here. Because again, Russia, Putin specifically, gave speeches on this when they invaded, and he doesn't say anything about a warm water port.
Yeah, he says about denazification. He says about demilitarization, destruction of the Kiev quote-unquote regime, as he calls it. That's his justification for war. Nothing about fucking Crimea. By the way, he brings Sevastopol here. 80% of Black Sea was controlled by Russia as per agreement that we made in 97. They had almost entirety of the control of that. Why the fuck they needed more? Please explain.
But he's also contradicting himself from half an hour earlier where he was complaining about that. It was actually strictly about the trade, and there's the entire reason. Like that's like,
they abandoned NATO, by the way, entirely. So at first they were like, oh, it's all about the NATO borders. Now it's all about the fucking Sevastopol port. Now it's all before it was about the trade thing, and now it's about Sevastopol. Maybe be a little bit more consistent with your fucking real reasons for war.
This is the asymmetry of the whole thing. They can get things wrong over and over and over again, can be inconsistent over and over and again, and their audience will lap it up. They're never held to account. No one ever cares. If I get one thing wrong, I'm lambasted. That's why I was very careful about what I said in this. But let's keep going.
Meaning, if Russia loses access to Crimea, they're not going to be doing any trade with North Africa or the Mediterranean, and they'll get cut off from India and the rest of the Arabian Sea.
They had access to
the Indian Ocean. This means that Russia has no choice politically but to make sure they secure Crimea by any means necessary.
Yeah,
after the Euromaidan protest and the ousting of Yanukovych, there was a large movement that was pro-EU, which meant Crimea would have fallen into the hands of European Union.
Use kayak to compare
this gets better, Anna, because he's going to talk about Whick rightfully will bring up what about all the other regions they're invading.
So
and
Russia
Tim's
obviously then says referendum, it's us now, which it's not going to is legit, but Russia's not going to give up their only Black Sea warm water port. Some have argued, why don't they just build it in Novorossiysk or whatever, or Sochi? They're not going to rebuild their entire military infrastructure. That seems ridiculous. Certainly they could, but this would mean that in the next 30 or 40 years they're cut off from the Black Sea, and their principal export, of course, is going to be energy, which ain't going to happen. A large portion of their exports, of course, are natural gas into Europe, which
you need to ask that question. I don't know if you will, but who was cutting them off? Just because we ousted Yanukovych, the agreement that we made in 97 was not under any sort of threat, first of all. Second of all, we would maybe become a candidate to the European Union, and maybe would be allowed to join fucking 20 years from now on if we're lucky, okay? But even if we did join European Union, that doesn't cancel out any agreement with Russia in Crimea. So this is absolutely retarded. Please,
because earlier Lactoid brought up this point, or maybe it was Tim. One of them brought up this point earlier, and I did say that. I did say they had a lease. That lease wasn't under threat. That lease was good from 2008 to 2018. They canceled the lease in 2018 because, well, you know.
By the way, Russia didn't even dispute, by the way, which is kind of hilarious. Until 2014, they didn't even dispute that Crimea is part of Russia. So it wasn't even a conversation prior to the annexation whatsoever.
But let's keep going.
props up the Russian economy. That's through Gazprom. Gazprom has a natural gas monopoly in Europe, and Gazprom runs through Ukraine. Russia has another means of delivery of natural gas into Europe, that's through Germany with Nord Stream. Of course, we now know, according to Germany, or is accused that Ukraine blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, sabotaging Russia's ability to export natural gas to Europe, for which was pumping up their economy.
When did it happen?
So the reason why Russia invaded the eastern regions of Ukraine and secured only Luhansk, Donetsk, Mariupol, Kherson, and portions of Zaporizhia is so that they can secure a land bridge access to Crimea so they did not get cut off from their exports. They had a bridge that stretched from Russia through Kerch into Ukraine, but it was bombed by Ukrainian forces, presenting the West with the exact reason why Russia secured the eastern region and why they're not waging a sustained front through Belarus. It also explains why when people make the argument that Russia wants Ukraine so it can invade the rest of these countries is a lie, because these people don't
Stop! It's a flow of Russian propaganda that gets absolutely unaddressed, and I honestly don't think you will address that. Where the fuck was the Nord Stream bombed? Half a year ago, after Russian full-scale invasion in 2022. He makes it seem as if he fucking blew up the fucking Nord Stream
before the invasion.
pipe.
Yeah,
I didn't catch that at the time.
Happened.
But that's true.
Yeah, by the way.
I didn't realize he was talking out of his sides of his mouth in real time, where he's like, they have to do this to get these things, but also they did these things after the invasion started. It's ridiculous.
It's a fucking Tim Pool time machine. So apparently, things that happened half a year after 22 are the justification for the invasion before they fucking happened.
I'll say that I take a minor L here because of not bringing that up. I should have caught that. I didn't. So minor L.
Bombing of Kerch Bridge happened when?
After the 2022 invasion.
Yes, none of that happened prior. So the only reason, any of that happened, and what a dishonest asshole. He knows that that's not true. He knows it. There's no way in hell he doesn't know it.
But he was going on this fan fiction rant, and he was blasting out points, and again, we're an hour and 44 minutes in here of me trying to play his little fucking game. So that is why I missed it, but I did miss it.
3-thought stream of Russian propaganda just so you can't address anything in 5 seconds.
I didn't know better. I think he's paid by the Russian state.
Something like that.
Yeah. If I didn't know, but
let's keep watching. Let's see what happens.
Don't even know that Kaliningrad exists. And once you tell people that Russia actually borders the north of Poland and the south of Lithuania, they say that's impossible. And then you explain that Russia's an oblast in the Baltic called Kaliningrad. They say, I had no idea that existed. Right. That argument goes out the window. If Russia gets cut off from the Black Sea, they're going to lose 40% of their economy overnight.
Why does Kaliningrad exist? Because Russia occupied it. It's literally, quite literally, a Russian piece of land that Russia occupied from the Baltics.
They take slices.
Why in the actual ever living fuck would you ever say that as any argument that is pro-Russian? It's just mind-blowing.
Andrew,
anyway, let's go.
Yeah, Andrew Steele, I'm reading every single one of your messages. You are single-handedly bringing my chat rate up to it's through the moon right now. So thank you for that. And I think you're wrong, and I think you're demonstrably wrong. Andrew Steele saying I got crushed and things like that. And you can think that if you will.
Kaliningrad, by the way, is Königsberg. Well, anyhow, it's a whole other situation. I don't understand why in the ever living fuck he would bring that up, Russian occupying things. But well, okay.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we are getting to the end here. I'll just say this, before I forget, that I could have done better in this. I give myself a B. I did not get a knockout punch here, partially because I didn't perform as well as I could have at the beginning. But I think overall, the people who are watching this with an open mind, absolutely, and the way I know this is true is because people who hate me have told me I did a good job at this. I'm talking about Trump voters who normally hate me and who don't even agree with my position here, saying I bodied Tim, okay? I'm talking about President Sunday mods who have tried to get my panel deplatformed, right? My show deplatformed, begrudgingly admitted I held my own very well. Again,
you were in the lion's den. You did what you had to do.
Yeah, I didn't come out unscathed, to be clear. Like, they got a couple good hits in. I got a couple L's there. But overall, any honest actor, I think, obviously sees that I took the W overall. But let's keep going.
There is nothing that will stop Russia from fighting a war to secure this region. That is why this war is happening. Now, certainly, Vladimir Putin does want the Soviet Union back. He's not going to get it. It's not going to happen. That's why he's been largely disinterested in the expansion of NATO into Estonia and Latvia.
Yeah, he said that was a lie before, by the way.
There's a concern if the war expands. Maybe Belarus will carve out a piece of Lithuania and Poland to create a land bridge into Kaliningrad, which I really doubt.
But this idea that they only are taking this specific portion, in the early days of the war, they had troops in Kiev that they were rolling into Kiev. They tried to take it all.
Job.
They were stopped from doing that. They have since
They were
decided,
in Kiev,
hey,
by the
this
way.
is probably
Anna,
only
get
what
ready
we can
for this.
hold
It's
on
so
to.
funny.
And frankly, I don't know if they can hold on to it for much longer.
Play chess.
Right? Yes.
Sometimes in chess, you make a move to force your opponent to defend an area of the board you don't actually want.
Sometimes, but there's no evidence that this is the case.
It certainly is. All of the evidence.
All of the evidence.
And I'm going to say this.
All
as
of the
disrespectful as I
evidence
can.
indicates
when you can't actually name the oblasts.
Putin is
I
throwing
actually know about the region.
thousands and thousands of troops into the other regions that he doesn't want because
He's
it's part of
retarded.
this chess. It's this chess move he's doing. Yeah, the look on your face right now, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the 5D chess move.
Occupation of Kiev and the attempt, by the way, to take Kiev. They were in Kiev. They were there.
That was the original
so
plan
the
was to just take it up in a gulp, cut off the head of the snake, so to speak, so they could demilitarize and denazify, install a puppet government, and annex the whole thing.
Their stated goal is to remove Kiev regime, quote unquote. So they occupy Kiev, and they try to take Kiev as well. And they are there. They're also trying to take Kharkiv region, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Sumy, Chernihiv, all of that, right? So it's the Mykolaiv, all the regions that I just named, right? And I appreciate that you brought up Kiev. And he's like, answer to that. Sometimes you do these fucking chess moves. You know what, guys? Actually, like, I want a Russian drone or like a Cub or like missile or anything, just take me out now. Because if it's impossible to listen to this shit. Like, I prefer a Shahed drone in the face, like directly in the face.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if you can actually.
Wick,
say that.
I think we should propose a chess opening. It's called the pool. It's when you sacrifice thousands of pawns so that you can take just one horse on the left side of the board.
But this is
I never cared about the king. That was never really relevant.
This made me mad in real time. Because
these fuckers are like, unironically, like, you bring up Kiev, like you shoot, obviously, right? That's a very good point on your end. And they're like, you know what? It's all to defend the rights of the self-determination of Crimea. Like, taking Kiev is 100% to preserve the rights of self-determination of Crimea. Like, 100% for the chess game. Like, what?
The reason this made me angry is because it's such a stupid point, and I know how it came about because it's this post hoc, and Lactoid and Tim both do this.
Yeah.
This post hoc rationalization where everything that happens was part of the masterful gambit that Putin did. He meant to lose all those troops in Kiev. He meant to lose all those troops in the other areas that they've been pushed out because it was all a distraction for their real goal, which was what they happen to have. Like the idea that I know it's this post hoc. It doesn't make any sense, and it's contradicted by the facts of the matter and the experts. Which we will get into this back and forth. This is my favorite part.
Yeah, this is definitely the favorite part because he just wasted Tim Pool. Wasted a good old I guess 5-10 minutes of all of our lives to saying about that the audience deserves to know the real reason for the invasion.
Yeah, and it was just bullshit.
Which is to secure Sevastopol in Crimea, which was already, by the way, secured, but it's a whole other. Yeah, but then he comes and says that actually, taking Kiev was a 4D chess move to secure Sevastopol in Crimea that they already had since 2014.
It was
also
glorious.
I don't care about Ukraine, by the way. Don't care.
Yeah, but let's keep going.
Fair enough. You can question that, but here's the thing.
You don't know the names of the places he actually invaded.
Trying to find the best.
Oh, he was mad that I didn't know the names of the oblasts.
And it might be easier to tap into.
I said in my chat when I was watching, I was like, "Oh, you like planes? Name every plane."
Yeah,
all right?
it was the anyway. Let's keep going.
All of Ukraine, as I said.
Name the oblasts. We've already said them once. I said them again just a minute ago. Say them again.
This name the oblast game that you're playing.
The game of
did he
why
have
did
troops?
why
Did
did
he have
Vladimir
troops
Putin
in
invade these
Kiev?
places?
Why did he invade these places? Because he wants all of Ukraine.
So what did he invade? Did he invade Lutsk?
He tried to. If he could, he would.
He tried to invade Lutsk?
He's tried to invade Kiev. He sent forces across into Ukraine's territory. They went as far as they could until they were stopped.
But they weren't stopped in the eastern regions.
They weren't
What
stopped.
do you mean they
in the
were
eastern
not
regions.
stopped? They were stopped.
No, they invaded actually from every direction. They invaded from the east and from the north.
See, now he's defending your argument. They invaded every direction.
Ukraine has taken a lot back.
What economic value does Russia have from securing Lviv?
What economic value? They might have logistical value.
I think the challenge largely is, and you
could tell
lack
it's
of understanding
scrambling for an argument here.
In conflict.
Yeah,
makes it
brother is
difficult for a lot of people
losing
to
it
understand
real time.
the requirements of warfare and the targets that have to be secured first. It's why in the Gulf War we just dumped all their petroleum out. When you cut a nation off from their energy source, nothing else matters. Which is why in sci-fi, they often make the joke, all of these movies are dumb because if aliens actually ever came here, they'd blow up North Dakota first. They take out our frack fields, eliminate our ability to power anything that we do. The reason why Russia invaded in every direction likely has to do with any standard first-grade level of chess. Sometimes you want to distract your opponent in one direction while secretly moving in an area where you want to secure it, which is why when Ukraine actually started to wage their counteroffensive, Russia did not retreat from the Donbass. In fact, the reason why it's largely considered that Ukraine's lost is because Russia has already secured the entire Donbass eastern region, stretching down into Crimea, securing their Black Sea access.
Then why would they not stop?
I know.
Why would they not keep pushing in? It's so dumb.
Wait a second. They're trying currently and have been for a year now after we took Kharkiv. Entire region, by the way, my entire oblast where I live was occupied, almost up to Kharkiv, right? And all of this was liberated. And they are now every day, my people defend ourselves in Kharkiv region, in particular in Kupiansk area. Every day they try to break through. Every day, like every single day. In Sumy, every day they try to break through. They cannot, right? We stop them. And that's actually like absolutely like heinous shit that he just said. That apparently all of this is to secure Donbass that they already had since 2014. Okay.
It's like, why are they still doing that then? It's so ridiculous.
Also, I like how he's like, you know what the aliens would do? Like they will, remove the energy sources. Like, yes, that's why they took Donbass, because it castrates our economy.
Yes.
East is our economy. Like everything, not just Donbass, but Kharkiv, Dnipro, all of this is our economy. Our the main resources are in the east. Yeah, no shit, Shell. Like that's what
it was just such a silly point. But let's keep going.
It'd be one thing. Like I do want to say this. It'd be one thing. All right, if Tim was like, this is his fun little Joe Rogan conspiracy about this, but the fact that he had the audacity to be like, it seems like you know nothing about this, and all of your ideas come from feelings, whereas mine are backed in facts, and then spout this completely unsubstantiated point that I don't even think the Russian government agrees with is like so fucking stupid. I don't know how you didn't just like spit in his face after this. Like this is so ridiculous. And that's why, again, my biggest complaint about this whole thing is like, how do you let him get away with so much bull? Like I would be screaming at this guy.
He wasn't better. I'll be real with you. I was expecting more of a challenge from him, and I was disappointed at the end. That is this
also
all?
Lactoid has been silent, which I'm grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, he got basically sidelined the whole time.
Timur Pool, I bless the Timur Pool of Russian agent for taking this, because listening to Lactoid is like unbearable. But I'm just kind of appreciative.
I will say this: Lactoid did a better job than Tim did. Lactoid did a better job than Tim did from a debate perspective.
Yes, Lactoid is yes, the Russian propaganda is much juicier on that guy, like actual evil scumbag. But I just appreciate that you're debating. Like half the debate is debating the moderator, very moderated.
The man who doesn't care, by the way.
The thing NATO forces did was carpet bomb the east and flatten all Russian forces and cut them off from the Black Sea. Russia's economy would be decimated.
Do you think that Ukraine has lost the war?
Yes.
Yes. Well, CENTCOM disagrees with you.
No,
CENTCOM disagrees with you. The Supreme Allied Commander of NATO disagrees.
They're
with you.
losing.
And
they're
forgive me.
No, they lost.
Forgive me if I trust military men who have waged war over a podcaster.
Indeed. So we'll appeal to authority, and then I'll make the
appeal to authority. Do you know why I'm appealing to this authority?
And then I'll actually make the argument. The reason why Ukraine lost the war is because 7 million Ukrainians fled. They're drafting young women and elderly men.
They haven't lost the war.
And they're utilizing Western forces to keep fighting, which means Ukraine's no longer a factor in this conflict. It's NATO versus Russia.
Everyone should give their dog fresh pet. They're part of our family, so they deserve
he gets worse.
They're getting assistance.
It gets worse.
I want to
hold on, because I have to address this. This lost the war. This idea that they've lost the war is just not. The facts are against you. Ukraine is fighting the war against Russia. Ukrainians are fighting and dying on the front line.
How many fled the country?
And North Korean troops and maybe Chinese troops at this point too.
Wait,
so Ukraine is no longer a factor in this.
Can you please stop? How many fled the country? Fled from what?
I know.
Yeah, it's just
the absolute destruction that Russia created Russia destroyed, by the way, just so people know, about 40 cities in Ukraine. Fully. Like they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, so in your defense here, Whick, I think the reason that you're not making better arguments here is because these are such baffling, stupid points that you're just like this isn't true, and that's true. It's not. So how do you even contend? It's why even enter in the arena on this topic if you're going to talk about this dumbass shit?
The 10 million refugees, but they're all. By the way, most of them are internally displaced, not externally. So they didn't leave the country. They are internally inside Ukraine displaced. For example, Kharkiv right now is full of people from Vovchansk because Vovchansk was destroyed. So they escaped from Vovchast to Kharkiv. By the way, about 5 million people are abroad right now. Like for Ukrainians that are abroad from, not in Ukraine. They migrated. Migrated why? That's not in any way indication of loss of Ukraine. That's an indication that Russia is destroying multiple cities, that people have to leave them. That's it's an indication.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And second thing is also like saying it's a NATO. NATO is not fighting anything. NATO is in fact ballless, dickless, whatever the fuck it is, thing that doesn't do anything. Right now, only Ukrainian.
He's going to say America is fighting the war because
we're going to go through it. We're going to go through it. We're going to try to get through it with as little interruptions as possible. Let's see.
Territory. Indeed. Ukraine, as a governmental structure, has lost the war.
Has Putin achieved its goal of demilitarization?
Has Putin achieved its securing of the
Answer my question. Has Putin achieved its goal of demilitarizing Ukraine?
No, we have more militarized than ever. The biggest army in Europe.
Have you ever looked at the battle map?
If they were demilitarized, then who is killing all these Russians?
If they didn't demilitarize, how is it that the Ukraine battle map shows that they've secured the entire land bridge to Crimea?
Again, their goal.
$5 from Levi. Wick, you got into a pit with 2 bad face slime balls. You came out pretty clean. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the $5.
Levi, by the way, hello.
See,
it's my dude. He reads my Twitter a lot.
Again, demilitarize, denazify. You can't do either one unless you occupy Ukraine.
So you've assumed what the end goal of those things are going to be.
You're assuming the end goal is the Crimean land bridge.
He agreed with that goal, and now he's disagreeing with it. Oh my God!
Let's get through it. Let's get through it. Let's get through it. Let's go.
Let's pause here and say you exclaiming yes you are is not an argument. And
Neither
if you,
is saying no.
Because you asked me, did they demilitarize? Yes, they own their stated goal. They own it. They've secured the Black Sea.
I'm sorry, it's funny.
And they've demilitarized the entire land bridge into Crimea, which is their
not
asset.
Demilitarization of a land bridge into Crimea, the demilitarization of Ukraine.
That's an assumption you're making.
It's not an exception I'm making. It's the stated goal of Putin,
which was general demilitarization and denazification of the eastern region
of all of Ukraine.
No,
sure,
it's not.
But Vladimir Putin sent troops into Luhansk and Donetsk because of Azov battalion
to try to take all
not
of Ukraine.
in 2014. Not in 2014.
Not in 2014.
Stated goal of denazification.
In 22, we
speak
about
pivots
22?
right.
Yeah,
we were all talking about 2022 the whole time, and then because he knows he's wrong on this, says, "Oh, I was talking about 2014."
Pretty blatant.
And this was obvious, and Anyway, let's keep going.
Happened with the Azov battalion on the eastern front.
But we're talking about 2022 now.
So
that's why he wanted denazification.
So then what has he said since then?
This current conflict.
So what has he said as of then?
As of then?
Denazification was 2014. What did he say in 2022?
In 2022, the two
goals were... It's exactly the same thing.
Denazification was the Azov battalion in the eastern front.
You do not know this? He said
it's not.
February of 2022, before he went into Ukraine,
right?
He said that they had...
And when was the first time he said it?
He may have said it before, but he's saying it again. He's repeating that now.
So he was referring to which regions?
The denazification of Ukraine. He believes that the whole structure of Ukraine is filled with Nazis.
And he has had regime. They said so.
You can take a look at the actual economics of the region. You can take a look at the actual companies that run their exports.
Or you can listen to what Putin has said.
Which is vague nothingness.
Right now.
Look at this
look at this fucking economist in a beanie over here. The actual stated goal, you can go check that fucking shit in 22 was exactly what Whick said. So, demilitarization of the entirety of the Ukraine, not fucking East, not fucking Donbass, Ukraine, entirety of the Ukraine. Denazification, second thing. The Kiev regime needs to be gone. They wanted Zelensky to be gone. The quote unquote, I'm memeing, obviously. It's not a regime, it's a democratically elected government. But they called it Kiev regime. That's what they said. That was their stated fucking goal in 22. And you can check it. It's easy peasy. Just find the video of the declaration of the war they did in 22. Or, I'm sorry, not declaration of war, special military operation.
Okay, let's keep going.
And what Putin has done, he sent troops everywhere into Ukraine.
Could you imagine if NATO operated only on military strategy based upon what they've heard Putin say in interviews?
It's not interviews.
I know.
What's this?
That's complicated.
He addressed his own people.
Again, they say that Ukraine is not losing this war. They have stopped, largely, Russia from winning this war. That's what NATO says. Can you imagine looking at a podcaster, right, and saying, oh, look, there's a land bridge there. I have post-hoc rationalized, how can I make sure that no matter what happens, Putin is winning? What do I do for a living?
Yeah.
I podcast as well.
So no one should listen to what you have to say about this.
But they should listen to the EUCOM commander.
And what about any other experts on the issue in foreign policy?
Name one.
Whick, please.
Oh my God, wait, this is so good.
I will name General Christopher G. Cavoli.
And what's his position?
Go back 10
He's
seconds.
Supreme,
Wick. That's
Allied
so
commander
fucking
of NATO
good.
forces.
This
No,
whole
Ukraine.
fucking time
Russia, from winning
he's
this
been
war.
talking out of his ass and like pop quizzing you, just being this bullshit little bad faith actor. And the one time you get it back on him, which is great, you say, "Hey, fuck you. You name one," and he goes, "No, you name one," because he can't. He doesn't fucking know, and that made me laugh out loud because it was like, what a little shit. Like
it's quite important to note he doesn't care about what experts say.
Of course.
So for him, so for him, the expert opinion doesn't really matter.
Again, as I said, I get stronger over time, and I'm just dunking on him over and over again.
But you should.
I do want people to hear uninterrupted this back and forth because I think this is important. Let's go.
That's what NATO says.
And why
Can
does
you
Russia control the
imagine
land bridge?
looking at a podcaster, right, and saying, "Oh, look, there's a land bridge there. I have post hoc rationalized. How can I make sure that no matter what happens, Putin is winning?" What do I do for a living?
Yeah.
I podcast as well.
So no one should listen to what you have to say about this.
But they should listen to the EUCOM commander.
And what about any other experts on the issue in foreign policy?
Name one.
You name one.
Sure. I will name General Christopher G. Cavoli.
And what's his position?
He's the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces.
No, Ukraine.
That includes Ukraine because he's in Europe.
So my point was, Ukraine lost the war because Ukraine's government is no longer a factor. It's a NATO versus Russia conflict.
Oh, you got him
By all means, cite NATO and the NATO support, NATO weapons, the NATO intelligence, and we agree. NATO is at war with Russia in the Ukrainian territories.
If NATO withdrew its forces, right?
NATO is not at
if it
war
stopped
with Russia.
Arming Ukraine. Certainly, that would be a very bad day for Ukraine. Like, they rely in a large way on NATO. But Ukraine is the one fighting and using those weapons. Ukraine is the one that's deciding how to do that. Ukraine is the one that's drawing up the battle maps, that's drawing and deciding the targets to hit. And
except for the Black Sea Fleet.
What do you mean?
It was NATO intelligence and U.S. Special Forces.
We use NATO intelligence.
Intelligence.
I mean, like telling the Ukrainian to press launch doesn't change the fact that the U.S. delivered weapons to have fired at the Black Sea Fleet.
Yeah. Delivery of weapons, intelligence, is not the same as NATO or United States or Europe fighting for Ukraine. The only people that are fighting for Ukraine right now are Ukrainians and also International Legion that are volunteering, essentially, right? There are volunteers from other parts of the world who want to fight for Ukraine. No NATO troops anywhere. Sharing of intelligence does not constitute NATO fucking fighting. And this cunt in a beanie knows that. Because it's
we get through it. Again, just listen to my arguments. I'm echoing you. You're predicting my takes, but let's keep going.
But I'm about to lose it any moment now.
Do you not think that Ukraine wanted the Black Sea Fleet gone?
Of course they did.
Of course they did.
And my point is that Ukraine as a government is not a factor in this conflict.
So if I sell you a gun, okay, and you take that gun and you go and you pull the trigger, did I shoot the target or did you?
If you give me a gun...
Answer my question.
I am. If you give me a gun and tell me to shoot a guy, guess who goes to prison?
He didn't answer the question.
The United States told
Great Dodge.
It is NATO. Let's be fair. It includes Europe too.
Do you think how many targets do you think that NATO specifically decides for Ukraine to? All of them. I disagree. Where's your evidence?
In Joe Biden threatening to withhold aid unless they agreed to the targets that the United States wanted.
No, what Biden did was he said you can't target certain things
God,
in
he's
Russia.
so bad faith that hurts.
Which is what I just said.
That is not what they said. What you just said. These are different things. Saying, hey, here are the targets you can't strike is a remarkably different thing than, hey, we want you to hit here, here, and here. Ukraine might listen to advice that NATO gives it, but Ukraine is deciding its targets on its own. And if you think that that's not the case, then please.
And by the way,
just
stop.
You have yet to do so.
Just stop for a second. You're giga correct. So, like limiting our targets, which by the way was a shit move. Fuck Biden on that point. But anyway,
no, I agree.
The limitations. You're absolutely correct. Obviously, it's not the exact same thing that are the saying what targets we should strike. And also, we have been very cheeky over here in Ukraine because we don't appreciate your limitations, so we broke them. Multiple times. We attacked our own targets that we choose with our own drones, by the way. Most of the attacks of Russian refineries, of Russian oil, of Russian bases, of Russian aviation, of Russian storage of the weaponry and ammunition has been done not with the US weaponry, because you prohibit us to use it how we want, but with our own technology, which is drones. And we are, by the way, the biggest maker of drones right now in the world. So, yes, that's absolutely. And the fact that this abominable asshole says that government in Ukraine and Ukrainians have no part in it and they have no decision in it, which is absolutely ridiculous because we have broken your fucking rules multiple times.
I agree.
It's just...
What can I ask? What is Lactoid doing like during this entire exchange? Is he just kind of like
Thinking about how much money can he
I don't
potentially
know.
get
I'm not
from Russia.
paying attention to Lactoid anymore during this
Okay,
discussion.
fair enough.
I am at this point, and let me give you a little bit of a window into the Whick mind at this point, the Whick soul. Tim has pissed me off, right? Because he's just so obviously dishonest and obviously ignorant at the facts of the matter, and he has had the gall to call me ignorant, and that kind of got my dander up a little bit. I'm still respectful to a point, right? I'm not going to break certain lines, right?
Another L,
but
another
I'm
Whick L.
absolutely no longer withholding my power level, and I am just, again, calling out his incorrect statements as they are said over and over again, and being a little bit cheeky about it. Making mention of him being a podcaster and denigrating him as we go, because he's weak and feckless and wrong. So
By the way, one fun fact as well. Right now, currently, he's like, Ukraine has no decision making. We're literally like not abiding by United States administration harder than ever before. So if we are like a fucking quote unquote like puppet or whatever the fuck, right? They say of the United States, we're like literally refusing now all the United States of Trump administration policies. So what the fuck are you even talking about? Yeah, it's just pretty egregious to say the least.
You can't see the Russian laser pointer from a sniper on his forehead right now. That's why.
Yeah, ironically, yeah.
The beanie
I wish it
covers
was
that,
my. I wish it was my forehead right now, if I'm honest.
Well, we only got 10 more minutes. I know we can get through it. I believe in us.
Provide rhetoric that does not.
Was it true that Joe Biden restricted the targets Ukraine can make?
Yes.
Is it true that NATO provided the intelligence and the targets for their weapons for Ukraine to target in the Black Sea?
And
it is a fact. Yes. The NATO and NATO troops and U.S. troops in Poland have been the ones training the troops, and you've got the international coalition of volunteers that are doing.
You understand that they are doing far more targeting than just the things that were in the Black Sea. Sure. That they have targeted things that.
Let's try this. If NATO was uninvolved from Ukraine, would they still be fighting?
In different ways, but yes.
Yes.
Like insurgency.
Are you insane?
Probably. Yeah, there'd be no war.
It'd be a guerrilla war, but it would be a war nonetheless.
Insurgency, guerrilla war, but
sure.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Wait.
I just don't know, like the
like, what are you mental? Of course, we would be fighting with what we get. But
yeah, but that's guerrilla war. It's a different than.
It's
a different thing. But it's still fighting. It's just not trenches fighting. It's guerrilla fighting, like sabotage, blowing up, assassinations,
The United
etc.
States, by the way, is not the only thing that gets us weapons. By the way, the only long-range missiles we do have, by the way, are Shadow Storms. Because there are not the United States, there are joint production with the UK and France. Just saying. So we have Bayraktars we had at the beginning of the war, by the way, which were Turkish. So no, it's definitely, most certainly not fucking United States exclusively weapons. If anything, the biggest thing the United States does provide us are two things, which are one, intelligence. The most important. Second, Starlink, and actually third one is Patriot batteries. By the way, Patriots we do have are not United States. They are from Denmark and like other countries, but we do use Patriots to.
We sold them to Denmark, and Denmark gave them to you.
Yes. That's air defense. That's intercepting of ballistics, of like missiles that Russia throws at us. As far as like offensives actually go, the HIMARS is the only thing that really was like quite crucial, I would say, in assisting our offensive efforts that was provided by the United States. That's it.
Yeah, $10 from Alexander Rin to say, if I gave you a fishing rod, bait, and taught you how to use it, then send you to the location of fish that you go and catch. Am I the one fishing? What a moron. Thank you for the $10. And yes.
No, yeah, good job, guy. Thank you very much.
Well, hold on. If that fish was an illegal fish to fish, and I told you to go fish it, wouldn't we both go to jail, Whick?
Let's end this night.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Russia would largely occupy and control Ukraine. That's your position, right?
It's hard to say. It's much more likely that that's the case, yes.
I don't see why it wouldn't be the case, considering Russia already controls the land bridge to Crimea. I mean, clearly, they've seized the eastern front.
What is this about this fucking land bridge
to Crimea wasn't their goal?
That's not
not their stated goal.
I said they have this, and if the Ukraine
you said that
was not supplied,
lost.
And if the Ukraine was
Wait, stop. I wish you caught him, but because he literally named land bridge to Crimea to be the main reason for the war, like multiple times.
Well, I did.
And now and now you push him on this, and he's like, it's not the main reason for the war, but they do have it. He quite literally just said it.
He said it was the only reason, yeah.
But let's keep going.
Yeah.
Slow down for a second so we can actually have a conversation?
Please.
The eastern front is controlled by Russia. If Ukraine was not supplied with weapons by the West, Russia would take more of Ukraine, no?
It is likely that to be the case.
And they would have done it much, much quicker, yes?
Probably so.
Right. My point is Ukraine would not be involved in a war were it not for the
Yeah,
West.
he was just arguing about how they wouldn't do that.
Oh my God.
Ukraine is not a factor in this conflict. Ukraine would have been flattened in weeks by Russia.
Again, the Ukrainians are the ones fighting and dying, and to say that they're not a factor in this conflict. We don't have NATO forces, NATO troops on the ground fighting and dying.
Is the U.S. on the ground in
not fighting and dying? They're training people, obviously. And you have volunteers. You have volunteers from the U.S. who have decided to join up with Ukraine, but there's a fundamental different thing.
Do you think
NATO forces?
Do you think that outside of the United States and Russia, the rest of the world sees American...
U.S. didn't provide us any offensive or defensive weapons for multiple months, by the way. The only thing we did have was javelins, which, Trump likes to brag about, obviously, because I don't know why exactly he likes to brag about. But anyway, he doesn't do it. But that's it, pretty much. So, no, we were not, in fact, flattened. Everyone predicted
he
would
said
be flattened.
NATO instead of America, but...
Yeah, but he means America, let's be for real. So, so he basically, is like, he's like in 3-5 days, whatever the fuck. Like, that was the prediction, right? That we would be flattened in 3 days or like a week or a couple of weeks. But we, in fact, were not. Before United States started to provide us with HIMARS, with Patriot systems, with intelligence, with anything, before any of that happened, what did repel them, by the way, how much I hate this person, I can't even describe it. What did actually happen is our territorial defense. I don't know if you know what that is, but this is just people, regular people, dentists, engineers, shop workers, factory workers, took guns in their own hands, yesterday's civilians, and they repelled Russians and prevented them from proceeding anywhere further than they did. That's what fucking happened. So it's our. I will say this, okay? I'm over this. I'm over being like groveling and being like, oh, thank you so much. It's us, our people, Ukrainian people defended themselves, and then the West helped us by providing us weaponry, money, and assistance in this war, because we are fighting a power 30 times our size. So it's pretty fucking difficult, let's put it like this, to repel that force. But we managed to do it, by the way, without any substantial help whatsoever from anyone. So yeah, go fuck yourself, Timur Pulov.
Soldiers on the ground as just volunteers?
Outside the United States and can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So let's take a country, Madagascar.
Sure.
Do you think the people of Madagascar see U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine and go, they're not U.S. troops, they're volunteers? Or do you think they say, wow, United States citizens are fighting a war in Ukraine?
United States citizens is a markedly different than United States
military. Do you think foreign countries view that as
I like watching you, Wick, like figure out his stupidity in real time.
But we're not involved in the war by U.S. military troops fighting against Russians right now. We aren't.
U.S. veterans and PMCs are on the ground and U.S. Special Forces are on the ground.
Okay, but they are not involved in the fighting. What they're doing is they're helping to train
Special Forces involved
Ukrainian
in the
forces.
They are involved in the fighting.
No, they're not.
Saying
Volunteers
right now
are.
that there are U.S. special forces that are currently engaged in hot conflict, kinetic conflict with Russian troops right now.
How would you define involvement in kinetic conflict?
Shooting at them.
No.
With apartments.com capturing the hearts
I
of
was
hundreds
so
of
angry
renters
because he's being so dumb.
To our success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like every time he
US
asks a
Special
dumb
Forces
question, like the look in your
actively
face,
involved
like
in the conflict right now in Ukraine.
Don't deny that.
and like trying to give him the
Again,
benefit of the doubt is
there are
so
lines,
funny.
and one of the lines is, are you involved in a hot kinetic conflict where U.S. troops or special forces are shooting at Russian forces right now? And that's simply not the case.
It is. You can't
provide evidence.
Are there American citizens who have previously served in the military on the ground in Ukraine?
Previous serving in the military is the same as being an active military member.
Yes or no?
Yes.
They are. Who are taking orders from?
Ukraine.
And who's giving the intelligence and the weapons to Ukraine?
They're
NATO?
serving under
Do you think
our
that any
orders.
sane
Are you
person
insane?
outside of the United States looks at that and says, don't worry, guys, the U.S. is not involved because those guys aren't formally under the direction of Americans?
Do you think my argument is that the U.S. isn't involved in this? My argument here, and the whole reason I'm here, is to advocate for further U.S. involvement in the form of aid and weapons.
Oh, thank you, Wick. You're based.
No, I don't think we've reached that line.
So then what is the end goal then?
The end goal is to stymie Russia's
It
imperial
totally moves
ambitions
off
to
the
help
point.
Ukraine maintain its sovereignty in the best way we can. Look, I'm not Nostradamus. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know who's actually going to win this war, but I think that we have an interest in making sure that Ukraine gets as good a peace deal as it can out of this, that at the end of the war, however this ends, that Ukraine is in a much better position than Russia is. That should be the goal. Will we achieve it? I don't know, but we should strive to do so.
Donald Trump right now says that he wants a peace agreement between both nations. Do you see a reality where we get a peace agreement and Russia gives back the territories it seized?
Not currently, no.
So should the conflict end today, who would have won?
I don't think there would be a winner right now. Well, no.
Russia expanding its territories
I'll
out of victory for Russia?
I'll correct myself. I think that Ukraine continue to exist as a fundamentally strong nation.
Yes.
Right? I think that's a victory for Ukraine.
Even though they lose
it's a Pyrrhic victory. It's again like it's hard to.
He tries to claim this is like a win. By the way,
you don't think that's a victory for Russia to control the eastern region into Crimea?
I think that it shows that they have not achieved their stated military objectives.
Step. Absolutely dishonest tactic over here. They're not controlling the entire east. We, in fact, repelled them from the majority of the territories they took in the east.
Wait, Anna,
which is
have you considered? I'm pointing at the map right now. Have you considered that?
What I considered?
I'm pointing at the map. No, look at the map. I'm doing the Tim Pool thing. Look.
Well, you should. You know what you should do? You should point at the Kerch Bridge because that's what it's all about, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So we have repelled them from the entirety of the Kharkiv region, almost partially from Kherson. So entirely from the Kiev region. So yes, we did in fact repel them. And this is such a privilege, like Westoid, no offense to you guys, but literally like the most Westoid take on earth, to have a country 30 times your size trying to invade you, take at least half of the country, if not the entire country, and you manage to repel them, and they now hold less than 20% of your territory, and that is a losing game, according to this guy. So maintaining your country and repelling them somehow with like a fucking miracle at this point is a loss in this guy's eyes. Like this is a talk of someone who have never been fucking invaded in their fucking history, okay? Which I bless you guys, okay? In the United States, you have not been. Pearl Harbor, I guess you could say a little bit, but it's just it's just incomparable. You have never been occupied. The big civil war you had was between yourselves, and it's a complete and utter
the only country privilege. Powerful enough to take on America is America. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just and you're like you're crushing yourselves right now, which I mean. I don't know.
Oh gosh, look. Here's the deal. Actually, I think that this is how I know that Lactoid side will lose, is because they're the ones in charge right now, but they are fundamentally incapable of governing, and so people are realizing that Trump's approval rating is dropping dramatically, especially among the younger men who he had a sizable lead over. The support for Ukraine has skyrocketed. In America, actually has. It's the highest point it's ever been. Even at the start of the war. The highest point it's ever been that we should send more aid to Ukraine. And again, that's how I know Lactoid's argument is not persuasive and is losing. It's losing ground because people can see it. People could see what's happening. They could see the incompetence of the Trump administration trying to negotiate peace. They could see Putin refusing peace, right? And they understand that we need Ukraine to have a victory here. But let's finish. We only got 5 minutes. Can we go 5 minutes, gang? I don't know, but let's do it.
Let's do it.
Conflict,
we can
so
do
I
it.
would consider that a loss.
So you think that Donald Trump is correct in negotiating this end because it would mean Ukraine won?
It depends on how Donald Trump's negotiating.
Right now, the war stops as is, and the territories held by Russia.
Everyone just stops fighting?
Is that a victory for Ukraine and the United States and NATO?
It's not a loss.
But you said the sovereignty and maintenance of Ukraine would be a victory.
Yes.
And Russia's not really winning because they're not completing their stated goal. They're just expanding their territory a little bit. I accept. Let's right now end the war where it is. Russia can keep the eastern regions. Ukraine wins.
We didn't get 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know we didn't, but you should have. I am here, to criticize hardcore. Okay, I have been very nice, I think, but. I am here for that reason.
Go ahead, give it to me.
You should have said here, I believe, that the victory or loss depends here on the security guarantees that Ukraine will have. So if we are to exchange some sort of territory or to basically abandon our people in occupation, right, then it has to be a sacrifice we make in exchange for security guarantees, which Trump administration has zero fucking initiative to provide to us. So no, stop and peace right now with Trump would not be a win for Ukraine because we are not getting any sort of whatsoever security guarantees that Russia will not proceed to attack us further.
That's fair criticism. That's fair criticism. We are at the end of the 2 hours, right? So I'm exhausted at this point. So fair enough.
Russia
Ukraine won.
I agree a little bit with what you're saying, a little bit what Whick is saying. I wouldn't say that Ukrainians have lost. I am kind of on the position that they're losing. If there's a peace right now and the only change is that the currently occupied territories go to Russia, I think it would be a sort of like a partial victory for Russia. But really, I think the other thing that is necessary for it to be a complete victory would be some kind of guarantee that Ukraine would not join NATO. I think that's the main thing that we're really looking for here.
If the position right now is Ukraine wins by securing their sovereignty and Russia loses by not expanding their goal, then I think we should be in agreement that the war ends today and Ukraine won.
If that's what the Ukrainian people want, I would be supporting that. Look, here, at the end of the day, if Ukraine...
I just don't think Russia would accept that.
No, it's not about if they would accept it. The question is right now, if this is the means of victory and everyone agrees...
Tim Pool's being so dumb that Lactoid has to be like,
and now Russia keeps they got. That sounds like you think Ukraine wins. I'm happy to see the fighting stop. This means U.S. saves money. We're no longer involved in a conflict. Ukraine remains Ukraine, but loses some territory. Russia doesn't expand into Ukraine. Everybody loses a little bit, but it's a victory for the West.
Yeah, if it ended like as it is right here, it would absolutely be a victory for the West, no doubt.
Well, all right then, guys. This has been fun, but we are over time.
Okay, that's it. Thank gosh.
By the way.
Okay, thank you.
Dobby is free,
Yeah.
But anyhow, it's would not be the victory for the West. This would be an absolute and utter loss for the West, because what it will the only thing it will do is assure that Russia will attack further on in 5 years' time when they're better prepared. That's the only thing it will be ensuring. So no, it would not be the victory for the West, and it most certainly would not be the victory for Ukraine. But that was very torturous week, I must say.
Do you wanna shout anything out before we get this thing? And final thoughts?
Yeah, my chat's asking for your YouTube, Anna. Do you have one?
I don't have one, but I appreciate
apparently
it.
you should make one.
Yeah, that's what people say, but I have an actual real life job, unfortunately, which does not allow me.
Okay.
No shade to anyone. I love you guys. Yeah. You YouTuber people have helped me and my volunteer efforts, so I appreciate that a lot. But I'm just saying that I have barely any time to fucking have sleep. Never mind, actually, you doing YouTube. So I only came here, by the way, because I think Whick is extremely cool and I like him a lot. So I also helped him sort of prepare a little bit. I hope it's not a secret knowledge because I have shared it. Yeah. So yes, I was his
if you got outside assistance, that means you lost. Do you know that?
I absolutely talk to subject matter experts on this. Absolutely.
I was unironically his Russian spy, if you think about it that way. So I did help. So I was invested, I guess, in your performance and your success, and I'm glad I was able to help you out and talk with you a little bit. I hope it helped you a little bit at least.
How do you feel I did overall? Give me a grade. A, B, C, D, E, F. What?
Can I not do this grading
fair
thing?
Fair enough. You don't want to.
I mean, Americans be like, grade that woman on her based off her looks. I don't feel like grading. I will say though that I agree with you that at the beginning, I actually apparently saw the worst part. So I saw like 30 minutes, the first 30 minutes, like 25 minutes. And that was like the Lactoid doing Russian propaganda parade and you being a little bit like not at your best. But you got like significantly much more confident and better further on. I will say that. So, but it's just that I also will say that despite my overall displeasure of this like bullshit thing happening altogether, but I will say that it is difficult, obviously, because you have like fucking Tim Pool, you have like Lactoid, both double teaming you, like spitting Russian propaganda nonsense, no stop, spitting like actual like absolute like falsehoods and lies non-stop, and it's very difficult because right now we stop them, right? We have the power to stop them and to address every single thing we want, right? But in real time, of course, that's not how it works. And I think you did as good as you could possibly do in this situation. So I'm not like blaming you on saying that you're shitty or anything. I just wanted to highlight some like points that I
well, that's why we did this in part. So we can go through and like actually look at what was said and what the actual reality is. So
yeah, never mind the fact that if you had to like actually address every single thing, you would have to like interrupt them and like every single sentence correct them. It's that's just not possible to do in real time. So yeah, I think you did overall, especially in the later parts, good. And not as great in the first half hour.
Fair rating. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I know you got to sleep and you got to go and do things. So thanks. Soy Pill, same questions to you. One, how'd I do overall? Good parts, weak parts, good, bad, and ugly. and then shout yourself out. Tell people where people find you. Go ahead.
Oh, shouting out Twitter, my Twitter, if you can. If you
it's
can
in the
post
link.
it
In the description.
I've already linked your
It's
Twitter
in
in the
the
description because
description.
I do have that.
Thank you.
But no, just overall, like I think B is a justified one because it's like, you're up against two people. You prepared pretty well. You countered most of their really bad points. I think, my biggest criticism is one, like, you could have maybe had like a more coherent list of outline at the beginning that would be like, hey, like these are the reasons, bam, bam, bam. And you kind of pick that up towards the end. But my biggest issue is that you just didn't call him a little scumfuck to his face because he's a little weaselly little shit. And like watching this like infuriates me. It's like one of the reasons I don't know if I'd be able to debate someone like him or like Andrew Wilson because like watching them talk, I'm just like, you guys are such like dishonest little scumfucks. I can't watch this. And like the fact that you had the patience, I don't know how you did because like people say I have patience. This gave me a fucking aneurysm. So good job overall.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
I will say that I agree, by the way, because it gave me like multiple aneurysms. I appreciate you guys' company in this, obviously, because it's much easier to watch it with you. But when I was like trying to listen to this on my own, I was like,
it's hard.
I would run to like my sister and scream about this endlessly, and she was like, "Leave me the fuck alone! I don't care what those Americans are talking about." And I'm like, okay, and I'm like, I just needed someone to rant to. Okay, so it just felt very bad, and I appreciate like Whick for at least not losing. I'm actually like mesmerized how you managed not to lose your shit about the orphan thing.
Okay,
Because
Dylan Burns, thank you for the raid. 112 people. You came in just as we're ending. Wonderful, great timing. We've just
hello, Dylan.
finished.
Hi, Dylan.
So everyone, Soy Pill, repeat how you think I did.
Yeah. So I'm the Soy Pill. I think you did great. B, like overall, just should have been more mean to Tim Pool. But just plugging anything here, I have that fundraiser in my description. I think $300 has already gone to it in the past 4 hours. Cars for Ukraine. So thank you guys so much for that. But check that out if you want to support Ukraine and hate Tim Pool, especially the latter one, because I know that'll drive more people to it. But also, thanks Anna for being here. I really appreciated the context as someone who did not study on this for years, and I really do appreciate that. And then also just a small other plug. I'm talking to Dylan on Wednesday if anyone's interested in that.
Oh, nice.
How cool. Are you talking about like Ukraine stuff or like something else?
But just before you guys get into that, just to give my own like rating. So it wasn't a perfect showing. I did struggle at the beginning. Absolutely. The first 30 minutes were my worst. I was nervous. I was a little bit rambly. I didn't hit points as hard as I could have. But there came a point after that 20, 30-minute mark where I got my footing, and it was just W's from there on out. And I improved, and we went better. So overall, I did miss some things at the beginning that I should not have missed. So I give myself a B. Could have done better. Room for improvement. We can look back at that and be a little more coherent and concise. But again, I'm happy with my performance.
Now you know what to expect when it happens again. You can be a little more mean.
It's wild to me because Tim's a big guy, right? Like he's got thousands and thousands, millions of subscribers, I think. He was pretty mediocre as a debate opponent.
He's never been a particularly intelligent person, so.
Yeah, but also like I would like to point out that many people like everyone is going to agree that you just invited people to like agree with you. First of all, fuck those people because we were doing like a review of your debate and I think I provided multiple like instances of
you were pretty critical, especially at the beginning, which is fine. That's what I invited you for.
But I would like to say though that the points I was trying to like counteract the actual like propaganda they're doing, and it was more so to point out the falsehoods than to say that you did a horrible job. I would like to point that out. So it was not about me like saying like Whick should have said all of this, like to squeeze it in, in the debate. I'm just saying that since I am here and I have like the the means, so to speak, to provide for the audience how they were wrong on basically all occasions, let's say, right? That's what I did. I didn't do it to say that Whick like did a shit job or like to criticize you or like at every instance. I just wanted to, to make that clear that I just wanted to provide context and provide facts of the matter that you either didn't know or you didn't have a chance to explain on the debate. So that's just,
No, thank you both for being here. Gang, we're going to raid out now. Who's streaming right now? Are either of you on Twitch streaming?
No.
I'm not a streamer. Just a reminder, by the way.
I'm a disgusting YouTuber.
I just hold on. Give me 1 second, then, gang. Give me 1 second. Let me take a look at who's actually live right now.
Go to non-fun. That's my go-to raid now. I think it's
we can go to Pisco, actually. You guys want to go to Pisco?
Pisco.
Yeah, I think Pisco's an interesting choice. I haven't gone to Pisco in a while. Well, let's go to
He's
Pisco.
no non-fun, but I guess I like him.
And tell people. Well, I like non-fun too. I've rated non-fun before.
Anyway, it's what time is it in where you are? It's 5 in the morning over here.
It's almost 10:20 right now. Gang, what do we got coming up? If you enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Wednesday we're gonna have call-ins. So if you have thoughts and you want to talk about those thoughts, call in. We'll talk. Friday I'm going on Gibbs panel.
Your cap.
Huh?
Cool cap, like baseball
cap.
cap.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's my signature thing now for some reason.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
The theme and everything. Yeah. Bye. Thank you. Yeah. Bye.